Chapter 13 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love of Pleasant Hill, California. The Keeper of the Bees by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 13, The Keeper of the Bees. There came a stretch of days during which the awakening of each morning was a small miracle all by itself to Jamie. To awake rested, refreshed, to awake with hope in his heart, to look down the irregular stretch of the garden and on the ceaseless lapping of the sea, and to say to himself, "Today I will transplant the lilies. I will trim the poinsettias. I will plant some tomatoes." To be able to tell himself that he would do something constructive with the knowledge in his heart that he would have the strength to do it and the uplift in his spirit that would give him joy in the doing, because from that period on, each morning awakening was in a way a new miracle. It seemed to him that he could feel the purity, the cleanliness of the blood that was flowing through his veins. He knew that the heart in his breast was calming down, was throbbing with a regularity and a surety that he had not known in a long time. It had ceased to flutter, even at a stiff climb. He knew that strength was gradually forging into his limbs and his hands, that his brain was clearing. He was no longer a pusillanimous creature creeping around wondering about how long he could live. He was an upright man with a hopeful outlook, with a definite purpose of beating the game if it lay in the power of himself and Margaret Cameron and California to win. It was a big game that he was playing. It is in the blood of humanity to fight for life, anything but death. Jamie sat on the side of the bed and meditated upon how strange it was that human beings should complain of pain, of poverty, of disappointment, of defeat of every kind, and yet the instant death that the little scout said was beautiful, became imminent, humanity armed against it and fought to the last ditch as he was fighting. He admitted that he might be mistaken, that he might be over-hopeful, that Margaret Cameron's vision might even be colored by her hopes for him. But one thing he could not be mistaken about. His body was not so lean. His hands were surer. He could walk without his legs bowing under him, and he had quit morbid introspection. He had reached the place where several times alone in the evening he had laid aside the bee books and picked up the greatest of all books and read chapter after chapter, and he realized that never once had he done this without closing the sacred volume with the feeling that in some way he had gained something. There had been possibly only one word, some thought, something that remained with him and helped him to fashion the coming day. Then Jamie arose, picked up a pencil, and drew a circle on the calendar around the previous day. And from the circle he ran a line to the margin and lettered it M.C. That meant Margaret Cameron, and the date was the day on which she had found him better. Another month he would continue the same regime, with even more exactitude, and then she would look again, and he registered a vow as he put on his clothing that she would find him better. As he arranged the dressings on his wounded side, he looked closely at the pad he had removed, and then suddenly Jamie found himself doing what the little person would have called pirouetting. There was barely a faint pinkish seeping. He had felt for days past that the stains were not so large and not so angry. That morning there was ocular evidence that could not be done away with. Too plain for words to dispute it, lay the proof before him that Margaret had been right. Before Jamie realized fully what he was doing, he found that he was dancing around the bedroom with much less reserve and more enthusiasm than the little scout had danced down the garden walk. He was actually laughing to himself as he drew on his clothing, and when he heard Margaret Cameron in the kitchen with his breakfast, he opened the door and called to her, "Lady of Scotland." His voice rang out with a tone Margaret Cameron had not previously noticed. "Step this way," said Jamie. "Yesterday you had exhibit number 1. This morning, cast your optics on exhibit number 2. And Jamie picked up the pad from a basket that was being filled for the incinerator and pulled it apart that Margaret Cameron might see. "A month ago," said Jamie, "those pads were pretty thoroughly soaked with brilliant color. This one I just removed is barely damp and the faintest pink. Oh, Margaret, woman, I am going to make it. I am going to be a whole man again." "Sure you are," said Margaret Cameron, and for the sake of a good cause, she was willing to throw even more assurance into her tones than there was in her heart. But the boy was better. Anyone could see that. There was noticeably more flesh on his bones. The skin over his face did not look so much like parchment. There was a faint color creeping into his cheeks and his lips, and it might well be that half the battle lay in having him merely believe that he was better. At any rate, it was infinitely preferable to the doleful attitude of considering his days as numbered and spending most of his time deciding on the highest number. That month both of them worked and held frequent consultations. They repeatedly revised the diet lists, making the food that they felt was right and beneficial recur most frequently, omitting things that were not helpful, and sticking religiously to the tomato juice in the morning, the orange juice in the afternoon, and the best milk that could be found in as large quantities as Jamie could take it. That month was one in which they neatly walked. Sometimes they spoke softly. For Jamie it was a month filled to the brim with joyful thanksgiving. Every day he could positively see and feel the progress that he made. Each day he could accomplish slightly more in the garden. Each day he knew more about the bees. That month he developed the habit every night of picking up the Bible the last thing before he went to bed and reading a few verses. And from thinking a prayer and from thinking thanksgiving, he advanced to the place where he boldly, in the silence and serenity of the little room, got down on his knees and prayed the prayer of thanksgiving. Then he followed it by the prayer of asking. He found himself asking God to take care of all the world, to help everyone who needed help, to put the spirit and courage into every heart to fare forth and to attempt the great adventure on its own behalf. When it came to cases, he asked for strength to keep the bees and the garden safely. He asked for help, physically and morally, to be a man of whom his father and mother could justly have been proud. Then he asked God to take care of Margaret Cameron, to ease whatever trouble it might be that seemed to be resting in her heart. Then, from the first time he actually had gone on his knees and lifted his face to the throne, Jamie had included the little scout. He told God about what a fine spirit he thought the little fellow had, and what a bright mentality. How unselfish the child was, and how overly developed the sense of fairness. And he asked that the little fellow be taken care of and guided right, and given the opportunity to grow into such a citizen as would be a benefit to the nation. When he reached the bee-master, Jamie laid hold on the foot of the throne, and he begged the Almighty that if it were at all consistent with the divine plan of things, to spare the bee-master, to let him come back to his home and the homely, simple things that comprise the spirit of home. to let him have a few more years in his garden with a brilliancy of color to comfort his waking days and the song of the sea to soothe his pillow. Last of all, he reached the Storm Girl, and for her, Jamie begged safety, mercy, and the power to give her help. Then he arose, in some way fortified, a trifle bigger, slightly prouder, more capable, more of a man than he had been the day before. He had asked for help, and he knew that he was receiving help. And he knew that never again would he be ashamed to face any man or any body of men and tell them that he had asked for help and that help had been forthcoming, and that the same experience lay in the reach of every man if he would only take the Lord at his word, if he would only do what all men are so earnestly urged to do, believe. That was a good month for Jamie. Before the close of it, the pads covering his side were coming off dry and clean. He was using them now more as a protection to tender, freshly formed flesh, covered with skin so thin it seemed as if a breath would rend it, than because of any seepage. When Jamie went into the sea, he stroked with his right arm only. When he lifted a heavy load, he protected his left side. If a high reach was to be made, he made it with his right hand. But never for an instant during the day or in a waking hour in the night did there cease in his soul a little low, murmuring song of thanksgiving. Over and over all day he sang it, but there were very few words. It ran, "Life, life, a useful life. I thank thee, Lord, for a chance at life, for a chance at beautiful work, for a chance at beautiful friends. I thank thee, Lord, for life." Each time he went to the hospital, he carried flowers from the garden and sometimes fruits and loving messages from the little scout and quaint gifts ranging all the way from a battered jackknife and a stick to whittle to a well-worn deck of cards with which to play solitaire. One day, as he went into the hospital, he met Margaret Cameron coming out. So he knew that she had been to visit the bee-master and had not told him that she was going, and he knew by the whiteness of her face and the pain in her eyes that the bee-master was not improving, that he was not gathering strength, that the chances might be slowly lessening day by day of his ever returning to the friendly house so beautifully encircled by a garden of love. Jamie went up to the bee-master's room and read the truth for himself. The master was scarcely able to speak. There was a white look across the noble brow that seemed to Jamie to indicate that the fine old soul before him was very near to being ready for transfiguration. When he arose to go, he had extreme difficulty in keeping his voice even and his eyes clear. "I want to tell you," he said, "how much I thank you for the chance you've given me to get back my manhood and to learn work that each day I am growing to love more and more. I want to thank you for giving me in your home the opportunity to get back to a confidential understanding with God, to find out the peace and sustaining power that He is willing to give to every man who can muster the manhood to receive the gift." Jamie leaned over and kissed the bee-master on the forehead once. "That's for the little scout who sent you a truckload of love." Then he kissed him again and added whimsically, "And that's for Jamie. He's brought you the same amount." The bee-master held Jamie's hands very tight for a minute, and then, in barely a whisper, he said, "Thank God that you've learned to lay hold on the promise of the Master. I am thankful that you have learned to accept His gifts. And I believe, too, that you have learned enough of life and enough of love in my house and in my garden that you will be ready to accept any gift which love and confidence may bring to you." Jamie went out wondering what that meant. The next day he learned. The call came early from the hospital. The bee-master had found that beautiful crossing that the little scout had so understandingly described. With his hands folded on his breast, in his sleep, he had answered the call so lightly given that the nurse found him as she had left him. His instructions had been that his remains were to be shipped immediately to an address he gave in the East. He wanted to be laid for his final sleep beside the two Marys, the one he had loved and married, and the one to whom their love had given life. All three of them were gone now, and Jamie put it into the next prayer he uttered, that hour might find them, hand in hand, wandering amid greater beauties than the little garden had ever contained, even among the splendors of the fields of paradise. In telling him, Dr. Grayson had asked that he come to the hospital for a conference, and when Jamie reached the hospital an hour later, he was dumbfounded to have placed in his hands, ready for execution, the last will and testament of the bee-master. It set forth that, on account of love and affection, the property therein described was given, devised, and bequeathed to the present occupant and caretaker, James Lewis McFarlane, and to his first assistant, Jean Meredith. Said property was to be equally divided between the two beneficiaries, the acre on the right hand facing the street with the beehives contained thereon to be the property of Jean Meredith, the acre on the left hand facing the street to be the property of James Lewis McFarlane with all the improvements thereon. There followed further provision that the two beneficiaries were to draw cuts for the possession of the residence, the one drawing the short cut to become the owner of the house, which was to be removed to the property of the winner, the expense of moving to be paid from funds in the bank belonging to the estate, which were also devised, share and share alike, to the beneficiaries of the will. From these same funds there was to be drawn sufficient money to duplicate the house, or to build one having the same number of rooms, general appearance, and conveniences on the property of the loser. The remainder of the money in the bank, after these transactions were made, was to be equally divided between the parties benefiting by the will. When this amazing document was thoroughly explained to Jamie, he sat looking rather bleakly at Dr. Grayson. He was not in the least ashamed of the big tears that were running down his cheeks. "But I can't do that," he protested. "I haven't earned that place. There must be someone who is nearer to the bee-master than I." "Well," said Dr. Grayson, "in case there is, don't worry. You'll hear from them. If there are people living who feel that they have a better right to that property than you, they will put in an appearance. In the meantime, we will go on the supposition that the bee-master knew his own mind and his own business, and that in giving you the place, he wanted it to go into the hands of a man who would appreciate it, who would love it, who in all probability would keep it as the master left it." Jamie sat staring, thinking deeply, and then he knew what the bee-master had meant when he had said the night before that he should learn to accept any gift of love as well as the gifts of the Heavenly Father. The bee-master had known that his time was imminent, that his crossing was near, and he had meant in a way to prepare Jamie for the fact that the little house and the bees and the bright garden were going to be, in part at least, a gift of love to him. Suddenly, Jamie sat up and repeated a name slowly. Jean Meredith. Then he realized that he was still in the dark. He didn't know any more than he had before. Jean might be a boy or might be a girl. He looked at Dr. Grayson. "Does Jean Meredith know about this?" he asked. "The bee-master gave me the telephone number, and I called the parents. Yes, the bee-master's little friend knows." "And will the parents accept that gift on behalf of the child?" asked Jamie. "Most assuredly," said the doctor. "Why not? There probably was no one on earth to whom the bee-master was attached as to the little person he always referred to as his side partner. There is no reason, since he had no child of his own, as to why he should not leave his property to anyone he chose. There was every reason as to why he should leave it to a man who had cared for it in his absence, in whom he had faith, and to a child who has perhaps relieved the tedium of more dark hours in the master's life than all the rest of the world put together. It seems to me eminently right and fitting that the bee-master should do precisely what he has done. I forgot to call your attention to a last provision and an afterthought in the form of a codicil as to the furnishings of the house. Everything in the living room and the books go to the little scout. The remainder of the furnishings are yours." Jamie arose. He offered his hand to Dr. Grayson. "I am going out in the air where I can walk and think," he said. "But I'll tell you right now, there's no use to probate that document. It was made by a sick man. It was made by a man fighting for life after an operation," said the doctor. "His mentality was as clear as yours or mine when I said good night to him at 10 o'clock last night. There isn't a court in the land that can touch that will." "It's simply impossible," said Jamie. "I will not even consider it." "Oh, yes, you will," said Dr. Grayson, "because if you don't probate that will, I'll do it for you, and you can rest very largely assured that Mr. Meredith will see that his child's interests in it are taken care of. You will take it whether you want it or not. If you don't want to keep it, once it comes to your hands, if you'd rather see someone the bee-master would have hated go into the little house and commercialize the garden, that's up to you so far as your half of it is concerned. You can make up your mind when the time comes. Since you are so in doubt about it, I think I had better turn the document over to Mr. Meredith, but the chances are he will want you to cooperate with him." "Well, I will not," said Jamie stubbornly. "I will not accept a thing I haven't earned." "Oh, damn the Scots," said Dr. Grayson impatiently. "I'm glad I'm English and willing to take all I can get, and you're the first Scotsman I ever saw who wasn't willing to take all he could get, no matter if it did come as a gift. And as for not taking things you haven't earned, you'd better stop breathing. You'd better stop soaking in sunshine. You'd better stop eating the fruits of the earth. They are all gifts that you have accepted and were mighty glad to accept." "A gift from God is one thing," said Jamie. "A gift from a man I have known such a short time is something different." "There is no difference in the gifts," said the doctor. "They are both gifts, and I reiterate, you are a fool if you don't accept them with a thankful heart." Jamie shook his head, and turning from the office, went down to the street and then back to the house and to the blue garden that the love of flowers and the love of beauty in the heart of a sentimentalist had built around a home. He stepped softly as he entered the door. He carried his hat in his hand and looked around for some place not too intimately connected with the bee-master where he might lay it. What was it that amazing document had said? 1 acre of valuable soil, crowded to the limit with wonderful planting, a row of white hives running the length of it, something in the bank, plenty of comfortable clothing that fitted him, a bed whereon to sleep, and they were his if he cared to stretch forth his hand and take them? Jamie suddenly discovered that he was not so strong as he had thought he was, because he was shaking until his teeth chattered and the tears were rolling down his cheeks until he was exhausted. So he got up and went down the back walk the extreme length of it, and opened the gate and stepped into the footpath that led down to the white sands of the sea. There before him his eyes encountered an amazing sight. Backed against a rock, making feeble efforts at self-defense, were a couple of children, and before them there was a small figure working a sand shovel with the precision of a rotary plow and the velocity of a whirlwind. The victims against the rock were clawing their eyes and gasping for breath and making an ineffectual effort to return the compliment. To Jamie it was evident that the flying sand was very nearly smothering both of them. A few long strides brought him to the rescue. He grabbed the little scout by the belt and pulled hard. "Gently, partner, go gently," he said. "You're smothering those children." The little scout lifted the shovel and raised a face of outrage with the offered explanation. "They began it. They picked on me. I wasn't doing a thing until they threw sand on me half a dozen times." "No doubt," said Jamie, "no doubt, but that is not any sufficient reason as to why you should smother them. You're going at them like a whirlwind." The little scout drew to full height. A deep breath filled a heaving chest. There was no disputing the argument offered. "Again, I threw as much on each one of them as both of them could throw on me. I had to be going some." Jamie took that in slowly. "Perhaps you did," he said. "Is that shovel yours or theirs?" "It's theirs," answered the scout. "I took it from the biggest one, and you will notice he is taller and huskier than I am, so that's that." "You come with me," said Jamie. "Let's go up here to the rock and sit down and look out on the ocean. When were you at home last?" "Left right after breakfast," said the little scout. "It's Saturday, you know. I was coming to help you with the bees this morning, but you wasn't there, and so I came on down to the sand and thought I'd look around and see if I could start anything. And right away those kids began picking on me, so I thought I'd better show 'em a few." Jamie headed toward the throne, and the little scout scuffled along beside him. "If you've not been home since breakfast," said Jamie, when they were finally seated facing the ocean, "if you haven't been home since breakfast, Jean—" "Who told you my name was Jean?" cut in the little scout. "Dr. Grayson," said Jamie. "He told me at the hospital this morning that your name was Jean Meredith." "What else did he blab about me?" inquired the little scout. It was evident to Jamie that the whole of the small figure beside him was suddenly imbued with defiance, drawn up for battle. "He didn't say anything," said Jamie, "except that you would have the sense to accept a very wonderful gift that's going to be offered to you." "Is it a horse?" asked the little scout instantly, the defiance beginning to fade. "No," said Jamie, "it's something worth more than a great many horses. Never mind that right now. There is something else I want to tell you. I just came from the hospital." Slowly, the little person drew away from Jamie. Slowly, the gray eyes widened. Slowly, the hands clenched. Slowly, the narrow chest heaved up and sank back again. "Ah!" said the youngster harshly. "Ah! He ain't gone and slept the beautiful sleep, has he?" Jamie sat still and looked out across the ocean. It was a blow he found himself powerless to deliver. Slowly his eyes turned to the horrified face of the child beside him, and suddenly the little scout launched a quivering figure into his arms and buried a twisted face on his breast. And for a short time Jamie had difficulty in holding the writhing body in his arms together. A curious thought struck him. That rock that he called the throne was not very well named. It seemed to be a place where people brought their troubles. In an earlier experience with it, he had held the body of a woman tortured to the extreme limit of endurance. Now he was holding the body of a child so lean and slight that he could scarcely manage his long arms to give the support that was needed. "Don't," begged Jamie. "Don't take it like that. Let me tell you, it was like your Aunt Beth. It was in the night, without even awakening the bee-master. His hands were folded on his breast, too. There was a wonderful smile on his face, exactly the smile that you described, the smile that seemed as if there were a great secret that those closed lips could tell if they could open." Jamie fumbled for his handkerchief and turned the little scout's head and wiped the streaming eyes and cupped a big hand under the quivering cheeks and held on tight. "Don't cry like that," he begged. "You are tearing yourself to pieces. The master wouldn't like it. Don't you know that you said all the angels would be glad when they saw your Aunt Beth coming marching, straight and tall, with a sure step, down the flower ways of heaven? It's going to be like that with the bee-master. You are selfish when you cry like that. You are not thinking about him, about his going home to Mary and his wee girl. You are thinking about yourself." Instantly the little figure straightened. "Sure, I'm thinking about myself. Why shouldn't I think about myself? I got myself to live with, haven't I? Who's going to be hurt when I got a pain or ain't strong enough to handle old fat Bill, or when I can't make anybody understand any of the things that he always did understand? He ain't the only one that spilt the beans. When he told me all there was to tell about things that went wrong with him and the people who ruined him, he didn't do all the talking. He knew just as much about me as I did about him, and now I ain't got a living soul to go to that'll understand. What am I going to do? Just answer me that. What am I going to do?" Suddenly, Jamie found himself taking the woebegone face before him between his hands. He found himself laying it against his face, first on one side and then on the other. He found himself hugging the frail body until he knew he was almost cracking the bones in it, and deep and husky he heard his own voice saying, "You come straight to me. When you've got a secret you want kept, when anyone doesn't seem to understand, and some of the bunch will not play fair, and things go wrong, you come to me." Instantly the little scout struggled away from him. Jamie met a level gaze of such depth and appeal as he never before had encountered in human eyes. "Honest to God," said the little scout, "tear out your heart, cut it in pieces, and cast it to the four winds of the heavens?" "Whose lodge ritual have you been reading?" asked Jamie. "Dad's," said the little scout calmly, "only we made ours as much worse as we could." Then his fingers tightened again. "Honest? On the level? Do you really mean it?" "Honest, on the level. Swear over my heart," said Jamie. "Hold up my right hand and take the oath before the Almighty. I'll always be your friend. I'll keep any secret you tell me. I'll do anything in the world that I can at any time, at any place, to help you." A steady hand was thrust at him. "Shake," said the little scout. "All that goes for me. All what you said about me, I'll say about you. I'll come to you like I've been going to the bee-master. We'll be partners like him and me was. I'll help you all I can, but, say, what's going to become of the bees? What's going to become of the garden? What's going to become of that nice house?" Jamie hesitated. Someone had to tell the child. They were there. It was his opportunity. He wanted a childish viewpoint. Why not? So he said quietly, "Would you believe that there was anyone in all this world that the bee-master loved any better than he did you?" "I don't have to waste any breath on explaining beliefs on that point," said the little scout. I got actual information. I got it from the great mogul. I got it from the man higher up. I got it right up against the bee-master's heart. I got it with a tight kiss, and it's a secret I ain't telling anybody except the man that takes his place. Rick, remember, you're under oath, and this is the first one I'm going to tell you because it was our secret between us. There might have been folks that wouldn't have liked it if they'd known it. There was folks that wouldn't have liked it. Margaret Cameron wouldn't have liked it, for one, 'cause I've got my doubts if she cared any more about Lolly than she did about the bee-master. What I know about her, the way she cleaned after him and waited on him, I guess I seen Mother cottoning up to Dad. I guess I know a little about married folks, and what I know about her is that she'd have been tickled to pieces if the bee-master had said to her, "Wilt thou?" You just bet she'd have wilted. She'd have wilted all over him. But he didn't ever ask her, and he didn't ever intend to ask her. He never loved any woman in all the world but Highland Mary, and he let one other woman make a fool of him when he was so lonesome after she was gone, like a chicken trying to peruse him around with its head cut off. Say, that's a secret, too. I seem to be spilling all I know on you at once. You might get him in line better and hold on to him tighter if I told him one at a time. And it'd be more sense if I tell my own anyway. He might not like it if I told his. I didn't mean to either. Just saying that about Margaret Cameron made me think how I could have told her any time she was whirling like a button on a barn door that there wasn't nothing to it except that he thought she was clean and he thought she was fine, and he'd rather play cribbage or checkers with her than to sit and think about the awful thing that happened to the woman he liked best and to his little Mary. No, she needn't ever thought it was her he liked best, 'cause it wasn't. It was just as is little old me. And why I know it is like I told you before, 'cause he said so. And he wouldn't have to say so if he didn't want to. Nobody asked him. Nobody pushed him off the springboard. He took the high dive all by himself. Well then, said Jamie, if he loved you like that, and you know he loved you like that, and if he was going on his long journey and had something very dear to him to leave, who do you think would be the person to whom he would leave it? So long as he lives, Jamie will remember the reaction of the little scout to that question. The flat shoulders squared, the head lifted to an extreme height, the chin drew in, the eyes batted. A hand was laid on the chest at the base of the throat. The mouth opened and the eyes closed, and the little scout went through the pantomime of swallowing the biggest morsel that could, by any possibility, be forced down a small esophagus. Then it came straight from the shoulder, as Jamie was beginning to learn that everything came with the little scout. Why, he'd just naturally leave it to me. Calmly, casually, convincingly, the words came from lips of assurance. He'd leave it to me, and maybe he'd leave some to you, because you stuck on the job when you wasn't hardly able, and you faced down the bees like a real man would, and you been square about taking care of things. You can write down my answer to that question. He'd leave some to me, and if he played the game square, like he always did, he'd leave some to you. Well, said Jamie, you're a good guesser, Jean. That's exactly what the bee-master has done. He's left a writing that Dr. Grayson thinks will hold in the courts, and this writing says that the west acre of the Garden of Wonder up there and the hives that are on it are yours, and the east acre and the hives that are on it are mine. For yourself, you are free to do whatever you and your parents think best. For me, it seems to be a gift that I cannot accept. How come? The little scout shot the phrase at Jamie forcefully. Why, I haven't done anything to earn it, said Jamie. All I've done here is not a drop in the bucket compared with the value of an acre of land down that slope, planted as it is, peopled with the bees. It's simply stepping into a home and a comfortable living and a profession that I feel sure I have brains enough to master with a few years of loving and painstaking work, and there are all the books I need and all the material I need and the name of a man who will help me. It's too easy. It's a fairy tale. It's a dream. Things don't happen that way in real life. The little person thought that over. "Look here," said a confident voice, and a small hand was laid on Jamie's cheek, and his face was turned straightly to meet the gaze of the speaker. "Look here, maybe you think the bandages you're wearing don't show through the shirt on your back, but when you stoop over, they do. You're pretty game about it, and you don't bellyache, but, of course, you wouldn't be all harnessed up like that if you didn't have to be. And that means that wrong things and things that hurt you and hit you awful hard came your way, and it was for all of us, for our country 'tis of thee. But you bucked up, and you stood your hurts, and you didn't complain, and you pulled through 'em. And you just know all by yourself that ugly things and mean things and maybe things you didn't deserve at all happened to you. Now, why ain't that just the same as if something that was wonderful and lovely happened to you? Why couldn't a beautiful thing happen to you just as well as a bad thing? Why couldn't getting an acre of land with beehives and flowers happen to you just as well as getting a rip snorter that nearly tore your heart out? Laugh that off, will you?" "Well," said Jamie, "come to think of it, I have heard of the law of compensation. The law of compensation means that when things have gone about as far as they can go in one direction, sometimes they turn around and go equally far in the other direction." "Sure," said the small person, "that's the dope. That's the way to look at it. Don't sit there and talk about not understanding things and not being worth things. Course you're worth 'em, or you wouldn't have got 'em. All your life there's been something in you, and I expect it was born in you, just like it was born in our baby. Ever since they brought him home from the hospital, you can see there's things about him that's like Dad, and you can see things about him that's like Mother, and I hope to goodness there'll be one thing about him that'll be like me. When I went on a boat past the cave in the rock where, if you look through, you can see the light, Molly said, when I saw the light, if I'd wish for the thing I wanted most in the world, it would come true. So I made a wish, and Molly wanted to know what I wished, and I wasn't going to tell her. I like Molly, but everything ain't all of her business. I like her, but she ain't the keeper of my secrets like the bee master was, and like you're going to be now in his place. So I'll tell you what I wished for my little brother when I saw the light that makes wishing come true. I thought of it just the minute I saw the light, 'cause even worse than I want a horse, I want the thing I wished for my little brother. So just as quick and just as hard as I ever could say it, right in my heart and looking straight at that light, I said, I wish that our Jimmy will not ever grow up to be a cad. Jamie arose and took the little scout by the hand. "Come on, Jean," he said. "Let's go home." The little scout bounded expertly from crag to crag down the rock in front of him and waited for him at the base. "You seem to like my name." "Well," said Jamie, "there couldn't be a lovelier name. It's something to know about you definitely. And at that, it doesn't tell me whether you're a boy or a girl." Jamie saw the mutiny that instantly dawned in the eyes raised to his. "Still harping on that old no-sense thing, are you?" demanded the little person. "Still fussing over trifles when you are satisfied with the big thing. If I'm your partner and you're the keeper of my secrets and we're going home together, ain't that enough for you?" "That ought to be almost enough for any man," answered Jamie. So they started up the path toward the back gate. Halfway there, the little scout paused and looked at Jamie speculatively. "Am I to call you the bee-master now?" "No," said Jamie. "You aren't going to call me the bee-master, maybe not for long years yet. The bee-master is a title that has to be won by painstaking work and fine thought and delicate operations. It's a title that properly belonged to the man who's sleeping now. He could wear it with grace and dignity. It's too big to fit my case. We'll have to find a title for me that means stumbling along plainly and simply, every day studying my job and making the most of it, going at things with all my heart and putting the best I have to give to them, just sticking on the job because I like it, as you told me I would." Registering among the mental pictures that endured, there registered on Jamie's consciousness the upward lift of the shoulders, the backward slant of the head, the elevation of the chin, the outward gesture of both hands, and on his ears fell the dictum, "Oh, well, then, if you want to be plain and simple, if you want to get right down to brass tacks, you'd better just answer to what you are, the keeper of the bees. That's a good enough name for any man." "I heartily agree with you," said Jamie. "That's a fine title. That satisfies me fully and completely, better, in fact, than any title possibly could that was of German origin." "Is the bee-master of German origin?" queried the little scout. "Yes," said Jamie, "that title is of German origin." "Was the bee-master a German?" "No," said Jamie, "never. The bee-master was British by breeding and training. He happened to be located in our country, but he was of British ancestry, if he didn't go farther and be of British birth." "Well, he didn't go that far," said the small person. "That's another thing he told me himself. He was born in Pennsylvania, and he found Mary there, and he was married there, and he lived there, and the awful Tilting Rock was in the mountains there." "The Tilting Rock?" asked Jamie. The little scout looked down. "I guess I'm kind of broke up today," was the conclusion reached. "I guess I've said 2 or 3 things I'd better kept still about. We won't talk about that rock today. Maybe someday I'll tell you. It's pretty awful, and I don't sleep well if I get to thinking about it. If I get to thinking hard about it, I can't very well quit. I want to see him before they send him away. I want to straighten his hair and fix his tie and fold his hands myself. I want to fix his feet comfortable and easy, and I would like to put his slippers on him, too." Right there, Jamie broke down. By that time they had reached the bench under the jacaranda. He sat down on it and buried his face in his hands and sobbed aloud. The little person stood beside him and put stout arms around his neck. "Ah," said the voice, roughened with emotion, "they didn't go and send him right away. They didn't put him on a morning train. They didn't not give me a chance. They didn't let somebody else fix him." Jamie straightened up. "Honey," he said, "I'm afraid they did." "Well, I call that a dirty jip," sobbed the little scout. "It ain't giving the bee-master any show, and it ain't giving me any show. When he liked me best, he would have wanted me to fix him. Mother would have come with me, and so would Dad. Dr. Grayson knew all about me, and I'm going to tell him what I think of that kind of business. I've called him on the phone maybe 6 times and got him here and run as tight as I could, licked to get him what he wanted, and to heat water and to help him. He knew darn well who the bee-master would want to fix him up to go see God. It ain't fair." Then the little person collapsed, and Jamie had his chance at comforting. By and by, when both of them were calmer, they sat on the bench side by side and dried their eyes on the same handkerchief. "Did he divide things the way you'd like to have 'em?" asked the small person in abrupt change, as was habitual. "Did he give you the side of the garden you'd most rather have?" "Why, I'm perfectly satisfied, said Jamie. I don't see any difference. I do, said the little scout. If I'd got to take my choice, I'd have said the east side. What difference does it make? Asked Jamie. There are as many hives on the west side as there are on the east. If there aren't, we'll count them and make them exactly even. I'm perfectly willing to move the black Germans over and give you them as a bonus. Was it the black Germans you wanted? No, said the little person. It wasn't the black Germans I wanted. It was the Madonna lilies. I can beat the bees to 'em every crack. I just love to suck the honey out of 'em. It's the real thing, straight from the fountain, and I like the real thing. And that panel of fence where we make the redskins bite the dust, I'd like to have had that mighty well. But won't a west panel do as well? Oh, I reckon it'll do as well. The only difference is that I ain't used to the west panel, and I am used to the east, and so is old Fat Bill, and the nice child, and Angel Face. All of us are used to the east, but I reckon we could use the west just as well. Then the little person looked at Jamie speculatively. I'm kind of disappointed in you. Jamie sat straight. I don't know what I've done, he said. That's just exactly it, said the little fellow. 'Tain't anything you done. It's something you didn't do. When you said it didn't make any difference to you, and I showed you good and plain that it made the difference of the Madonna lilies and our Indian ambush to me, you might have offered to trade sides with me. Probably I wouldn't have done it. Probably I wouldn't have had anything but what the bee-master wanted me to have. Probably I would have saved up my money and got some Madonna lilies and planted 'em on my side for myself. But I thought you'd offer to trade. Slowly, Jamie digested this. I beg your pardon, he said. That must have been a thoughtless streak in me. My head is a lot older than yours, and I knew that we couldn't trade without going to court and having measurements and making out deeds and paying officers for making the change, and I suspect that knowledge kept me from saying that I'd trade when it really wouldn't make any difference to me which side you had, or any particular difference if you had both of them. But I wouldn't have both of them, said the small person promptly. If the bee-master had said both of them were for me, I wouldn't have taken but half, because it wouldn't be square. When I asked you to stay and did all I could to get you to stay, it wouldn't be fair to take all of it. The little person looked at Jamie again inquiringly. What's going to become of all the money he had in the bank? Well, said Jamie, according to the word of the will, after his funeral expenses and his just debts are paid, whatever remains in the bank is subject to provisions in the will that your dad will explain to you when he has thoroughly studied the document. I can tell you this, that there is money provided to pay the cost of moving the house onto the grounds of whichever one of us draws it, and there's money to build another little house that will cost the same as the value of this one, and whatever is left is to be divided evenly between us. Said the small party slowly. You think it's likely the bee-master gave me some money as well as the bees and the flowers? I know he did, said Jamie, if that will holds good. If there doesn't turn out to be some blood relatives somewhere who can prove that they are relatives and are entitled by law to have possession, you mustn't set your heart too hard. You must go at this with the feeling that the bee-master intended you to have it. But there is a large possibility that somewhere in the world there may be a man or a woman who can take it from you, and who very probably will when they learn about it, because, after all, blood is thicker than water, and in this case, anyone related to the bee-master would be blood, and you and I would be water. Yes, I get that, said the little person. I follow through. But in case the bee-master knew his business, and the judge would say things were ours, then would there be money coming to me? Yes, said Jamie, I think there would be, but I doubt if it could come to you before you are of legal age. I think probably your father would have to handle it for you and conserve it for you until the law says you are old enough to have it yourself." "Ah," said the little person, "ah, there it goes again," and the small feet kicked the pebbles of the walk until they flew yards away. "There it goes again, always having to wait and wait, always having to be disappointed." "What was it you especially wanted?" asked Jamie. "What's the use to tell you if I don't get it?" said the disgruntled little person. "What would you think I'd want?" "Well," said Jamie, "if I was taking a random shot at it, I'd say that you would want a horse." "You said it, son." The little scoutmaster leaped in the air. "You said it. If I ever wanted anything, if I ever really wanted anything in all this world, I want a horse. I want my own horse. Queen's wonderful, and Hans is wonderful, but I want my own horse. I want to put my arms around his neck and love him personal. I want him to know me and follow me like Dad's dog. I want him to come when I call. I want him to learn my way, and I don't want anybody else, not Nanette, not little brother, not anybody, to ride him ever but just me. I want him for one thing that's mine and nobody else's. I want to be just as selfish as ever I can be with him." "Well," said Jamie, "never having met your father and your mother, I don't know, but it seems to me, from the tone of your mother's voice when she talked to me over the phone—" "Yes, I know her telephone voice," said the small person. "I like it myself. I stand and listen sometimes when she's talking, just to see how much sweetness can be put into the way she says things. And about your father, because he is your father, I think it would be my judgment that if this money and this land is a gift to you from the bee-master, I should think—" "Of course you should," interrupted the little scoutmaster. "Anybody would think that they'd let me have a horse out of it. Couldn't we keep him here?" "I don't know how far the city limits extend," said Jamie, "but we'll investigate. We'll keep that a secret between us, and we'll investigate it. We'll see what we can do. If you think it isn't likely that they would agree to your having a horse in town, don't say anything about it. Let's just keep it under our hats and see what we can figure out ourselves." "All right," said the little person. "I won't say a word to them. We'll see what we can figure out. And I believe now that I'd better go home. Maybe Dr. Grayson telephoned Dad. Maybe he's waiting for me. Maybe Mother would like to see me. And just maybe they haven't taken him away yet." "I'm sorry," said Jamie. "I'm awfully sorry, but I happen to know that they have. You mustn't build any hopes on that. I happen to know that he's gone." The little person stood still, staring hard at the zinnia bed, struggling hard to hold steady lips and to keep dry-eyed. Then came the habitual, lightning-like change of subject. "I hope," said the little scout, "I just hope that the bee-master didn't have very much money in the bank. I hope there's only going to be a little of it." "But why?" said Jamie. "Oh," said the little scout, "I can't see the use of people having so much money. It don't seem to do anything but make a lot of trouble. I've been looking on for a good many years, and seems to me most of the fighting and the fussing and the lawsuits and things going wrong is among the people that have got a whole lot of money. Why can't folks be satisfied with a reasonable amount?" "Well," said Jamie, glad to change the subject, "what would you say was enough? What would you think would be about the right amount for us to have?" The little scout thought that over and then announced conclusively, "I'd say that anybody that's got the east acre or the west acre of this place, and a long row of beehives and lots of fruit trees, and flowers and flowers and worlds of flowers, and the sand and the sea, and a little house that yells, 'Come on in,' clear across the road to you, I'd say if they had enough to own that, and get the bread and butter and the strawberry pop and the hot dogs. I'd say they didn't need another thing on earth. Clothes, of course. I forgot about enough clothes to cover 'em up with." "And didn't you forget about a horse?" said Jamie. "Oh, well, now, of course I meant a horse. I meant a horse most before anything else, except a place to keep him. You can't have a horse without a place to keep him. That's been my trouble for years. I could have had a horse almost any time. There wasn't any stable for him, and not any alfalfa or oats or anybody to keep the stable clean. That's been my trouble all along. A horse, of course." "And a boat, of course," suggested Jamie. "The ocean isn't very much good without a boat now, is it?" The little scout hesitated. "Oh, well, of course, with the ocean at our back door, of course, now we could use a boat. The bee-master told me once why he put the fence where he did, but he said he owned clear down to the water. A man wanted to buy his shoreline and put a hot dog stand there, and he decided he couldn't have it because we could get hot dogs down at the corner. The bee-master said that one of the finest men who ever lived in England, one of the biggest credits to that fine old land, was a man, and his name was William Blackstone. He made me say over and over about the hot dog stand what William Blackstone said. I'll tell you now." The little scout stepped in front of Jamie, brought small heels together, squared lean shoulders, lifted a chin, and accomplished a nobility of countenance that was startling. Jamie did not understand how it happened that a tear-smeared face, that sand-filled tow hair, sanded brows and ears, could take on the look of dignity and serenity that was on the face of this youngster in the delivery of this sentence. "Thou shalt not obstruct thy neighbor's ancient light." Suddenly, with a flashing change habitual to the little scout, the entire figure slumped, came back to the bench, sat down beside Jamie, and leaned against him. "That means," said the little scout, "that ancient light means the sunshine and the moonshine and the clean air clear from China. The bee-master used to go down and lie on the sand by the hour and let the ocean tell him things that comforted him. He said if he sold that, the man adjoining him would be the owner, and he would be the neighbor. And he didn't want his ancient light all mussed up with the hot dog stand. And he didn't want his inheritance of well-salted, dustless air right fresh off the sea all fogged up with hot dogs. Didn't make any difference if they did make your mouth water. We could get ours down at the corner." Then the little scout put a pair of arms tight around Jamie's neck and closed in almost to the point of suffocation, and the keeper of the bees got his second little hot kiss firm on his lips. The little scout said, "Thank you for taking his place with me, and I'm glad that you've got the Madonna lilies and the fighting ground, and I'm glad you've got the East Acre and half the bees. I'll take the black Germans if you don't want 'em, and I'm glad if the bee-master had to go. I'm gladder than I can tell you that you are going to stay and keep the bees." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love of Pleasant Hill, California. The Keeper of the Bees by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 14, The Homemade Miracle. Only a short time was required for the settlement of the estate of the bee-master. All he owned was the 2 acres of mountainside and beach, and the money that he had deposited in the Citizens' Bank. Because he was so thoroughly familiar with the bee-master's wishes, Dr. Grayson consented to act as executor. The determination as to whom the house should belong had been decided after the manner prescribed, and it had fallen to Jamie. It was agreed that the house should be appraised, its value should be set aside to accrue interest for the little scout until such time as it was desirable to erect another house on the west acre. It was agreed that the home should remain where it was until Jamie desired to move it. A fund sufficient to cover a contractor's estimate of this expense was set aside to Jamie's credit. The little scout was to have the complete furnishings of the combined library and living room on demand. The remaining money in the bank was divided equally, Jamie's half being set aside to his credit, the little scout's to begin compounding interest until legal age was attained. The proceeds from the honey and the garden were to be divided equally after the wages of any help employed had been deducted, the child's share to be placed in the bank. The bee-master was reaping the reward that the Almighty has in store for a man who has kept the faith and from his earthly opportunities has made of himself a scholar and a gentleman. After the inheritance, it was noticeable to Jamie and the family of the little scout that ownership had brought problems and responsibilities to the youngster. There was an inclination to eat fewer hot dogs and save more dimes, and very speedily it developed that the first improvement the little scout planned for the west acre was a fine large bed of Madonna lilies, and the bulbs of these are expensive in comparison with hot dogs. It would take much self-denial to plant a bed from which a satisfying amount of honey could be obtained in the raw. Jamie frequently noticed the child going carefully over the ground, apparently in search of a level spot that would have access to the road and not disfigure the premises, and he knew what that meant. Plans were being made for housing the horse that was the secret desire of the youngster's heart. As for Jamie, he was frankly bewildered. It was very true that he had been born in this country, that his education had started in our public schools and ended in one of our best colleges. It was true that he belonged to our country by birth and environment. But it was also true that the blood of a man and a woman, both of whom were born and reared in Scotland, was in his veins, and the habits and characteristics of the Scot were strong upon him. All the Scotsmen with whom he had ever come in contact had inherited what they owned from their parents or earned it by hard labor. Jamie was not accustomed to gifts. He could not recall that anyone ever had given him anything in particular. Then why, all at once and out of a clear sky, should an acre covered with fruit, carpeted with flower brilliancy, humming with bees that were doing the work that provided the income upon which to live, be presented to him? There might have been a feeling in Jamie's heart that his government owed him something. There was no such thought concerning the bee-master. Jamie said frankly to Dr. Grayson, to the father of the little scout, to the probate judge, that he could not feel that he had any right to a half-interest in the garden of the bees. Under pressure, he agreed to assume the responsibility of taking care of the same tentatively. But he said firmly that if any relative of the master's nearer kin turned up and claimed the land, he should abdicate immediately. For this he was rated roundly by 3 very intelligent businessmen. Dr. Grayson pointed out that the bee-master knew what relatives he had and where they were, and if he had desired that they should possess his property, he would have left it to them. It was the doctor's opinion that what the bee-master desired was that of a man of fine perceptions, of trained mind, of high capabilities and appreciation, a man who cared for color, for music, for the small graces and beauties that go to make up the refined excellencies of life, should reside in the Blue Garden. Mr. Meredith said that he was only slightly acquainted with the bee-master, but it was his opinion that he was a highly cultured gentleman, that he knew his own mind, that his brain was extremely clear, and what he had seen fit to do with his own property was good enough for him. The probate judge said business was business. The records to the property were clear. The beneficiaries were before him. There was nothing on his part to be done but to follow the customary processes of the law. Whether Jamie wanted it or not, the east acre of the garden was his. That and the house belonged to James Lewis McFarlane. It was up to him to assume the responsibility of ownership, to pay his share of inheritance tax, and to be ready for the property taxes that would be assessed according to the regular processes of the law. So Jamie went back to the garden, his mind in the turmoil of bewilderment. There was much sprinkling to do, and he could think while he sprinkled. He could wonder why things happened as they did as he trimmed shrubs and used a hoe. When it came to caring for the bees, they received his undivided interest. But when he had accomplished all the work that he had been doing daily in the garden, giving perhaps a little extra attention to the west side merely because he was Jamie, then he applied himself to the regime of diet and exercise that he and Margaret Cameron had evolved. In the long evenings, by the hour, he pored over the bee books, and then went out in the daytime and tried to apply what he had learned to his personal experience. He was not responsible for his mind in those days. It flew off at queer tangents, and he found himself developing a habit, when he had any time of leisure, of taking a book and from beneath the shade of a certain orange tree at the foot of the garden, alternately reading and keeping an eye on the shoreline. He had a feeling that some day, sooner or later, a tall girl with the free stride of a boy was going to pass along the beach and climb the back entrance to the throne, and when that happened, Jamie wanted to be there to see. The letter in his pocket was exactly the same letter it had been from the first time he had read it, and he had read it times uncounted since, and pored over every stroke of each letter. He could reconcile the letter with the girl that he had held in his arms, with the woman who had stood shoulder to shoulder with him and taken the marriage vows. But he could not reconcile either of these people with a girl who had complicated her personal affairs to the extent of being in dire need of the outward signs and symbols of chastity. The longer he mulled over the situation, the more his mind became at least open to the conviction that the girl of the canyons and the mountains and the desert, the girl to whom there persistently clung the odors of sage, whose step was alert, who had the far-distance look in the eye of the outdoor person, would not have been subjected to the allurements and temptations of the girl who lives her life at the high pressure of cities. Jamie could see how any girl who was daily dreaming of herself, of fine clothing, daily frequenting oversexed and vulgarly sexed picture shows, nightly attending dance halls indiscriminately peopled with whoever chose to appear, from whatever condition of life they happened to come, could get into serious trouble. He could see how the mad dash in automobiles from one place of amusement to another, how irregular eating of highly seasoned foods, how the loss of sleep, the constant contact with men who had not been rigorously trained in the habits and customs and ideals of a generation or two back, might have resulted in disaster to girls too young to realize how they were abusing their bodies or imperiling their souls. The more he thought of it, the greater grew his wonder that any girl in such circumstances escaped with her virtue or with sufficient health to finish even a reasonable lifetime. And what benefit a girl bereft of virtue and health was going to be to a home or to a nation, he had not much idea. The only thing he knew definitely was that such girls were the kind he wanted to keep a mile away from. Standing before the glass one morning, intently studying his left breast, holding in his hand a pad he meant to apply and strap in place after his inspection, Jamie, for the first time, was paralyzed with a thought that had not before obtruded itself. Exactly why he had not thought of that very thing, he did not know. After he did think of it, it seemed to him that it was the one thing he should have thought of first, and he had not. Any Scotch gentleman, truly, in the depths of his heart, places his God and his country and his honor and those he loves above everything else. But always deeply ingrained in the heart of every Scotsman is the love of money, the place that can be bought with money, the power that can be purchased with money, the comfort that it will give, the luxury that it will provide for loved ones, the assurance that the cold and hunger and misery of the world will be averted. The very first installment of money that the bee-master had put in Jamie's fingers had stirred him to the depths of his soul. He had held it between his fingers. He had stared at it incredulously. The fact was that never in his life had he had money that belonged to him to spend as he pleased. All the money he ever had in his possession was what his father and mother had given him to buy his clothing and to pay for his education, and it had tried them sorely to get together sufficient means to do the things most desired for him without providing any luxuries. He never had known what it was to have money in his pockets to spend as he chose, and the result was that his first earnings as the keeper of the bees spurred him to the fight that it now seemed possible might end in victory. It was several days yet until the time for Margaret Cameron to make her second inspection. The pad Jamie had removed that morning looked as fresh and clean as when it had been applied. The morning tomato juice, the afternoon orange juice, the soaking in the sea, the baking on the sands, the clean, dustless, salt-laden air, absorbing occupation, all day out of doors, a mind with something to dwell on that was holy, that was beautiful. What doctor need hope to compete with such a combination, such an exhibition of nature's powers for healing? Perhaps it was the clean pad he had removed, the evidence that there was a skin coating over his breast firm enough to hold through the work of the day, the feeling of coolness and satisfaction in the pit of his stomach, the absence of heat and burning in his blood. Probably it was a combination of all these things that had made Jamie, standing facing the glass that morning, voice a joyful conviction. I'm going to make it. As sure as there is a God in the heavens, I'm going to be a well man again. Right there was where Jamie received his blow, an awful blow, a blow from which he shrank and which whitened his face and set his hands to shaking. His voice sounded strained in his own ears because he said it aloud. And by all that's holy, I contracted to die. It was part of my agreement to be through with life in 6 months at the most. I said there wasn't a chance that I'd live, and probably the girl who married me would not have done it if she had not thought that I was practically a dead man. Jamie stood still, holding the pad and staring at it. He could feel the girl's exploring fingers across his chest. He could feel the shudder, perhaps of pity, that had gone through her as he guided her fingers across the outline of the bandages and braces that he was then wearing. He had given her evidence to prove his words. She had accepted the evidence. She had trusted his word, and now he had turned around and he was doing everything in his power, making his utmost effort to live. Soberly, Jamie laid on the pad and fastened the bandage that held it in place. Soberly, he donned his clothing and went out to his work. Every few minutes he stopped and stood staring before him. 50 times that morning he said to himself, "There isn't a ghost of a chance of my dying in 6 months or 6 years or 10 times 6 years if I keep on improving as I am now. The only way I could die would be to wreck myself, and if the day ever comes when I meet Alice Louise face to face and her circumstances seem to be accompanied by mitigation, What will she think of me for being alive? Then Jamie's sense of humor came to the surface. If matters turned out in such a way that I had a chance to live, I suppose she wouldn't ask me to kill myself if the wound didn't kill me, and if she did, I scarcely believe I'd follow even the dictates of a lady quite that far. I'll tell her I was honest, that the storm night was as black for me as it was for her, that the struggle that raged in my heart was the same thing as the storm in hers, or the storm on the sea. I'll tell her that it was my good fortune that the sun has broken through, and that there's life in store for me. I'll tell her that I called on God, and He came to the rescue and made it life and work and a chance for happiness. I'll tell her that if she will call on God, it will be in His power to straighten out her problems as mine are straightening. I'll tell her that it is not my fault that I'm alive. No, I can't very well tell her that either. It is at least halfway my fault that I'm alive. God gave me the opening. It is to my credit that I took it. I suppose I could have gone on eating the wrong food combination and carrying a black load on my shoulders. I could have gone on eaten up with self-pity and reeking with poison. I'll take enough of it to myself to stand responsible for the resolution and the ability to do the things necessary when the way was opened. Dad used to say in the pulpit that the days of miracles were over, that today God gave us our chance, and if we wanted miracles, we had to perform them ourselves. It took the greater part of a day to get this problem straightened out, but it ended in Jamie reaching the conclusion that he was honest in what he had said, honest in what he had done, but different circumstances had altered the case. Margaret Cameron would be overjoyed the next time she examined his chest. He found himself so elated, so full of hope that day, that he was very careful to protect his left arm and his left side. It seemed to Jamie that if anything happened to break the frail coating of skin across his chest and set the bright stains to reappearing on the pad he wore, he could not endure it. He knew, if it happened, that it would break his mental reserves until he would sit down and cry like the veriest baby. At any cost, he had to keep that delicate, tender coating intact. In the beginning of his work, Jamie had very seldom left the premises. He had scarcely ever gone to town, never unless it were imperatively necessary. Now the necessity seemed to be imperative that he go frequently. There was always something occurring about the settlement of the bee-master's affairs, or a reason that he should go to see Dr. Grayson, or the probate judge, or the banker who was holding the funds of the bee-master's estate. Added to this, he was falling into the habit of paying an occasional visit to the man with whom the bee-master had exchanged work. He found John Carey an interesting man, an entertaining man, a man of whom it would be worthwhile to make a friend. Sometimes he would not exactly understand the instructions of the bee books. Carey could make everything plain and do it so quickly and so effectively that he was worth knowing from a business standpoint alone. So more and more frequently, the keeper of the bees hurried through with his work and went to spend a few hours in the apiary of another man. Soon he began to realize that from her work about the house and in her garden, Margaret Cameron was watching him. He was brought to the realization by the fact that every time he came home from one of these absences, he found a house in order, dustless furniture, fresh bed linen, a spotless kitchen, a bowl of flowers on the living room table. One day he came home to find a shining house. That morning Margaret Cameron had examined his breast for the second time and had told Jamie what he already knew, that however faint it was, however frail it was and delicate, however liable to crack on slight strain, nothing altered the fact that there was a tissue coating of skin entirely covering the wound on his breast. Margaret Cameron was old enough to be his mother. She had thrown her arms around his neck and kissed him, and they had performed a crude dance of exuberant joy in the small bedroom. Margaret had arranged her yellow roses in the bowl. She had drawn forward the bee-master's chair and set before it the slippers that Jamie had been wearing. It was her way of inviting him to take his place as the master of the house. She had set a table with the daily paper on it beside the chair, and every other vase and pitcher in the house that had ever held flowers was flower-decked. Jamie smiled with pleasure as he glanced around the living room. He thought how few men there were in the world who could take insensate objects and make a room so livable as the bee-master had made the room upon which he had indelibly stamped his tastes, his mentality, his artistic tendencies. Then Jamie swung open the door and stood as still as the last pause before the breaking of a great storm. The sleeping room was dusted. There was fresh linen. It was shining. It was reeking with the odor of sage, an odor that never in any faintest degree had attached to Margaret Cameron. And on the nightstand beside the bed, where the light stood and the thermos bottle for water, was a copper bowl, and the copper bowl was overflowing with sand verbena. The exquisite flowers, with the refreshment of water, with the evening hour, as was their habit, were rolling up and spilling abroad their faint, delicate incense, the most beautiful flower perfume, Jamie thought, in all a world of flowers. He walked over and picked up the bowl. He looked under it. He looked on the table carefully. He looked over the floor. He lifted the pillow. He searched the four corners of the room. There might have been a note, and a breath of wind might have blown it away. Then he headed straight for Margaret Cameron. He found her in the garden. He took the pruning shears from her fingers and led her to a rustic seat under the sheltering boughs of an acacia that a few months before had been a stream of flowing gold, liquid gold that spilled and poured and dripped. Then he sat down beside her and captured both her hands and turned her face toward him. "Margaret," he said, "you know how much I thank you for all the thoughtful things and the motherly things and the kind, heartening things that you do for me. You probably understand the cleanliness, the immaculate, scrupulous state of scouredness of my boyhood home. You know how I appreciate and luxuriate and grow stronger and feel better with the kind of housekeeping that my mother would do for me had she not been forced to make her crossing before my return. I think my house is the most beautiful house in all the world today. I wouldn't trade it for any house of any millionaire anywhere in the state of California. The little scout is right in thinking that it's possible to be satisfied with what you have. That if you have a house and a flower garden and the assurance of daily bread, it is enough. Life is wonderful today, Margaret, very wonderful. I've had an interesting time with Carrie and his bees. I've made up my mind that if the bee-master wanted me to have the house and garden, I want them as badly as he could possibly want me to have them. There never was any question of my wanting them. I merely had the feeling that I might be usurping the rights of some other man. If it happened to be a woman whose rights I was usurping, then, of course you'd be puddin'-headed enough to get up and get out and leave what rightfully belongs to you, said Margaret Cameron. If she could convince me that she really had a right to the place, naturally, however much I loved it, I'd clear out, said Jamie. But clearing out isn't what I came over here to talk about. Margaret, you've made my living room wonderful with a world of flowers. Now tell me truly, did you put the flowers in my bedroom?" Margaret Cameron turned toward him a face of frank astonishment. "No," she said, "I didn't. I never want a bedroom cluttered up with flowers. I don't like to sleep with stronger flower perfume than comes through the windows. I don't think it's healthy to lie all night in a surcharged atmosphere. I didn't put any flowers in your bedroom." "All right, then," said Jamie. "If you didn't put them there, you are the only one who has keys and access to the room. You can tell me who did." "That's exactly what I cannot," said Margaret Cameron, "because I haven't the least notion." "Has the little scout been here?" asked Jamie. "Not that I know of," said Margaret Cameron. "Of course, I don't pretend to keep tally on the comings and goings of that youngster, but I wouldn't take oath that a window wouldn't form a more suitable mode of entrance than a door. You know there's a gate between us, and you know that you never saw the little scout do anything but jump the fence." Jamie grinned. "I know. It's part of a code of exercise. By this time, I know the little scout fairly well. In the first place, the youngster is not addicted to gathering flowers. In the second place, these flowers have been very carefully clipped with scissors or a knife, and in the third place, they are arranged with a grace and a beauty to which the little fellow has not yet attained. Some of the stems are long, and some of the stems are short, and some of the heads are upstanding, and some, having a few leaves, spill over the edge of the bowl and creep out on the stand cover, and altogether they are sufficiently artistic to please the senses of the most discriminating artist of Japan. If the little scout had gathered them, they would have been wadded into a tight bunch and chucked into the bowl in the most effective way to get them there. Don't you believe it?" "I think very likely," answered Margaret Cameron. Jamie smiled his most ingratiating smile. "Margaret," he said, "you would tell me if you knew, wouldn't you?" "Why, I think I would," answered Margaret, catching his mood and smiling back at him. "I can imagine no reason as to why I shouldn't. I think I'd tell you if I knew, but honestly and truly, Jamie, I haven't the faintest notion who would compose the very artistic combination you've been describing so enthusiastically. Have you made friends with any of the neighbors?" "You know I haven't," said Jamie. "There aren't any neighbors on the west. Neighbors are something to acquire in the future, and you are my neighbor on the east, and beyond you I haven't penetrated. Straight down, of course, there are hundreds of people daily on the beach, but aside from more blue, this garden probably looks like every other garden running down to the sea. It's had no visitors so far as I know. The truth is, Margaret, that there's something about the house today that puzzles me. The bouquet in my room was one thing. The bee-master's chair pulled to the hearth side with the slippers I've been wearing before it. While we are on the subject, did you do that?" "No," said Margaret Cameron, "I didn't. I've felt that the bee-master's chair was something sacred and devoted to him, and I've respected the fineness of your nature that kept you from appropriating it. I've got to bring myself to the place where I don't mind seeing some other man using it. Frankly, I'd rather see you using it than any other man I know, but I couldn't see you sitting in it just at this moment without resenting it." "I thought you'd have that feeling," said Jamie. "I had, and a desire to be more worthy, to attain more years and more knowledge, to make of myself the level best it was in me to become. Not until I have climbed too near my limit dare I aspire to occupy that chair. You told me that you had a daughter away teaching school, and that you had a niece who came to see you frequently, and I wondered if either of them might have been with you and might have arranged things differently from the way you would." Margaret Cameron shook her head. "Lolly went far upstate with the school she accepted, clear to Sacramento. She can't afford to come back and forth until the term's out. I don't mind admitting that the house is like a grave without her, and I've had some tears to shed because in one or two of her recent letters she has insinuated that she might not come home for her summer vacation, that she might go with a camp of girls up into the Yosemite. To tell the truth, I felt sort of peeved at Molly. Right down in my heart, I know that she was instrumental in getting my girl to school away from home, and I can't see why she did it. The plea that she would get more salary doesn't take into consideration the fact that she'd have to spend such a big share of her salary for food and a room, when, if she taught in the city, she could use the car line and be at home on nights over Saturdays and Sundays. I haven't dared say anything to Molly because a few months ago, it was at the time I was away when you first came, I went to the city to her. She had had an awful shock. She hadn't but one near relative on earth, her twin brother Donald, and from the time their father and my husband were drowned at sea at the same time, I've had them in my home until they were far enough along with their education to get work and go out for themselves. They'd all been friends. Don and Lolly had been better friends than I'd wanted them to be. Don didn't have Molly's backbone. He didn't have her view of life. I thought he was kind of shiftless and weak, and for a few years we all had a fight to keep him from getting into a lot of things that he shouldn't have gotten into. It was always Lolly that could hold him and manage him if anybody could. I was kind of glad of it when he got work and went away, but having Molly at her schoolwork in the city left this house so emptied out and lonesome that my girl just picked up and went too. And in my heart, I knew that Molly planned it, and I didn't like it. Then, like a clap out of a clear sky, Molly called for me to come quick, that she was in trouble, and when I got to her, I found her worse broken up than I'd ever thought she could be. Word had come that Don was dead. They had got him work, a fine place, in the big power plant at San Joaquin, and he seemed to like it and was doing fine. I don't know enough about electricity to know how the thing that happened could happen, but he did something wrong, and as quick as electricity can do it, he was gone. I sent for Lolly, but she didn't come. She sent word that she felt so bad she was sick in bed, and she couldn't, and I could see how she would feel bad enough to make her sick in bed. You know Lolly's my girl. I had her by my first marriage. She wasn't really related to the children. Mr. Cameron was her stepfather, and she might have thought a lot more of Donald than I knew she did. Anyway, Molly and I had to lay him away alone. Molly felt so bad I most forgave her. Besides, I didn't exactly know that she had planned to get Lolly away from home. I just felt she had. The whole thing has upset me a good deal of late, and Molly hasn't been here as often as she used to come. I don't know why, because the truth is, I thought a lot of the boy myself, and I could have been honest and sincere in mourning him with her. Now come these letters from Lolly, hinting about going farther north in the state for a summer vacation, and only being home a few days at the very last, and going away again to teach the coming year. The whole thing is just the way it shouldn't be. I wonder sometimes if I've been too clean and too particular about where the girls went and what they did. The way things seem to be going among the youngsters these days, it doesn't look as if a mother could be too particular. But if she is so particular that she drives her young folks away from home, I don't know that that gets her anything except a good big heartache. No, there wasn't either of my girls with me. If there's a feminine touch in your house today that you don't understand, I'm telling you truly, I don't know who the female is or where she came from. Jamie thought deeply. All right, he said at last. If you don't know, why you don't, and that's all there is to it. I'll have to do my own Sherlocking. He said it jestingly, but the idea persisted. He went home and down the back walk. He lifted the latch of the beach gate with exploring fingers. He followed the hard clay and gravel path down to where it met the sands of the sea, and he stood and looked very intently, very carefully over the sand. By and by, he thought he began to distinguish the impress of a foot, and a few yards farther, he found what he was looking for, an imprint that he had seen before, the same shaped shoe, the same width, the same broad common-sense heel. Then he knew without any doubt whatever that the storm girl had been in his home. He went farther along the beach toward the south, following the footprints, and finally he found the sand mound on which the verbenas had grown. he found the severed stems from which his flowers had been cut. Then a thought struck Jamie, and he whirled and almost ran in the direction of the throne. With palpitant heart, he climbed the ascent leading to the crest, clambered over the rocks, and came about facing the place where he and the Storm Girl had endured the storm together. That evening the sun was dropping into the Pacific in a circle of red glory. The clouds above were almost blood red in its light, the water a deep indigo blue out on the way to China, an exquisite light emerald near the shore and wavering over the surface and coming in slowly with the light waves were exquisitely shifting colors of lavender and old rose. The foam of the beach and the very sands were delicately colored with it. Somewhere very close a mockingbird was singing, and white gulls were passing in homeward flight, and a few little sandpipers were quarreling down on the shoreline. There was a whole world of things for Jamie to see and to love and to thank God for, but what he did see was the fact that the Storm Woman had sat in her place and arranged the flowers that she had brought him. Tiny withered leaves of sand verbena lay on the rocks at his feet. Discarded blooms that were too old had been dropped there. Jamie took one step farther and looked, and in his place there lay on the rocks 3 exquisite heads of bloom, a long trailing stem and a medium and shorter stem twined together deftly, braided past the leaves and laid in the place upon which he had sat as one would lay an exquisite tribute on the grave of the dead. That very thought came to Jamie. "Good Lord," he said, "I wonder what she'd think if she knew I'm about 10 times the man that I was the day I married her. I wonder if she'd think I haven't played fair if she knew that I was working with all my might to be a whole man. And I wonder what she'd think if she knew that I'm not keeping my promise not to try to find her. I wonder what she'd think if she knew I broke it when I went to Margaret Cameron to see if she could tell me anything, and I broke it again when I went along the beach trailing a footstep that I know. I wonder what she'd think if she knew that right down in the depths of my heart I just about adore her. I wonder what she'd think if she knew that there haven't been very many minutes since the night I held her in my arms, that I haven't held her in memory and haven't wanted her and haven't ached for her and haven't worked for her and haven't thought about her until I've got to the place where I don't much care as to why she needed my name. And I wonder what she'd think if she knew how often I've read her letter and how I appreciated it. And I wonder what she thinks when she gathers sand verbena and puts it into my fingers and carries it within a few feet of my pillow. By Jove, I wonder if I married her with sufficient assurance to stamp a little bit of my individuality on her. I wonder if she feels that I really am at least half a man. I wonder if days of trouble are coming near and if she needs a man who could take care of her and comfort her and do what he could to fortify her. I wonder if those flowers beside my pillow are her way of asking me to break my word, to search for her, to find her, to help her. I wonder if they are her way of saying that she needs more from me than my name. Jamie sat until dusk, then slowly arose and made his way home to his supper. As he crossed the back porch, a thought occurred to him. He went down the walk and around to his bedroom window, and as he examined closely, a head of sand verbena lying on the ground came to his notice. Margaret Cameron had told true. She did not know who the Storm Girl was. She had not furnished a key to give entrance to his house. The Storm Woman had done what she was so perfectly capable of doing. In the seclusion of the shrubs, screened from the streets and the neighboring houses, she had slipped up the back walk and stepped into his window. So that was that, and it did not help Jamie any on his way toward dying. As a matter of fact, it gave him more food for thought and more reasons for living than ever before had possessed him. After that, Jamie lived in hourly expectation. Some day, surely, she would come again. Some day he would be in the garden when she came through, or he would find her on the throne. He was almost tempted to write a note and leave it there, but the knowledge that many people climbed the uncertain path leading to the top of the jagged rock deterred him. He could not take the risk of anyone else finding the message that he intended for the Storm Girl. He could not help in his heart thinking of her as he had seen her, strained and unhappy in the glare of the lightning, or with quivering lips and staring eyes as she had left him. He could not help trying to picture how her face would appear if it were afire and alight with happiness, how her eyes might shine if she were pleased and interested. What a wonderful companion she would be, breasting the waves, or climbing a mountain, or working in a garden, or sitting opposite a hearthstone. Whatever he might have thought of her in the nebulous character of a woman he had seen, a woman whose race and blood were manifest in her face and bearing, and the tones of her voice, a woman to whom his blood had a right to cry out because they were of common nationality, each only one generation removed, the fact remained that she never could be nebulous to him. She was stamped on his memory, in his consciousness, in a different way from any other woman. "Because before the Lord and by the law she is my wife," said Jamie, "and I cannot get away from that fact, and she cannot get away from it. She cannot marry any other man without making herself known and divorcing me." Then Jamie got another blow that knocked him speechless and almost senseless for a moment. "What's more," he said to himself, and to all and sundry when he gained sufficient breath with which to speak, "what's more, James Lewis McFarland, you can't marry any woman. You can't have a real home. You can't have a hearthstone so long as you are legally married to a girl who wants only your name, or to one who doesn't want you in person at all." Jamie sat down suddenly and admitted that he was possessed of a single-track mind. He had been on the track that led to death and elimination when he had done this fool marrying stunt. Now he was on the track that led to a home, to work in the world, to the things that all men desire when they are sane and healthful, and he was bound as tight as the law could bind him by records in the office of the Marriage License Bureau of the county in which he lived. That was something more to think about. So Jamie went about being the keeper of the bees, the master of the house, the partner of the little scout, with several problems very persistently in the forefront of his mind. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Keeper of the Bees by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 15. Reaping the Whirlwind. The days began to slip by rapidly. As Jamie became more familiar with the work he was supposed to do, he found that constantly he could see things of his own volition that no one had told him about. Yet they were things that increased the activity of the bees, things that added to the beauty of the garden, things that resulted in producing a larger amount of different kinds of vegetables. He found, too, that a number of fruit and vegetable stands not far from his location were willing to pay him worthwhile prices for anything he had in those lines that he and Margaret Cameron could not use. Then he began filling baskets for the little scout to carry home, that there might be no question of unequal division. There had been 10 days when he had scarcely seen the little scout, and then there came a joyous day when the child came whooping into the garden, followed by old Fat Bill and the nice child and Angel Face. They had made merry, and Jamie's ears rang and his sides ached with laughter. They were celebrating the close of school. They were planning for a long summer that was to comprise more mischief than probably ever before had been crowded into the same length of time. Jamie found himself mighty thankful to have the little scout around the garden. It was not only that he received much efficient help with the bees, with the pruning and watering. It was that he had fallen deeply in love with the youngster. As he became more firmly fixed in his regard for the child, he worried, grew obsessed with the feeling that things were not as they should be, that of the scouts it was the master who was not attaining the height and developing the physical strength that the exercise all of them took should have resulted in producing. Several times Jamie had seriously considered calling the scoutmaster's mother and asking her if she did not think Jean was exercising too strenuously, taxing brain power to the breaking point, making of each day a round of never-ending activity. From a word dropped here and there, Jamie realized that the child was not sleeping any too well of nights. Sometimes the little scout slipped into the living room and stretched on the davenport, or into Jamie's room and across the foot of the bed, slept for hours, as the dead are supposed to sleep. As Jamie's own strength grew, as the tissue coating of skin across his breast strengthened in thickness and faded in color, as the continued careful diet, the salt baths, the sun treatment, and the tomato and orange juice worked their will, so Jamie's mind cleared in proportion as his body strengthened. A feeling of power, of executive ability began to develop in him. He ceased almost entirely to think of himself. All the thought he had, he continued to concentrate on his work, on the little scout, on Margaret Cameron, and he found that there was no hour of the day in which his mind was not battling back and forth, pro and con, concerning the girl he had married. He wondered if he should start a systematic search for her. If he found her, whether she would be pleased or turn from him in anger. He wondered if there might not be assistance he could render her. He wondered if there might not be mitigating circumstances. Jamie could not force himself to think of the Storm Girl as a girl who had broken the laws of God and the laws of man. In those days he had an ever-present worry concerning Margaret Cameron. He'd learned to respect his neighbour highly. He'd learned to appreciate deeply the many kind and thoughtful things she did for his comfort. He felt that if the whole world were filled with mothers who were willing to remain at home, to shoulder the duties of caring for a home, to stick to sound common sense and reasonable judgments as Margaret Cameron had done, there would be more boys and girls willing to remain at home, willing to find entertainment there instead of on the beaches and in the canyons and in cheap public dance halls. Then he reflected that Margaret Cameron's trouble at that present minute, as nearly as he could figure it, was because her only child had left home and was deliberately remaining away from home. Margaret had told him only that morning that Lolly had definitely decided to go with a party of young people who planned to hike through Yosemite and Muir Woods. She had written that she would try if possible to get back for a few days before school began in the fall, so a long, lonely summer was stretching before Margaret, and she frankly admitted to Jamie that there was an unrest, an apprehension hanging over her that it was quite impossible for her to dispel. So when Jamie thought of Margaret, he thought sympathetically, wonderingly, and much of the time with a fair amount of indignation. He could but feel that something was due to parents who kept the home fires burning, who weathered the years, who had doctored their children and worked over them and prayed over them, who had used the utmost of their strength and bestowed the deepest of their love, who had unselfishly given and given all they had to give, and still had earned seemingly nothing whatever, not even gratitude. Jamie could not believe that the attention Margaret was paying to him was touched with the depth of devotion and tinged with the quality of consideration and love that she had given to any of the three youngsters she had loved and devoted herself to until they reached the point where they were able to fend for themselves. Now it was a vacation. It was the time that other children were coming home, and neither of Margaret Cameron's were coming. Not the girl to whom she had given birth, nor the girl to whom she had given shelter. Why did not both of them come for a few weeks? Why did they not plan and come one at a time so that Margaret might have her vacation when other people were having theirs? Why did they not make some plans for her? Why did they not do something to break the monotony, the sacrifice, and the hard work of her life? He resolved that he would work very hard. Then he would take a few days off, and he would ask Margaret Cameron to go pleasuring with him. They would go where people were resting on the beaches. They might go somewhere on a boat. They could go into the city and hear some wonderful concerts or see some worthwhile pictures or to an interesting play. For his share of what she was making life mean to him, he would try to make some material return. That he settled on definitely. One day Jamie mentioned Margaret's children to the little scout, and found that the child was as indignant as he was. "There isn't any telling," said the little scout, "as to when Lolly'll get here. She doesn't think about much except herself, and she does mostly what she pleases. But Molly will come. Her job's a hard one, and she may have to rest up a few days. She may have to close her rooms and get somebody else in them. But if Molly doesn't come, she's got a mighty good reason. And when she comes, the campfires and the picnics will begin, and there'll be something worthwhile doing round these parts. When Molly comes she has greased her bearings, and she's hitting on 6 cylinders, and we go." The little scout used both hands to illustrate how they went when Molly came home. "There's a lot of fun in Molly to the square inch. She wears a big kid grin on her face, and she ain't afraid of dirt, and she ain't afraid of water, and she ain't afraid of work, and she ain't afraid of spending a penny. Talk about persimmons! Molly's them." "I'm waiting anxiously," said Jamie, "to know Molly." "Well, go on waiting," said the small person. "Stick on the job, and when she does come, if you care about girls, why, there's a girl that's got some juice in her." "I believe you," said Jamie. "I think you should know, and I've every confidence in your judgment." The little scout was crumbling bread along the edge of the back walk for a hen mockingbird that had nested in a date palm beside the pergola. A large chunk of apple from one that was being consumed in scarcely masticated chunks was laid beside the bread. In 3 more bites the apple disappeared, core and all. Juicy fingers were wiped on the seat of unusually soiled breeches, and the little scout took a hold above the hands Jamie had gripped round the stems of some iris he was transplanting. The added strength that was brought to bear loosened the roots from the ground, and the scoutmaster and the beekeeper rolled promiscuously over each other and down the side of the mountain until they came to forceful impact with a grapefruit tree. They got up laughing, and Jamie gathered up the iris. The scoutmaster stood daintily poised. A deep inhalation of breath, an indrawn upper lip, an outshot lower one, blew the dust from the deep grey eyes. A shake like a dog coming from the water was supposed to be sufficient to dislodge accumulated dirt. An ecstatic expression, toned to idiotic sweetness, settled on the small face. With the thumb and second finger of the right hand, a very real piece of dirt was flipped with exquisite execution from the left shoulder. Then in pantomime, Jamie's condition was inspected through skillfully manipulated eyeglasses that Jamie saw perfectly, even when they were not there. "Ah, Willie," said the little scout, "I hope you didn't damage yourself permanently." "No, I didn't," said Jamie, "and I entertain the same lively hope concerning you." "Oh, thanks awfully," said the little scout, and with a continuation of the same breath, "I betcha!" A hand dived into a pocket, brought up some small coin, and inspected it carefully. The price of a hot dog and strawberry pop were laid aside, and the remainder estimated. "I betcha 7 cents I can hang by 1 foot from the beam of the pergola right there." Jamie looked the situation over. "I'm not taking your bet," he said. "If your foot slipped and you came down there, you'd knock your brains out." "I wouldn't if I hit on the ground," said the scoutmaster. "You would if you struck the stones within 6 inches of the ground." "Yes, and that's the kick to it," said the small person, "just to find out what I would hit on," and immediately started scaling the pergola. "Look here," said Jamie, "cut that out. You aren't going to hang from 1 foot from that cross-section. I don't know how long that pergola's been built, and there's been a lot of water thrown on it to wash the vines. It may be as rotten as sin." Steadily the scoutmaster climbed upward, and presently sat on the second bar, bouncing up and down on it to ascertain its stability. Jamie looked belligerent. "I told you not to do that," he said provokedly. "I ain't gonna do it," answered the scoutmaster serenely. "I heard you. There's nothing the matter with my ears. I can pull another one just as good, and if I come a smasher 'twon't break any more than my leg. I'm going to hang by my little finger." Before Jamie had time either to say or to do anything, the body of the scoutmaster was dangling, and it was supported by 1 little finger of the right hand and nothing more. "All in!" shouted the swaying youngster. "Look out, I'm coming down. I'm aiming for the dirt. Call Grayson if I hit the stone." Down came the scoutmaster. landing deftly and with perfect precision on the freshly watered soil of the garden, perhaps 4 inches from the stones that might very easily have broken a leg. "Now look here," said Jamie. "I told you I wasn't feeling as good as I might one time, didn't I?" "Yes, and you didn't need to tell me," said the scoutmaster. "I could see it for myself. But I can see now that you're about as husky as they make 'em. You could drive a steam plow or run a stone crusher or swat a bandit if you wanted to. I won't do it again." Then the scoutmaster planted a small pair of feet squarely in front of Jamie and looked at him with the very devil dancing in the depths of the deep eyes. "Got your goat, didn't I?" taunted the little scout. "Thought you'd have to go to the telephone and ring up Mother to come with the ambulance. By gracious, there goes your telephone." Jamie had gotten past the place where the ringing of the telephone was an event. It rang so frequently in those days. It might be Carrie calling for help. It might be Grayson to explain some new legal technicality that he had encountered. It might be the bank calling. It might be the scoutmaster's mother wanting her offspring at home. Jamie wiped his hands on his trousers and walked to the telephone and picked down the receiver. The scoutmaster sat on the stone that had failed to serve the purpose of breaking any bones, and with loving pride inspected the west half of the garden in which they were working, and which constituted a beloved personal possession. Looking over the length and the width of the acre that stretched down to the sea, said the little scout, "When I get through high school, I'm coming to live here. They may take their darn colleges and gamble 'em and smoke 'em and drink 'em and Bolshevik them straight to the devil. I'm going to get my education out of the books that the bee-master put in his library. What was good enough for him is good enough for me, and while I read his books I'll be thinking about him. One of the reasons I'm going to keep clean and walk straight and be decent like he was is because I'm going where he went, and we're going to see what we can get out of heaven together, like we got a good deal of fun out of earth. And, oh boy, I wish he knew how much I miss him." In the house before the telephone, with a face sheet white, hanging to the instrument for support, shaking in every part of his being, shorn of his new-found strength, torn to the depths of his soul, stood Jamie. He had picked down the receiver and said "hello" as casually as any man ever had said it, and then answered in the affirmative to the inquiry, "Is this James Lewis McFarlane of the Sierra Madre Apiary?" Then the voice had continued, "You are wanted immediately and most imperatively at the maternity hospital, corner of Irolo and 17th Streets." "Yes," panted Jamie. The voice went on, "Your wife last night gave birth to a fine son, but she's not reacting from the anesthetic as she should, and we are growing alarmed. We found your address among her effects. Kindly see how quickly you can reach her. The probabilities are that she will be asking for you very shortly." Jamie hung up the receiver, picked up a pencil and wrote Irolo and 17th Streets so that he would not forget. Then he reeled to the bedroom and began seeing how quickly he could put on suitable clothing to make his appearance on the street. As he worked he called for the little scout, and when the youngster appeared he said, "Lock up, quickly. Have the front door key ready for me. I have an urgent business call to the city, and I don't know when I'll be back." "Ah," said the little scout in disgusted tones, "I came to stay all day. There was a lot I wanted to get done on my property." "Yes, I know," said Jamie. "Maybe tomorrow. You better call the gang and play the rest of the day on the beach or run along home." He was out of the door, locking it behind him. Then he made a headlong plunge down the walk and down the street toward the car line. The little scout stood looking after him. "Important business. Well, I'll tell the world it's important. The house is on fire. The dogs bit the baby. Ma's lost her vanity case. Government ain't survivin'. God's dropped out of heaven, and there ain't a darn thing right in the whole world. Leap to it, Jamie. Fix it all up fine. Oh, boy." The little scout walked round the house, climbed in the back window, punched up Jamie's pillow, and lay down on the foot of his bed. Jamie sprinted to the nearest streetcar and rode to the city, getting instructions on the way as to where Irolo and 17th Streets might be, and when he landed some distance away he took a taxi. Once seated within it, he felt for the checkbook he had stuffed in his pocket and all the emergency change that lay in the little box on the top left-hand shelf of the working library of the bees. His thoughts were whirling in chaos. The Storm Girl. She'd come to her hour of agony bravely, without doubt, as she would. She'd asked no help from him. She'd brought a child into the world, a son. A fine baby, the voice had said, but it did not sound as if she were all right. The report had sounded ominous to Jamie. He'd not known that anesthetics were a part of the birth of a child. A great many things had happened in the past 6 years that Jamie did not know about. He'd not known anything worthwhile in the beginning as to how human beings entered the world, but he'd been told, he had deciphered for himself, the fact that it was not an easy journey either for the mother or the child. And at this hospital that he was going to there was a little living boy, and the ceremony Jamie had gone through had been for the purpose of covering the child with an honourable name. That fine little fellow he'd been told about was James Lewis McFarlane, Jr., and the fine girl, the Storm Girl, the girl of the deep eyes and the broad chest, the girl of the cold wet face and the clutching hands, the girl of the quivering lips and the staring eyes. What was it? She'd not rallied from the anaesthetic? She was not regaining consciousness as she should? And among her effects they had found his address, and he was on his way to her. A minute more, and he would be in the room where she was. He would see her forehead and the wealth of hair streaming over the pillow, and her white throat. Jamie knew what he was going to do. That was definitely settled in his mind. He was going to take her hands and hold them tight. He was going to draw her face to his, as she had voluntarily yielded it to him once. He was going to cover it with a passion of suffering kisses. He was going to tell her that he did not give a darn what had happened or how it had happened. He never could and he never would believe that dishonour had touched her or ever could touch her. He was going to make her well, and he was going to take her home, and he was going to take care of her. They were going to live together and love together, and they were going to make something very wonderful of life. The new blood, the fresh blood, the clean blood surged up in Jamie until the hair was almost standing on his head. He was wringing his hands without knowing what he was doing. They aren't efficient. They aren't doing what they should. I'll kill the doctor and wring the neck of every nurse in that hospital if they don't get a move on them, threatened Jamie. Birth's a natural function. You can't tell me that a big, strong girl like that wouldn't live through it if she had the proper care. Jamie raced into the hospital and to a desk and down a hall and into an elevator and then into a small room. He stood beside a bed and took one long look. Then he turned his ashen face from the doctor, waiting beside the bed, holding the wrist of the gasping woman, to the nurse. "I have made a mistake," he said. "They've given me the wrong number. This isn't my wife." The nurse stepped over and from the contents of a drawer picked up a marriage certificate that he had seen before. "James Lewis McFarlane," she read from it, and replaced it in the drawer. Jamie took a grip on the foot of the bed and leaned over. The girl lying on it was not a girl he ever had seen, not a girl who by the wildest stretch of possibility could have been the Storm Girl. Jamie gripped the insensate wood harder and bent lower and stared wide-eyed. What did it mean? How could this have happened? Why should this girl have in her possession the certificate which symbolized the marriage that he had entered into with the Storm Girl? He made his way to the side of the bed and looked intently at the left hand lying nerveless on the coverlet. There was the ring that he'd bought, on the third finger, the cheap little wedding ring. He picked up the hand and examined the ring until he made sure. He knew that both the doctor and the nurse were watching him. The doctor spoke. "How long has it been since you've seen your wife?" Jamie opened his lips to say that never in all his life had he seen the woman before him, and stopped with the words unsaid. If he'd said what he was thinking, if he repudiated her, if he left her to life or the greater mercy of death with the avowal that he did not know her, that he'd never seen her, then where was the beauty of the deed that he had tried to do in covering a woman who needed a name with his? After all, it had not made any difference to him, the night of the storm, what woman bore his name, if with it she recovered self-respect and a decent heritage for an unborn child. A fine little fellow, the doctor had said. If he opened his lips, the fine little fellow would no longer be fine. He would be a shame baby, a thing to be pitied, to be scoffed at, to be shifted around from one charity organization to another. He would be thrown on the world defeated in the right to a home, to love, to the proper kind of rearing. It would be no marvel if any wave of crime or of shame that anyone could imagine should engulf him. And the girl, Jamie, stared hard. He realized that if there were blood in the china-white face, if there were color in the lips, if there were luster in the hair, if those transparent eyelids would reveal pain-filled, beseeching eyes, she would be lovely. Possibly there was a man in the world who could have repudiated her. Jamie could not Jamie McFarlane. The words died without utterance. "You mean," he said thickly, "that it's strange I don't recognize her? Maybe it's the pain, and it's been long months since we were married." "I've learned," said the doctor, "that there are a good many curious and some inexplicable things in this world, but I can't help expressing the opinion that you've been a poor sort of a husband if you've allowed your wife to go through anything so crucial as the nerve strain and the physical strain of approaching maternity and delivery, and given no sympathy, extended no care. It scarcely seems human." Jamie licked his lips and took his medicine. He could not say anything in self-extenuation that would not cast a reflection on the girl before him, and in the few minutes that he had stood staring down at her, he had realized that her every breath was coming shorter. The hand he was holding was a weight in his fingers. He gripped it and began to chafe it. "For God's sake," he cried, "try to do something. Forget about lecturing me now. Do something. Don't let her slip away like this." The doctor looked up at Jamie and said quietly, "There is nothing known to medical science that 3 of the best doctors in the city have not been trying all night, and some very excellent nurses have performed their duties carefully. You might as well understand that it is very near the end. I thought possibly she might rally. I thought possibly she might have something she would want to say to you. I thought you ought to be here in the event she needed you, and I told you the truth when I said your son is a fine little fellow. He's a beautiful specimen of physical babyhood. There's the makings of a fine man in him, and we are needing men in this country. We seem at the present minute to have an overplus of hounds." Again Jamie took his medicine. The taste of it was bitter on his tongue because he was not a hound. He never had been. He had not the smallest obligation to the woman before him other than the obligation that any man owes all women, to love them honestly, to care for them gently, to respect their bodies as the vessels through which the world must be populated. That was a thing that had been hammered into him from the hour that he was old enough even remotely to understand its meaning. He must always take care of the women. He must always be polite to the women. He must always be kind to them. They must be taken care of because they were to make homes. They were to mother little children. They must be respected. They were the vessels that contained the seeds of life. From their loins must come the presidents and the senators, the governors and the businessmen, the captains and sailors and soldiers and the tillers of the soil and the ministers who filled the pulpits and the teachers who molded the minds of youth in our schools. Here lay a woman dying in youth, dying in beauty, dying in her own thought of herself, in shame, in scorching anguish, because some man, somewhere, had held her body lightly and violated it and consigned it to months of mental suffering, to hours of pain-racked anguish, to the loneliness of unloved death. Jamie reeled on his feet, and the nurse thrust a chair under him. She looked at him penetratingly, and then she said deliberately, "Doctor, there's something about this I don't understand, but I will not join you in the belief that there is anything unmanly attaching to Mr. McFarlane. In the few days she was here before the child was born, Mrs. McFarlane seemed to adore him. She had no unkind word to say against him." "What's that?" asked the doctor sharply. "I'm telling you the truth," said the nurse. "She said that he was the noblest man, the finest man in all the world. She said that he had done one thing so big and shining that no other man would have done it. She said that she had a feeling that she would not survive the birth of the baby. When she showed me her marriage certificate, I suppose she intended me to send for him. I looked up his residence. She said that if her baby should live, provisions had been made for it, but she expressed a wish to me that so fine a man as he might have it. I don't know how to explain the fact that they haven't been together these months, but I do know that the fault did not lie with Mr. McFarlane. "In that case," said the doctor to Jamie, "very likely I owe you an apology. I'm seeing so much these days that is exactly as things should not be in this world, that I'm getting fairly raw. I do apologize if I have said something I shouldn't. About your son and provisions having been made for him, that's up to you. If you want the child, of course, in the face of this marriage certificate, the law will give him to you." Jamie turned to the nurse. "What did she say?" he asked. "She said once," answered the nurse, "that it was impossible, but if it were possible she would give her life gladly if she knew that you would take the baby and make of him the kind of a man that you are." "All right," said Jamie tersely. "I will take the baby. You may get him ready. I have a comfortable home. I can see a way in which he can be well cared for. I will do my best to make the kind of a man of the boy who bears my name that his mother wanted him to be." Then Jamie and the doctor and the nurse were astonished and bewildered. A low laugh broke from the lips of the girl on the pillow, a low, exultant, caressing laugh, a laugh full of wonder and delight and unbelief, and with it ended the last remnant of breath from the tortured body, and the bright head on the pillow rolled back and lay still. Jamie covered his face and sat silent, and when he looked again he saw a sheeted, straight line. He looked at the nurse with pitiful eyes. "Have you instructions," he asked, "for necessary arrangements?" The nurse nodded. "Everything has been provided for, and most unusual, all expenses were paid when Mrs. McFarlane entered the institution. In such an event as this we were ordered to prepare her body and send it to her family." "All right," said Jamie, arising and mustering his strength. "Where is the boy?" The doctor looked dubious. "You have someone competent to take charge of a newborn baby?" he asked. "I have," answered Jamie. "A fine, cleanly woman who's reared 3 children to maturity." "All right, then," said the doctor. "Give him the baby." The nurse disappeared and presently returned. She put into Jamie's arms a bundle odorous of castile and boracic, a thing that was warm and alive and moving. Convenient to his reach, she set a suitcase, and Jamie put on his hat, crooked his arm around the live bundle, picked up the suitcase, and walked from the room. The nurse looked at the doctor, and the doctor looked at the nurse, and they said to each other, "Well, can you beat that?" "What do you suppose came between them?" asked the doctor. "If she said things like that about him, why should he leave her, never to see her again, without a tear of remorse, without a touch of affection? I've had a good many peculiar experiences in 30 years' practice of medicine, but this beats everything. I don't understand it." "Neither do I," said the nurse, "and what's more, I don't believe he does. I must go and put in the calls for the parties I was told to send for in the event she died. I think she must have been very much under the weather all the time. I think she came with the feeling that she would not survive, and I think she had that feeling because she did not in the least care whether she did or not." The nurse picked up a towel and wiped her hands vigorously. "I get so mad at this sort of thing sometimes," she said, "that I want to go out and stand on the platforms and in the pulpits, and I want to tell people some of the things I've seen and heard. I'd like to talk for one solid day to the girls of this country. I'd like to tell them of the heartache and the disappointment and the pain and the shame that they're fixing up for themselves in their future lives when they undertake to leave the straight and narrow path and allow themselves voluntarily to become the playthings of men, to let their honor be taken from them, to let their efficiency be wiped out, to let their years of training and the love and care that's been expended on them all go for nothing, to bring shame and disgrace on their parents, and to do to their own souls and to their own bodies what this poor dead girl has done to hers." "Evidently," said the doctor, "you're one of the people who still believe in hellfire and damnation." "Yes," said the nurse, "I do. And I believe in hell at its hottest and damnation at its damnedest for the men who are responsible for such anguish as we've seen this girl suffer, and for such a death as we've watched her die. I'd like to take the men who cannot wait for honest marriage, and a time when they are able to support a woman and give her a home, and fortify her body to serve the functions of wifehood, of motherhood, and home-making, men who upset everything and ruin everything for their own personal immediate self-gratification. I'd like to take them all out and hang them as high as Haman. Sometimes I think I just hate men." And to his amazement the nurse broke into tears and used the towel on her eyes. "But look here," said the doctor, You spoke up for Mr. McFarlane. You said he was not responsible for this." "And I'll say it again," said the nurse. "Can't you see by what she told me, by the way he came in, by the way he left, that he'd never seen the girl before, that he didn't know who she was? Because some arrangement had been made by which that child was to bear his name, he assumed responsibility for it. But good Lord, you can't convince me in 10 years that he'd ever seen that girl there on the bed before, or that the marriage certificate I packed among her belongings so the child could have it was a legal document. Don't you think it?" Then the nurse went her way, and the doctor went his way, and the keeper of the bees climbed in the taxi and gave instructions to be driven back to the Blue Garden. End of chapter 15, read by Sandra.
Chapter 16 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Keeper of the Bees by Jean Stratton-Porter. The Partnership Baby. When he dismissed the taxi and started up the front walk with the bundle and the suitcase, Jamie was surprised to find the little scout sitting on the front steps beside a bottle of milk, half consumed, with crumb decorations prominently on the face lifted inquiringly in his direction. "Well, look who's here," said the little scout. "My gracious, you look exactly like Dad when he brought Jimmy home from the hospital." "Well," said Jamie, "that's a very good way for me to look. Have you been sitting here ever since I left?" "No," said the little scout. "I went through the back window and lay on the foot of your bed and slept about 3 hours. And then I was hungry, and I went over to Margaret Cameron's to ask her for something to eat. And I run into her just as she was leaving. She said Molly had telephoned her to come in for a few days. I'm waiting at the church to tell you you'll have to get your food the best you can until she comes back. Didn't strike me until after she was gone that I'd forgotten to ask her for something to eat myself. But I knew she wouldn't care, so I climbed in the back porch window and got a chunk of bread out of the bread box. The milk's yours, all that ain't used. Say, Bo, honest, what you got there?" Jamie sat down suddenly. His solution of what he was going to do with James Lewis McFarlane, Jr. had been to transfer him to the care of Margaret Cameron. He had planned to ask his neighbor to take the child and care for it until he could find the right kind of woman to undertake the job. In the back of his head, there had been a hope as he had driven out that Margaret would use on the baby the same cleanliness, deftness, and expert care with which Jamie had not a doubt, from her brand of housekeeping and cooking, she had reared her own family. Of all the bad luck that he had experienced in his unlucky days, nothing had been much worse than that Margaret Cameron should have chosen to go pleasuring, should have selected the day to start a vacation when he needed her the very worst. Jamie set down the suitcase and produced the front door key. "Unlock the door," he said to the little scout, and together they went in. Jamie laid the small bundle on the davenport, and then he stepped back and drew his hands over his perplexed face and said to the scoutmaster, "I wish you'd tell me what am I going to do." "What's eating you?" inquired the small person casually. Jamie pointed to the bundle. "That's a baby," he said. "A live baby that needs nursing and feeding and loving. And I thought Margaret Cameron would be the woman who'd do it. Are you sure she said she had gone visiting and she would be gone no telling how long?" "She didn't say no telling how long," said the scoutmaster. "She said a few days. I should think a few days would be a week, maybe." "And what," demanded Jamie, "what am I going to do in a week, maybe, with a live baby?" "Ah, feed it to the birds and let's get on with our work. We're wasting a lot of time on the garden," said the little scout. "You look here," said Jamie. "You aren't talking about a crust of bread. That's a baby in that bundle. A tiny boy who wants his chance to live and to grow and to paddle a canoe and to ride a horse and to be a scoutmaster just as bad as you do." "Ah," said the disgruntled small person. Then the scoutmaster walked over and lifted a square of fine white flannel with a border of forget-me-nots and peered down at what was beneath it. Suddenly the scoutmaster dropped to a kneeling position, leaned forward and looked intently. Then a softened face turned to Jamie over a lean shoulder. "You'll have to get a baby bottle," was the verdict. "'Tis a nice baby. It's an awful nice baby. It's the cutest little thing. It's as pretty as our Jimmy was the first time I ever saw him, and I thought there wouldn't ever be another baby as nice as he was. But they is. Far as I can see, this baby has got just as nice clothes, and just as pretty a face, and just as cute little hands as our baby had. Say, where'd you get him?" "He's mine," said Jamie. "His name is James Lewis McFarlane, Jr." "Well, I'll be darned," said the little scout. "Ain't the world getting full of James and Jamies and Jimmies? I know about 2 dozen. Dad's name begins with James, and our baby's Jimmy. And this baby'll be Jamie, and you're Jamie. You wouldn't think, with all the names in the back of the dictionary, and names by the yard in the Bible, and fool names that people invent, that so many folks would have to run to James. Say, what you gonna do with him?" "That's exactly the question," said Jamie. "What am I going to do with him?" Said the little scout. "Let me think." Jamie had the impression that he came closer to seeing thought than he ever had before. The face of the youngster was drawn with thought. First the body sank back on the heels, and then the heels curled under and the floor made the seat. One arm leaned against the davenport. One hand, from fingering the blanket, crept up and closed over the little red fingers of the newborn baby. The little scout looked up. "Pull down that window blind," came the order. "You got to have a dim light. Their eyes are riley for the first few days. They can't see. If they get too much light, they go cross-eyed." There was a return of a few minutes to thought. Then the little scout began to think out loud. "My, ain't we accumulating? Talk about compound interest. I'll say things are compounding for this partnership. Here, all unbeknownst to ourselves, we get a house and flowers and trees and bees, and now, by gracious, we get a baby. And of course, if we got it and it's yours, we got to take care of it. Say, where's his mother?" Jamie hesitated a second and decided that the truth was the quickest and the easiest. "I hate to tell you, buddy," he said. "I hate to tell you, but the truth is, this baby hasn't any mother. The task of getting him into the world was too big for her. She paid for his life with hers. You will be glad to know that she was like your Aunt Beth. She went over to see what heaven had in store for her, laughing out loud, laughing the gayest laugh of contentment and exultation." From the floor, the little scout stared up at Jamie with wide eyes and slowly nodded a corroborative head. "I know, that was Aunt Beth's smile come true. It's the kind of a laugh that the smile she had would have been if it had broken through and come out loud. I told you being dead was beautiful, but I don't see what's going to become of this new little Jamie. You never saw the amount of oiling and bathing and bandaging and changing and dressing and weighing. You never saw anything to equal the things Mother does to our Jimmy." Then suddenly the little scout came up to one knee, and then the other, and slowly assumed an erect position. Then from the depths of preoccupation stumbled to the telephone and took down the receiver and gave a number. Jamie stood breathless, fearfully, and listened to a one-sided conversation. "I want Mom." "Hello, Mom, is that you?" "Say, Mom, we got the dirtiest gyp out here this morning. We got a little splinter new boy baby just like Jimmy when he first came from the hospital, just as nice and sweet and everything. And, Mom, this is the dirty part of it. Getting him here was too much for his mother. She went dead on us, and we ain't got her. And we're got this baby, and his name's Jamie after his dad, just like our baby. And, Mom, we thought Margaret Cameron would take him and take care of him for us, and that's another dirty thing. She's gone off on a visit, and she won't be home for 3 or 4 days, and we ain't got a thing to feed him." The little scout clapped a hand over the mouthpiece, turned to Jamie, and in a strained whisper inquired, "Have we got any clothes?" "I think so," said Jamie. The small person turned back. "We got oodles of clothes, everything we need. What we need is someone to do the oiling and the feeding and the changing." And then the little scout sprang straight in the air and gave a shout. "Bully for you, Mom! I knew you'd come across. Do you see why I didn't ask? I was giving you your chance. I knew all the time you would. Least I was dead sure you would. And say, Mom, take your roadster and step on the gas. Any minute he might begin to yell and we don't know what to do. He just came in the night. Jamie's too big, and I'm afraid. Take the shortest cut, and if a speed cop mixes with you, bunt him and come on." The scoutmaster hung up the receiver and turned to Jamie. The shoulders drew up, the chin tilted, a gloating look passed over the features, an indrawn breath was shot out suddenly. Said the scoutmaster. "Ain't she the Lollapalooza? Did you get that? I didn't even have to ask her. Right off the bat, just crack. Babe Ruth couldn't have hit it cleaner. She says she, I'll take care of him for you, just like that." Both hands waved outward and onward in a curve of exquisite grace. "Just like that. Whenever you go to bed on the right royal high steppers, I've got 2 bits I'll chalk up on my mother." In the interim, Jamie replaced the blanket over the face of the sleeping baby and looked dubiously at the suitcase. What was it the nurse had said about having put in personal belongings for the baby? He had better get those things out and take them into his own keeping. So he picked up the suitcase and carried it to the bedroom, opened it on his bed, and pulled out a drawer in the dresser, pushing aside the clothing it contained, and began emptying the case. He removed little nighties and dresses and all sorts of queer soft garments and square-folded stacks. And when, in the bottom of the suitcase, he came across a package wrapped in a cloth, he pulled it open enough to see it contained strings of beads and bracelets and trifling feminine adornments. He had not had time as yet to think of the Storm Girl. When he did think of her, he realized that the time had come to find her, and the time had come to settle a fairly long score with her. This was not playing the game. She had not been fair. And of all the women in the world, I wouldn't have selected her for a liar, said Jamie. And that minute his sense of outrage was so strong that he forgot the relief he should have felt over the knowledge that the woman he had rushed to the hospital to help was not the Storm Girl. Scott materialism, Scott integrity, Scott bulldog stubbornness, not alleviated by enough American environment to tone them down perceptibly, surged up in Jamie. She'd much better have a clean heart and be where the baby's mother is than to be going around in the world high-handed and strong with a lie on her tongue, said Jamie, and he slammed the package down and pushed it back and dropped some of his clothing on top of it and shut the drawer with a bang. Then he went back to the bed and carefully repacked the baby clothes. There was lace on some of them, and the fabrics were so fine that they stuck to his work-roughened fingers and clung to them, so that he had to shake some of them off. At any rate, they seemed to be warm things. There seemed to be enough for 2 or 3 babies, and even to Jamie's unpracticed eye, they seemed to be fine things, carefully made things, lovingly fashioned things, with tiny buds of pink and forget-me-nots of blue, and wee yellow daisies showing here and there. As Jamie slammed shut the suitcase, he stood erect and addressed the back window. Possibly he was speaking to the ocean that glinted blue and gold beyond. "Right this minute," said the preacher in Jamie, said the judge in Jamie, said the stern critic in Jamie. "Right this minute, between the 2 of you, I'm thinking most of the dead woman." He carried the suitcase out and dropped it on the floor beside the sleeping baby. Then he sat down and turned back the face blanket and worked back the clothing and pushed away the hood strings tied under the chin and looked long and intently at the baby. He did not remind him of anyone. He was very small. He had eyes and a nose and a mouth. He was extremely red. The girl on the pillow was not reproduced in him insofar as Jamie could tell. Then, as the scoutmaster had done, he examined the hands. He got more from them than he did from the face. They were perfect hands, fashioned exquisitely, long, slender fingers, beautifully tapering fingers, with little nails finished and extended beyond the finger ends, perfect workmanship. And they were such fingers as paint pictures and play violins and lovingly handle the kind of books that the bee-master had bequeathed to the little scout. Jamie turned, saying as he did so, "Did you notice how beautiful his hands are?" He got no answer and turned farther. The little scout had crossed the porch and gone the length of the walk, and opened the gate and was hopping from one foot to the other in the nearest wheel track, looking with undivided attention toward the city. In an unbelievably short time, a nifty sport model, a beautiful car suitable for the showpiece of an automobile exhibit, swung to a deft stop, and almost before it stopped, the little scout was on the running board. Jamie could see that the dirty arms were thrust inside, and the face lifted to the face of a woman moving toward the door. He could not hear the conversation that ensued. Something was asked on the part of the scoutmaster, and that something met a laugh that sounded mellow and sweet on Jamie's ears. But the door was barred. The scout was insistent. The hand that reached out to open the door was covered by a grimy hand. And then Jamie distinctly caught the phrase, "Aw, please, Mom, don't." And he heard the answer, "All right, then." The little scout hopped off the running board and opened the door. and there stepped down a woman who seemed to Jamie to appear the way any woman ought to look, to be just about exactly right, a radiant picture of wholesome health. A head of golden brown, silken curls, bobbed short for comfort, sensible clothing, dainty and pretty, of extreme style in cut. Briskly across the stretch of sward, through the gate and up the walk toward Jamie she came, the little scout scuffling ahead. The screen door was pulled open as Jamie stepped back, and the little scout darted through. "Mom, this is Jamie." Jamie made his best bow and stood for inspection. He got it. Careful, incisive, but not offensively long. A firm hand was held out to him. "I've been intending to come for some time," said the mellow voice that Jamie recognized as one he had frequently heard over the telephone. "I've had my hands reasonably full with our little Jimmy and a Danish princess presiding in our kitchen, and keeping the children in school. I think I took it for granted that anyone the bee-master would leave in charge here would be all right, and so I haven't gotten around to make friends as I should have done. But of course, our little scout has been all right with you." It happened that Jamie's eyes were on the face of the little scout when the expression was used, and he saw the deep breath of satisfaction that swept from the lips of the child. Then past him hurried the woman that the little scout had called Mom. She dropped on her knees before the davenport. She turned back the blanket and laughed softly. The face she lifted to Jamie was beautiful, a Madonna-like face, the face of a woman fashioned for motherhood. "I am sorry," she said, "if your baby has cost his mother her life. I am sorry. But I must congratulate you on the baby himself. You'll have your compensations. He is a beautiful child, really a beautiful child." The pair of deft hands, glittering with sparkling rings, slipped under the baby and lifted it, and the mother, who had it in her heart to be a mother to any baby, to all babies that needed her, sat down in the bee-master's chair, its first occupant since his going, and lifted the baby and held it against her breast and to her face, and laughed to it, and said sweet little words of utter nonsense, and praised it, and curved around it, and cuddled it up, and then paused and looked at Jamie. "I didn't know," said the soft voice, "that you were married." "I hardly knew it myself," said Jamie. "It was such a very hurried marriage on account of circumstances I may explain to you some day. I'd been overseas, and I brought back a wound, and there were reasons as to why we had not been much together. I am shocked beyond expression that the baby's mother lost her life. I had not even once thought that such a thing might occur, and I had depended on Margaret Cameron. I didn't know that the child had been born until they telephoned me from the hospital. I decided I'd stay with the baby and let his mother's family care for her. I could not leave the garden, and I was sure of Margaret, and got back to find that she had been telephoned for to go on some kind of a jaunt, and she'd started suddenly. Before I knew what the little scout was doing, you had your call. I'm afraid it's too big an imposition for words." The face that met Jamie's was a laughing face. "Don't bother about that," Mrs. Meredith said. "I'm willing to give a few days' time for a lovely baby named Jamie. It will be like having my baby over again. You needn't worry in the least. Have you clothes for him?" Jamie pointed to the suitcase. Enough for 2 or 3 babies, I'd judge. To prove his statement, Jamie opened the case. Across the baby, a pair of interested eyes explored its contents. Why, those are lovely things, exquisitely made. I almost hate to use them. I could use some of Jimmy's things just at first when there is so much oiling, and a tiny baby is rather a mussy proposition. I imagine those things will be more carefully handled in your hands than at the hospital, or even by Margaret Cameron's, said Jamie. Go ahead and use them. When they're gone, little Jamie shall have some more. That's fine, said Mrs. Meredith. That's fine. You will have something of your very own to work for now. Jamie felt something of a hypocrite as he assented to this proposition, but in the presence of the little scout that was not the time for dissent. So he let the statement go and closed the suitcase, and when the lady arose, he escorted her to the car. There they met a difficulty. I can't drive and hold the baby too, said Mrs. Meredith. The little scout made a clean leap to the front seat and held eager arms. I can hold him. I can hold him exactly like you do and keep the face cloth down. I want to hold him. Jamie smiled quizzically. And if Fat Old Bill and the nice child and Angel Face come trooping down the street and see you holding a baby? Now, you look here, broke in the little scout. Fat Old Bill and the Angel and the whole bunch can just fry in their own fat. All of 'em's getting too fat anyway. Great big softies. Anyone that's got any objections to anybody else holding a little bit of a new baby that ain't got any mother, and that wants his dinner, can have the best licking I got in my system, and they can have it quick. Step on the gas, Mom. Let's get him home before he cries. The scoutmaster tightened careful arms around the little bundle and called back. I'll telephone twice a day. I'm going to stay at home and do all the caretaking myself, except the feeding and changing and bathing. You call me when Margaret comes and you get your arrangements made. Jamie went back inside the house and sat down suddenly on the first chair he saw. He tried to think constructively, reasonably, humanely. Such an unexpected experience, such a startling experience, such a pitiful experience he had not bargained for in his adventure. It had come, and Jamie could not figure exactly why. I suppose, he said at last, that when God made trees and fruit and grain, he knew how he was going to use them. He didn't intend that they should stand around and fill no purpose. And when God made men, very likely it was his intention to use them. That is a wonderful hand little Jamie brought into the world with him. It may be a useful hand as well as a beautiful hand. It may be that if it's carefully trained, there is work in the world that such a hand can do better than any other hand that ever has been fashioned. Once in a while there does come into the world one hand that can do work slightly better, a trifle finer than any other hand ever has done it. There is one thing about this experience that is dead sure. So long as there is blood in my veins and marrow in my bones, there is not going to be any taint of shame attached to this baby. He is going to have his chance, no matter who was his mother. And as for that little mother herself, with that unexpected and wonderful laughter on her lips, stepping across the boundary to meet her maker. Before he knew what he was doing, Jamie had slid to the floor and he was on his knees. His hands were clasped, his face was lifted, and he was praying, "Oh God, great God, creator of the universe and of men and of women and of all that this world contains. Oh God, Have mercy on the girl who is coming before you this morning. Whatever her frailty was, whatever her fault was, remember the suffering and the price she paid, and have mercy. Take her to your heart. Take her to your everlasting home where there is safety and cleanliness of body and purity of mind. Take her with my father and my mother and all the holy angels, and teach her that there is a better way than the way she chose. Have mercy, O Lord. Stumblingly, Jamie arose and went to the bedroom. He sat down on the side of the bed and put his hands over his face and cried until his lean frame shook, cried his heart out. After a long time, when the storm had passed, he wiped his eyes and discovered, as he reached the back porch, that he was hungry. So he went across to Margaret Cameron's kitchen and burgled his way through a back window. Into the basket she used, he packed everything he could find that would spoil in her absence and carried it home with him. Then, for the first time, he really went about the business of trying to cook food for himself. He knew where he could take the streetcar and find a small cafe not so far away, but somehow he was in no mood to meet men. He was in no mood to face women. He wanted to be alone. He wanted to think. He wondered where what remained of Alice Louise was going to be laid. He wondered if a small stone was going to be erected above her, and if his name would be carved on that stone. He wondered if it would read, "The beloved wife of James Lewis McFarlane." Then he wondered what the name of the baby's mother might have been, and it occurred to him that he had a way of finding out. The first time he was in the city, he could go to the Marriage License Bureau and ask to see the records on some excuse that he could think up by that time. He could find out what name the Storm Girl had written in to fit with Alice Louise. Jamie never in his life had examined a marriage certificate. The one in which he had been interested had been compiled by the clerk, a line shown Jamie to sign on, and then the Storm Girl had signed her name and taken prompt possession of the document. When his thoughts reached the Storm Girl, they immediately grew chaotic. Exactly why he had not as yet time sanely to figure out. He had the feeling that he had been made a dupe of, that he had been a good deal of a fool, and yet he knew that feeling was not fair. The girl had not asked him for anything. He had put up as strong a case of special pleading as he knew how to build, before she had told him in a few brief words exactly what it was that she needed. Wherein Jamie felt aggrieved was that she had not been square. She had not told the truth. She had said what she needed. She had left him to feel that the offer he had made, and which she had accepted, was on her own behalf. This morning had proven that she had used him not to serve her own needs, but those of another woman. Jamie realized that he would have done what she wanted. In that storm, facing his own reckoning so shortly, as he had felt at that time that he was facing it, he would have given any girl who had happened to appeal to him in distress the benefit of his name and what protection he could offer her. It would not have made any difference who the girl was when her needs were so very great. It was just that he had gone to the hospital and had raced to the room, expecting to kneel beside the bed and take the hand of the Storm Girl in his and fight for her life, in a fight that some way he felt certain he could win. When he had seen a strange face, the shock had been so great that he had sat down tamely and submitted to what the doctors and the nurse had said was inevitable, without even making the beginning of the fight he had meant to wage for the woman he had thought he was going to see. He had been defeated. She had slipped away from him again, and this time he was angry, genuinely provoked. He had only had a short time in which to think, and in that time he had told himself repeatedly, she didn't play the game square. In Jamie's eyes, that was almost the worst sin that anyone could possibly commit. His feelings on the subject had only grown stronger during his months of contact with the little scout. The little scout thought as keenly about playing the game square as he did, and was absolutely scrupulous in every practice indulged in. Jamie remembered with some amusement and a throb of pride that when he had asked the question of sex directly, the answer had been neither a lie nor an evasion, but straight from the shoulder. If you can't tell, does it make a darn bit of difference? That was fair dealing. That was leaving the field open. That was the kind of thing that Jamie liked. Before he went to bed, he called Mrs. Meredith. The baby was fine. It was no trouble. It had been oiled and fed and rolled up warmly, and the little scout was on the job, said the voice that Jamie thought was the sweetest voice he had ever heard over the telephone. None of us are getting much of a chance at the new little Jamie. Our little scout has taken possession of him and is on the job. I think you will need help with the bees seriously before you get it for the coming few days. There seems to be a feeling of responsibility that none of us understand. I think perhaps it's all of a piece with the pride of possession, with the ownership of an acre of land and a line of beehives, and a fine showing of orchard and garden. I notice that the little scout says proudly, "Our baby." When he had gone back to his bedroom, Jamie was still thinking. "Well, anyway," he said, "our baby isn't a shame baby. He has a perfectly good name standing for him on the records, and he's going to have a perfectly good chance. And as for the Storm Girl, she can go hang. I'm through with her." Then Jamie turned out the lights and lay down on his pillow and decided he would go to sleep very speedily. Out of the darkness, a voice said to him, in the vernacular of the little scout, "What's eatin' you? Did you want her to be dead? Did you want her to go to the horrors that are facing the beautiful body of Alice Louise?" Jamie turned over and buried his face in the pillow and cried, "Oh, my God, no! I didn't think of that. I don't want her heart broken. I don't want her dead. What I want is to know who she is, where she is, to have her depend on me, to be able to do something for her, to be released from my promise not to seek her. No, no, for her I want life. I want happiness." End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wallace Morgan. The Keeper of the Bees by Stratton-Porter. The Interloper. If the little scout had not been taking a double share of responsibility for the new baby Jamie, very likely the thing that happened during this period never would have happened to Jamie the elder, who did not come far from being considerable of a baby himself, under the right circumstances. To begin with, Jamie had not as yet been able to reconcile himself to the fact that he owned an acre of California and a house beautifully furnished with the exception of one room. He had not been able to take in that a world of flowers, an orchard of fruit trees, a garden of vegetables, and a long row of hives of bees yielding the most delicious of honey, a very large percentage of it having been gathered in the delicate blue garden of the bees in an adjoining garden. He had not been able to realize that the most attractive small house he had ever seen and half of the Sierra Madre Apiary were his. He had not been able to bring himself to feel that it was either just or right that all these things should be his. He was still looking upon his possessions in a state of bewilderment. It was true that he had been before the probate judge. He had fulfilled the requirements of the law. The property had been transferred to him and Jean Merited according to the exactions of the law. Money had been drawn from the bank and the inheritance tax paid as the bee master had provided. And still, Jamie did not feel that he really owned the acre that was standing in his name. He had the feeling that if he stayed there for a long period, say 10 years, and had studied the bees and had worked faithfully, if he had taken the place of a son to the bee master for that length of time, and the bee master had made his crossings and left his property to him, knowing him thoroughly and feeling that he could depend on him, that to Jamie would have been the right and reasonable transaction. He did not realize that anyone who met him and who was a judge of human nature in one good look from Jamie's head to heels would have been able to say definitely what he thought concerning him with very nearly the same degree of truthful delineation as could have been rendered at the end of 10 years' acquaintance. Jamie was the kind of a man that women and children and other men and dogs trusted without asking any questions. Jamie was the kind of a man who could forget the biggest problem preying on his mind to bind up the broken leg of a dog, to heal a hurt for a child. His present predicament was proof of what he would do for another man, glowing proof of what he would do for a woman. He had not been accustomed ever to think seriously of himself until the sharp nail wound tore his breast, and then for 2 years he had been forced to think. In the regime of hospitals and medical treatment he had faced for such a long period, the thought that the end of him was not far away, that it had become an obsession. Gradually, Garden had worked its magic until now Jamie was once more a man who was thinking for the little scout, for Margaret Cameron, for a girl who had risked her life and lost it, and dying had left him a second inheritance, one that Jamie was more willing to accept than the first. In the absence of Margaret Cameron, he was cleaning house. His thrifty mother had trained him to be her assistant in childhood. He knew how to sweep and dust, how to arrange furniture, how to keep a house immaculate. He was using the broom on the entrance porch when a taxi stopped before the door. A very smartly dressed young woman stepped from it and verified the house number. She looked over the premises with approving eyes and a smile of reassurance on her lips that caused panic in Jamie's heart. He had not felt that he had earned the property. He had not felt that he had first right to it, but he was quite certain that God himself did not know how much he loved it, how much he wanted it. And when this attractive young lady, with the smile of assurance that was almost too assured for the best degree of breeding, looked the premises over and inquired, "I am not mistaken in thinking that this is the residence of Mr. Michael Worthington, am I?" Jamie shook his head. "I think," said the young lady confidently, "that I could have selected Papa's house from any on this street. It looks exactly like him." Jamie had thought that he was fortified for this very thing, but when it happened, he learned that he had not been prepared in the least. He felt precisely as if someone had slugged him over the head with a very substantial piece of extremely hard wood. He had only brains enough left for an observation that he was too polite to make a hazard. So he said to himself, "Well, it may be that this house looks exactly like Papa, but God knows you don't." He went further, "And I'd always been taught that there was a strong probability that girls would resemble their fathers." What Jamie did outwardly was to get his heels together, square his shoulders, and manage a bow. "Am I to understand," he asked, "that you are a daughter of the bee master?" The young lady looked at Jamie and smiled, probably the most attractive smile she could muster. "I am not only a daughter," she said, "but I am his whole family." Of course, when the news came of Papa's having died so suddenly and unexpectedly, it was necessary for me to spend some time seeing that he was laid away as he would have desired to be, and doing everything that I could to comfort Mama. Jamie suddenly found himself putting up what he had considered a fight. "I had understood from the bee master," he said, "that both his wife and daughter were dead. I don't know how much about his first marriage. Of course, his first wife was dead before he married Mama, And I think they did have a child. I seem to have heard it mentioned, but of course that was long before I was born. Oh, I see, said Jamie. And I might as well tell you, if you are in charge here, that Mama and Papa never could agree. They were always having difficulties, and at last she was forced to secure a divorce. She could not live with a man so irritable and exacting, a man who never wanted to do anything but drone over a book or occupy himself with some kind of highbrow stuff that nobody human could have been interested in. I don't blame her a bit. I was entirely on her side. After she got the divorce, Papa went somewhere. She never knew where he had gone. He did not communicate with us directly. His lawyer sent the money for my support, and I suppose it is to him that I shall have to appeal to secure the property which rightfully belongs to me as his only child, his only living heir. Has nobody told you, asked Jamie, that the bee master left a will in which he bequeathed this property to a partner he has had for a long period of several years, and to me? The young lady laughed pleasantly. There was a rumor. Somebody said something about there being no effects, possibly a letter from a nurse at the hospital where Papa died. But, of course, when people know that I am Miss Worthington and Papa's only child, there isn't going to be any question as to whom the place rightfully belongs. Jamie looked very hard at the young person before him. He could see no reason as to why he should not believe what she said. But she did not in any way, in any faint degree, resemble the bee master. Not a mannerism, not a word of speech, not in the shaping of hands or feet, not in facial formation or expression. At the same time, if she carried with her credentials to prove who she was and that her claim was just, it was nothing more than he had expected, nothing more than he had been insisting would happen. So he said, if you furnish proof that the bee master was your father by blood, if you furnish proof that you have a legal claim to this property, there is no contesting the fact that it is yours. But the bee master was very clear in his mind, according to the testimony of his doctors and nurses, until he made his crossing, which happened in his sleep. And he was very emphatic in his statements that he had no heir of his immediate blood. What you will have to do is to show your proof, establish your identity, and make your claims convincing to the probate court of this county. In case you can do this, there is no question, but the property is yours. In the meantime, it is standing on the records in my name and in the name of the master's partner, and I am in charge. And I'm going to remain in charge until your identity is established and your claims are substantiated. And where, cried the young lady, am I going to remain? If I have to go into court and make a legal fight of this, it may require weeks or months even. And I had barely enough funds to bring me here. The allowance Papa made me never was half what it should have been. I know nothing about that, said Jamie. I have nothing to do with it, but I do know that there is a small fortune in bees and the trees and flowers of this property, and that its value depends upon the bees being watched. As many of them are swarming at the present time, there is honey that must be removed to save the bees from starting robbing. And always in California, the watering must be strictly attended to in the event that what the bee master wished and intended can be substantiated before a court. I do not propose, for the sake of his partner, who is now mine, and for my own sake, to have value depreciate as it will if I step out and leave the place to the care of a stranger. Then the first really ugly streak showed the disposition of the young woman. She laughed disagreeably. Well, there will be no question about your stepping out, she said, and about your stepping very speedily. There is not a court in the world that would cut off an only daughter and an only child and leave a man's property to almost a perfect stranger. That would be a little bit too low, and since this house is Papa's, I think I have every right to remain here. She turned toward the street and beckoned to the taxi man. Bring my trunk and bags, she ordered. The taxi driver shouldered a small steamer trunk, carried it into the house, and set it in the middle of the living room, placing upon it a suitcase and a dressing bag. He was paid for his services, and he climbed in his taxi and drove away. And a strange young woman with a very determined countenance, took off her hat and looked around. Jamie was worsted in the first round. He should not have allowed her to come in the house. He should not have permitted the taxi driver to leave the trunk, but she had said that she had very insufficient funds. There was a probability that a judge might substantiate her claims. Whatever Jamie did or did not do, he had to be a gentleman. He thought swiftly, and he thought correctly. He thought, Margaret Cameron is away. If she were here in this emergency, she would give me a room. She would let me sleep in the bed that belonged to her nephew. And since I know positively that this is what she would do, why wouldn't I climb in her back window and take possession? I will water her garden and see that her flowers are carefully kept until her return, and in her kitchen I can cook me something to eat. So Jamie went into the bedroom and gathered up the clothing in which he had come, the things that he had brought since his occupancy, and the package containing the personal belongings of Alice Louise. He made them all into a bundle and went down the walk, through the side gate, burgled a back window, and established himself in the room that he felt certain, from the wall decorations and its location, had belonged to Margaret Cameron's nephew. Then he went down to the corner grocery and purchased some food, which he filled the ice chest. He hung up the ice wanted sign and removed the milk and tomato and orange juice he had in the bee master's ice chest. And inside an hour he was dispossessed, but he was still holding the job, still weeding, still watering, trimming, and keeping careful watch on more than the bees. As he worked, it appealed to him that the first thing he should do was to call Mr. Meredith and let him take what action he chose in his child's interest. So he went to the telephone and, after hearing all the latest particulars, which were enthusiastically delivered concerning little Jamie, he asked for Mr. Meredith. He was told that he was out of town and would be away for a week or 10 days. Right there, Jamie hesitated. He could take care of his little partner's interest in the same manner as he would his own. He could see what legal action was taken and reported when the time came. There was no necessity for setting Miss Meredith and the little scout to worrying when there was probably nothing they could do. So Jamie hung up the receiver without saying that at that minute the Aperi was in the hands of an interloper. As Jamie worked, this same interloper came down through the garden on a tour of observation. She had changed her dress for another, light and attractive, with the stains of travel removed. She seemed more like a world of girls, such as Jamie saw everywhere every day. The difficulty was that she seemed so much like them that Jamie was not interested. It had to be an unusual girl, someone different, someone giving at least slight evidence of having a human heart, mental culture, and consideration for others. To make Jamie look twice, this young party evidently was thinking mostly of herself. Jamie watched her advancing towards him down the back walk, and the first thought that came to him as she was sharply delineated in a patch of sunlight was, "She looks hard." Persistently, he went on with his work. The girl was now within a few yards of him. She stopped and studied him intently. "I've been thinking," she said. "There's nothing here that can suffer greatly in the few days that will be required to arrange the papers so that I can come into possession of my property. I prefer that you leave me in undisrupted possession." Jamie looked at the girl and smiled, and it was a winsome smile, a bonny smile. "Don't you think," he said, "that you are asking a good deal of human nature? I've been caring for this place for quite a while now. I've been thinking it was my own for some time past. You are confident to an unusual degree if you think I'm going to walk out and turn over the property that stands on the records in my name without having seen any proof you have to offer, without knowing whether you can establish the claims you make before a court. Do you mean that if you came into possession of this property, you would live here? You would make your home here?" The young lady glanced around her. Jamie's incredibly irritated her. "What kind of a back number are you?" she asked. "As we came here, I thought we were going about 20 miles from the station I came in at." "And so you were," replied Jamie. "You were a good guesser. And what would a girl, just when she has a right to have a good time, want to be marooned in a place like this for? If there is anything I am afraid of, it's a bee. If there's anything I hate, it's a mountain. If there's anything I hate worse than a mountain, it's the sea. If there's anything I can't abide for a few hours at a stretch, it is such stillness as this, such deadening, sickening silence. Does anything ever happen here?" "Yes," Jamie said, You came, and the bees are beginning to swarm every few days. There's fruit to be picked, there's sprinkling to be done, there's hoeing and cleaning and work aplenty. More work than any one man can do as well as it should be done. In other words, said the young woman, you are proposing to stay here and keep an eye on me? You said that, said Jamie. What I said was that I was proposing to stay here and take care of the property, to do the sprinkling, to hive the bees. I'm not such a fool that I don't know why you will not go, said the young person. Draw your own conclusions, answered Jamie. This side of the garden needs watering today. I am going to water it. And he quietly went on with his work. The young woman stood still a minute, and then she said, I want the keys to the chest Papa always kept his papers in. Undoubtedly, there are things there that will help me to establish my interest. Tell that to the probate judge, said Jamie. If he wants that chest unlocked and the papers that it contains turned over to you, he will send a clerk to go through them with you and to make a record of them and place them in evidence before they are tampered with. It happened that Jamie was keeping watch, oblique watch, but nevertheless a sharp watch. On the face of the girl, when he made that statement, he saw the arrested breath. He saw the whitened face. He saw the tense pause and the deep thought. And the voice that sometimes talked to him inside himself said to him, now, she doesn't like that. She doesn't want anyone present when that chest is open. She doesn't want a record made of those papers. She doesn't like the idea of asking the probate judge to send a man to go through them with her. Jamie immediately attached another length of hose and drew his work up the slope until he was opposite the window that gave the best view from the living room. In this manner, time went on. He had occupied Margaret's house and kept his eye on the young person for 2 days and 1 night. And he was fairly well tired out when the young lady passed Margaret Cameron's, and Jamie watched her take the trolley for the city. He went over to the house. He did not see how it could wear the same expression on its face that it had always worn. It would have confronted him if it had looked very much disgusted and displeased, but it did not. It smiled on the roadway and the mountainside on which it looked with exactly the same serene, placid smile of invitation that it always wore for him. He tried its doors, but they were all locked. He looked in the window, but he could see nothing except that the trunk was standing in the middle of the living room, and the wardrobe of the young lady seemed to be mostly draped over the bee master's chair. He decided that this would be a good time to work Margaret Cameron's garden. So he went over and turned on the hose. He was busy there when he heard the light padding of beach shoes behind him and turned to face the little scout. Oh, hello. How's everything? How's everything at your end of the line? parried Jamie. Fine, said the little scout. I'm doing all those things that I told you I'd do for our partnership baby. He's going to be an awful nice baby. Mother's crazy over him. She cuddles him up and takes care of him exactly like she did Jimmy. But she ain't much stuck on this bottle business. She says it's an awful nuisance to fix the bottle. And she says it's an awful pity that any baby should have to lose its mother, because she says that a baby, when it's a little thing like that, gets more from its mother than just milk. She said it gets a steady stream of love. She says that a baby that lies on its mother's breast and looks in her eyes and lays one little hand on her neck gets with its food something that it knows about all its life. She says it tain't natural and it tain't right for a baby to be alone on a pillow in any old bottle propped into its mouth. It ain't propped with Jamie, 'cause I hold it, and it's a good thing this happened while there's no school. 'Cause I'm telling you that you wouldn't believe all the things I do when there ain't nobody looking. I can hold the bottle, and I put my arm around Jamie, so's maybe I can kind of fool him into thinking he's got the same stream of love along with his milk that our Jimmy got. I tell you, our Jamie is just keen. My goodness. There, I've gone and used Nanette's word. That's the only adjective Nanette knows. Her shoes are keen, and her dress is keen, and her haircut is keen, and the party is keen, and the picture is keen, and I've heard it so much, I hope to goodness I ain't gonna go and get keen too. Jamie laughed. You don't have to get keen, Mr. Scoutmaster, he said. You've been perfectly keen ever since you've been born." The little scout was evidently pleased. There was a slight increase in height. There was a funny toss of the head. "Well, who's going to shake dice with the right kind of a swing and manage a bunch of scouts and do a whole lot of other things that I've been up against all my life? And not to be pretty keen, I'm keen on this place, I can tell you that. I'm about dead for it. I was telling Mother this morning that the very minute I get through reading and writing and arithmetic, I'm going to come here and get on my job. She says I'm going to college, but there are a whole lot of things about me that she doesn't know as well as she might, and college is one of them." Then the scoutmaster amply proved to Jamie the claim that had been made. He felt himself being subjected to a long look. He felt the length of a small figure pressing against him. He felt a hand unusually clean slipping up over his left side. He heard a voice so soft and sweet that it reminded him of a certain telephone voice that he knew. The voice wailed, "Oh, Jamie, your side didn't cheer, did it? You ain't got all to do over again, have you?" Jamie put his arm around the little scout. "Why, no," he said. "My side's fine. It's getting better every day. I have it in the back of my head that in 2 or 3 months more, I would not even have to wear the lightest kind of a pad or a bandage." The scoutmaster looked up. "Then what's the matter?" Jamie hesitated. "Your face looks pasty, and your eyes are dead tired. You look all beat out. You look like you just like I do when the scouts go to roughhousing, and I've had to lick the bunch. Sometimes I look at my face when I brush my teeth, and I can see just how big my job is. Right around my eyes I can see it, and I can see things around your eyes now." "What's the matter?" Jamie thought swiftly. He did not want to tell the little scout what was the matter. In Mr. Meredith's absence, he did not want Miss Meredith worried with a legal complication when she had undue care of a baby for whose care he had assumed responsibility. He thought fast and hard and let the moment slip. "You are all right, little scout," he said. "You are rather keen. I was worried last night and I didn't sleep well. I was kind of keeping watch over our place and Margaret's." "Isn't Margaret back yet? Things look all shut up," observed the scoutmaster. "I imagine she's gone into the city to have a vacation. A visit with Molly you're always talking about," said Jamie. "I'm taking care of things for her while she is gone. I guess I'll go over and take a look at my property," said the scoutmaster, grinning broadly at Jamie. "All right," said Jamie. Neither of them had noticed that the interloper had passed Margaret Cameron's while they were watering her garden and had unlocked the front door and entered the house of invitation. The scoutmaster flew over the fence, trotted down the gravel walk, waved the salutation at Jacaranda, and took the curve passing the front of the house for the very natural reason that the 1 acre which stood on the country records in the name of Jean Meredith lay on the right-hand side of the house. As one approached it from the entrance, as the child crossed the walk, there was a noticeable movement in the living room and the whiff of an odor that acted on the little scout as a stiff breeze of formic acid acts on the wild. With a large fund of assurance, the scoutmaster crossed the porch in a bound, swung open the front door, and faced the open trunk. The dresses draped over the bee-master's chair. Faced also a young woman with an unduly bleached head and overpainted face. A young woman who, to the eyes of the scoutmaster, was a fine combination of everything in the world that a nice young woman should not be. The youngster stared in amazement. "How come?" Was the greeting shot at the interloper? The suggestive hands were thrown out, one in the direction of the trunk, one of the chair. "Hello, kiddo," said the young person. "You're sure my luck. Take this dime and run to the nearest grocery and get me a bottle of milk, and when you bring it back, I'll give you a nickel for going." The scoutmaster stood still and looked hard at the young woman, looked long and intently, and remembered something and could not tell exactly what. You're not Jamie's mother, are you?" But of course you couldn't be Jamie's mother, 'cause Jamie's coming made her too sick and she had to go across whether she wanted to or not. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" "That's nothing to you," said the young lady. "Run along and get my milk, and then I've got about 50 other errands I want you to do. You can pick up quite a bit of small change in the next hour or two if you move so that you stir the dust at all." The scoutmaster stood still, with hard, almost feverish eyes The face of a woman was scanned. The eyes especially were studied deeply. The trunk and the clothing, the abdominal odors of cheap soaps and vile perfumes, all registered adversely on the child's mind. This woman in the house, and Jamie at Margaret Cameron's, and doing nothing about it? That was exactly like Jamie. It had been the private opinion of the little scout for some time that as a fighter, Jamie might hold his own among the Germans, but he did not show much inclination to hold his own when somebody tried to give him a wonderful piece of property. Vaguely the thought that had begun stirring in the back of the scoutmaster's head stirred deeper and cleared up and took form. The small hand was thrust out. "Give me your dime. Sure, I'll do your errands for you," said the little scout. With the dime tightly gripped in one hand, the scoutmaster sailed over the fence and landed almost at the feet of Jamie, and there the child stared at him belligerently. "Who's the Jane in the crooked makeup and the dirty skirt?" The demand was brief and to the point. "Is there anyone in the house?" asked Jamie. He was so taken aback, he reverted to his father's childhood and said, "Hoose." "I'm telling you, there's someone in the house," cried the little scout. "There's a comedy queen in the house." A Jane like that draped all over the bee master's chair and her trunk open in the middle of the floor. "What did you let her in for?" "She walked in," said Jamie. "And wasn't you big enough to keep her out?" demanded the little scout, tilting up a head to look to the full extent of Jamie's 6 feet plus. "Yes, I was," said Jamie, "if I had used force, but I'm not given to using force on the ladies. So you cleared out and came over here, and you turned over our property to that piece of Limburger cheese?" "I'm afraid I did," said Jamie. "Well, you put the biggest crimp of my style that anybody ever did," said the scoutmaster. "I bet you just walked out like a milk-fed turkey and never put up one warlike gobble." "I told her," said Jamie, "to tell it to the probate judge." "Ah," said the scoutmaster, in the hoarest, roughest tone Jamie ever heard issue from the small throat. "Ah, what's the use of the probate judge? You knew the bee master, and you knew he wouldn't do anything that wasn't fair and right. If you want to lop over like a California Christmas candle, you can just do it. You can give her your share if you want to, but believe you me, the hands were in action. Believe you me, Mr. James Lewis McFarland, you will not give away my half of that bee garden, because that was the only chance I ever stood of getting a horse. The reason I didn't get a horse wasn't because there wasn't enough money in the family to buy a horse. It was because I couldn't keep a horse in a city. Out here, I don't see why I couldn't. There's no neighbors on my side to object. I'll see that flax wig in there doing me out of my horse." The little scout thrust forth a hand and disclosed a dime. "I'm going to the grocery to get milk for her, and then there's 50 other errands." Suddenly the little scout changed to the woman in the house, and in an exact intimidation of the tone and manner that Jamie recognized, he heard, "Kiddo, there's about 50 other errands you can do for me." There was another change. "You can stake your role. Kiddo is going to stay right here on the job. Kiddo is going to do the errands. Kiddo is going to find out some way to get that Jane out of there and get her out pretty quick. Kiddo happens to know a whole lot of things that you don't, and Kiddo is just beginning to get wise to who that party is." Both hands flew out, one of them widespread, the other gripping the dime. "Let me tell you, Kiddo is saving a last arrow for that party right in there. Kiddo owes it to the bee master to puncture her until you can see daylight clear through her. Maybe you think I ain't got her number now. Maybe you think I don't know who pushed little Mary and broke her spine and made her die. You watch me. You ain't gonna fight. I am. How did you get in this house?" "Walked in," Jamie said. "All right," said the little scout. "I'm going to telephone Mother, and I'm going to get my scouts on the job, and you put your ear to the ground and listen for a rumble. Kiddo is letting loose the dogs of war. Believe you me." The scoutmaster brought both feet down with an emphatic slap, and presently Jamie heard the ringing of the telephone, and he heard, too, the voice of the little scout. "Say, Mom, Margaret Cameron's away, and my partner out here needs me. I'll probably have to cook his dinner for him. I may not get in till late. If it's too late, he'll bring me. Don't worry about me. I'm all right. But this Big baby out here needs taking care of worse than baby Jamie. I'll tell you that to the assembled multitude. The receiver hit the hook hard enough to break both, and the scoutmaster went through the front door and started on a skimming run in the direction of the corner grocery below. Jamie sat down and began to think. Then he went to the telephone and called John Carey. He asked if in the event any of the bees threatened to swarm the next day, he could depend on him for help. The reply was that he could. Carey would come over in the morning and they would look the hives over and get some fresh ones ready for swarms to occupy. Presently, Jamie saw the scoutmaster enter their front gate and go up the walk with the bottle of milk. After that, he saw a bunch of papers and odds and ends carried to the incinerator. Then he watched the gathering of tomatoes and vegetables, the picking of fruit that was carried to the kitchen, and when he went over to get a better idea of what was going on, he saw in passing a window that the scoutmaster was standing in the middle of the living room, fitting dresses over the bee master's coat hangers and hanging them up in his closet. Presently, little Scout came out to him. Jamie was surprised at the expression on the small face. It had become absolutely inscrutable. It did not remind Jamie of anything he had ever seen. It was a trifle white, a trifle set, immobile to the last degree. It was only by looking closely that Jamie saw that the entire figure was turned up like a fiddle strung, stretched and taut, and ready to respond to the note it would be called on to deliver. Suddenly in Jamie's heart there leapt up a feeling of confidence. The bee master had said that the little Scout knew. Thereupon it appealed to Jamie that it would be a wise thing on his part to stand guard while the little Scout went into action on the basis of whatever knowledge would furnish the grounds for action. Said the scoutmaster, "She is trying every key in the house on my chest, and pretty soon she will find one that fits. And that chest is just wadded full of things that ain't any of her business. That's got Highland Mary's things in it and little Mary's things. It's got marriage certificates and deeds. It's got business papers. It's got the signed up settlement that settles that little flapper is there for life. I know who she is. I know what she thinks she will do. And believe you me, she can do it if she gets that chest open. And that chest belongs to me. What are you going to do about it?" "Where is the key?" asked Jamie. "My dad's got it," said the little Scout. "It's among the things the bee master had at the hospital with him. And the day things were settled, the probate judge gave 'em to Dad to keep till I'm of age. It's in his desk at home. I could get it by making a run in, but I ain't going to do it. That reminds me that she ain't going to unlock that chest with any key she'll find around the house, nor any key she will get made, 'cause that chest's got a private kind of lock on it, and there's a leaf in the carving where you've got to press a spring before the lock will work." Days when I had done everything else and I was getting ready to go home, and the bee master was so lonesome for something alive and something to talk to him, he would let me work on that combination and show me the things and let me look at the pictures and let me see the things that were in there that belonged to Big Mary and Little Mary. And that's what's been working in my head. There's a picture in that chest of that Jane when she was little, and she looked just about as measly as she does now. It's got a name and a date on it, too. That will kind of fix her if she don't look out what she tells the probate judge. She can't get in that chest unless she splits it with an axe. And if she ever does that, zowie. The face lifted to Jamie was the face of a small pagan dealing justice. There was no hint of mercy. There was no hint of tolerance. It was inexorable, as immobile as the face of the figure of justice holding the scales above the judge's chair in the office of the probate court. A cold shiver crept down Jamie's back. For the first time he addressed his small partner by name. "Jean," he said, "Jean, be mighty careful what you do. I'm not claiming that I haven't got an awful wrench in the prospect of being driven from the garden, of giving up what the bee master meant me to have, but however much your share of it means to you, it cannot mean what it would if you did some terrible thing and got yourself put in prison or blackened your whole life. There is only one way to manage these things, and that is to let justice take its course." "Exactly what I think," agreed the little Scout. "I'm not believing that there isn't justice in this village. I'm not believing it ain't going to take its course if I spring from ambush like Chief Running Horse at the right time. I told you before, I'll tell you now. You keep out of this and you watch my dust." The little scout wheeled and went back to the house. Facing the interloper in tones of suave politeness, this message was delivered. Miss Tall McFarland says to tell you that the keys of Miss Tall Willington's chest are in the care of Miss Tall Meredith, and that Miss Tall Meredith will be out of town for several days, and they can't be delivered until his return. Well, I have no time to wait, said Miss Worthington. I've got to go through the papers that belong in that chest. I've got to open it if I have to smash it. The little scout smiled. Mr. Worthington said that the chest came from across the ocean with his grandfather's housekeeping things, and it was hand-carved, and at once belonged to a queen. If you tried to break it open and damaged it, and if what you found didn't satisfy the probate judge as to who you are and what you're doing here, you'd get yourself into pretty serious trouble, because here in California, we began to train the babies along with their bottles, which are against nature, and I don't recommend them, but I thought they'd sound more polite than mentioning the other way. Anyhow, we begin to train them that early to pull off their hoods and wave them when anybody says antique. We swat them on the dome, impressive if they don't. We adore antique chests and tables and chairs and rugs and things, and you better look sharp, because California wouldn't like it if you abuse anything antique. Say, look here, said Miss Worthington. Who are you? Oh, I'm a kid round this neighborhood. What's your next? Drag that trunk into the bedroom. The scoutmaster advanced and stooped to one end of the trunk, looked around and about and said politely, kindly take the other end. These rugs are also antique, and furniture can't be dragged over them. And besides that, your trunk is about twice my size, even if it is a steamer. Miss Worthington hesitated a minute, then took one end of the trunk and helped to carry it into the bee master sleeping room. The little scout looked at the open closet from which Jamie's clothing had been removed, at the open drawers from which he had taken his belongings, and a wave of anger surged up that very nearly upset the brand of self-possession that the scoutmaster was trying to maintain. The thought that was at that minute in the small head was whether fists were sufficiently hard, muscle was sufficiently tough, were not equal to the task of pinching this interloper through the window down a particularly steep piece of mountainside leaning towards the sea. But the mentality of the little person spoke up. Go and pinch her! Chances are big soft Jamie would be standing outside and catch her in a blanket and bring her in and put her to bed and stand up all night watching to see whether she was going to open that chest or not. And he probably wouldn't stop her if she did. What's the use if I pitch her? It wouldn't get me anywhere. I better just stick around and stay on the job and see what she's going to do. So the scoutmaster ran innumerable errands and watched with blood literally at the point of boiling while the house was searched from top to bottom. Drawers were empty, books shifted on shelves. At last, the little scout lost patience. Say, what's eating you? Miss Worthington fairly jumped. Think you're going to find the Condor or the drums of Jeopardy? What do you mean? Demanded Miss Worthington. Sounds too funny, said the scoutmaster, to hear you say you are Miss Worthington and then say, I should think that the bee master would have taught you when you was about 2 years old to say, what do you? And I didn't suppose you would know what I was referring to, but it's strange. He didn't teach you his own child. He's the one who taught me about the Condor, is the biggest sparkler in the world, and the drums of Jeopardy are the biggest emeralds. I got that out of picture show. It was the hair raiser, too. And it had the prettiest girl in it, a girl with dark hair and eyes and a reasonable amount of lipstick and her makeup on straight. And she could act too. She was just a humdinger. I'll tell the world. If you're carefully educated, said Miss Worthington, why do you use the slang that you do? The little scout laughed. Oh, I've got to sling that brand of guff to keep in favor with the scouts. If I talked among them the way Dad makes me talk at home, I wouldn't be scoutmaster with a bunch of very long. When we play, we're Indians and bandits and pirates and things like that. We talk that way because it makes it realer. And anyway, nobody expects a 10-year-old kid to talk the way a woman of 30 would. I'm not 30, snapped Miss Worthington. Excuse me, said the scoutmaster. I knew you were close to 40. I only said 30 for politeness. I'm done with you now, said Miss Worthington. You may go home, but you better come around again in the morning and see if there's anything you can do for me. All right, said the scoutmaster. I'll be right here. I'll start home whenever you pay me for what I've done today. I've been flying pretty lively all afternoon, and I'm getting hungry enough to eat up every hot dog on the corner stand. I'll pay you in the morning, said Miss Worthington. I'll take my pay now, said the little scout. I happen to be out of change, and I'm telling you, I'm hungry. Miss Worthington produced her pocketbook, and taking some small change from it, dropped it into the outstretched hand. The little scout counted it twice. Say, you ain't throwing your change to the birds, are you? But the inquiry was good-humored. The scoutmaster had decided to be on the job in the morning. What time do you want me? Better make it about 9. All right, said the scoutmaster. Maybe I can get here an hour sooner and wipe up the dust on the furniture or straighten things out for you. Or clean your shoes. I often clean my mother's shoes. I know how. That's fine, said Miss Worthington. Come as soon as you want to. I'll be right here, said the little scout, and for your own sake, 'cause I'm so fond of you, I'm just telling you before I start that you better remember how California feels about antique furniture. The little scout closed the door and went down the path and scaled the fence and said to Jamie, I can't chase up a reason for staying there any longer, and I'm about sick hungry. If you can hang out the night and do something to scare her off about getting into that chest until morning, I'll go on the job again pretty soon, after 7, and I'll stick at it until I see if I can make something happen. Then the line of march was taken up to the nearest hot dog stand. A few rods away, the little scout turned. Let me wise you up to this. If she gets desperate in the night like the hardened criminals do, she may try breaking my chest. Be a good idea for you to take the axe or anything she could pry without of the tool house and fasten the windows on the inside where they latch and lock it on the outside. If she can't find anything that just suits her to attack with, maybe she will let it be until morning. And that was what Miss Worthington did. She was tired herself. Being too lazy to cook, she ate bread and milk, took a bath, and went to bed early. And she was still asleep when the scoutmaster arrived in the morning. Depending on the assurance that he would be called if needed, Jamie, reeling for lack of sleep, stretched himself on his bed and went over the edge. The situation for that day was up to the little scout. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Keeper of the Bees by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 18. The Little Scout on the Warpath. Up until 10 o'clock, the little scout served as kitchen maid, lady's maid, housemaid, errand boy, anything the interloper required. Then a load of worthless paper was sent to the incinerator, which stood in the middle of the lower portion of Jamie's side of the garden, halfway between the hives of the black Germans and the long row of the Italians. As the scoutmaster scratched the match and lighted the papers and stood a few minutes to watch the burning, an ominous rumbling that came from somewhere in the direction of the Italians became noticeable. Said the little scout. Dunno, but I better call Jamie. Some of his bees are going to swarm. Coming back up the walk, there was a pause of a second beside the hydrant. The scoutmaster had intended to set a few drops trickling to keep the mint bed happy, but the heaviest hose was attached and stretched up the walk. The nozzle could be seen lying above one of the jacaranda trees, open enough to let a tiny stream drip, no faster than the earth would absorb it for the watering of the tree. That jacaranda tree seemed to be particularly precious, because under its lacy shade of serene blue, some of the very happiest hours that the bee-master had ever conjured up for the amusement of the little scout had been spent. So the scoutmaster left the back walk and circled around the house and turned the nozzle one faint degree wider open and laid it down in a new place as a slight expression of devotion to that special jacaranda. As the nozzle touched the earth, there came from inside the house a splintering crash. The little scout straightened suddenly, eyes wide open, muscles tense, and with a lighter step than was ever used in nefarious pirouetting, the ground was covered to the side window. Carefully drawing the weight of the body upward, the little scout peered through the open window in time to see the lid of the antique chest wide open. The axe, that must have been secured and hidden somewhere in the house before Jamie had locked up the previous night, lay on the floor. Breathlessly, the scoutmaster clung to the window and peered in. The time was past for diplomacy. War had been declared. The enemy had invaded the most sacred stronghold of the bee-master, of the little scout, of the keeper of the bees. It was time for action. Clinging to the window-sill with eyes wide open and mouth considerably wider, the little scout watched while the waste paper basket that belonged beside the bee-master's writing desk, the big Indian cooking basket, was filled indiscriminately with everything that could be gathered up from the contents of the chest. There was a picture, a paper that looked as if it might contain the slightest record of any transaction. Nothing but playthings, jewellery, ornaments, laces, and scarves were left. The basket was heaped to the top. Then Miss Worthington arose, possessed herself of a handful of matches from a dish over the mantel, and picking up the basket, started toward the back door. Deftly the scoutmaster dropped from the window-sill, raced to the jacaranda, caught up the hose, and darted down the side of the vine-laden pergola until the hydrant was reached. There was a pause to shut off the hose and turn the hydrant until the hose swelled and writhed like a snake. Behind the thickest wall of vines the little scout crouched and hung on to the hose, both eyes trained on the incinerator, still smoking and with fire in the bottom from the papers that were smouldering. Peering through the vines of the pergola, the scoutmaster could see that the girl was not yet coming, and again the soft buzzing called attention to the neighbourhood of the incinerator. The little scout leaned low and peered from side to side, and stepping lightly, remaining screened to get a clear view, watched for the girl's approach. Then in an ominous roar, almost at one and the same time, from 2 hives of Italians there came streaming swarms of bees that were leaving their hives, honeycombs filled and bee-crowded, to seek new homes at the behest of the old queen. The little scout's eyes opened wider. The hose dropped from the small fingers. One leap carried to an opening in the pergola. A twist carried through, and small feet raced wildly up the back walk and to the back porch, and shaking hands grabbed the bee drum. One glance in the kitchen showed Miss Worthington on her knees beside the basket, with nervous fingers sorting out the papers and the things that she had thrust into it with small discrimination. "For a little time," said the scoutmaster, grabbing up the drum. "I sure am thankful." And a wild race began for the region of the incinerator, and softly on the morning air broke the slow rhythmic drum, 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 and the bees that were swarming in the air began to gather. The drum led them first to an orange branch within 3 yards of the incinerator, then headed off another bunch and guided them toward a fig branch on the opposite side. Drum, drum. The little scout stood with bulging eyes and parted lips in a cloud of bees, watching first one swarm, then the other. The air was still thick with them, but it was apparent to experienced eyes that the queen of each swarm had settled, and that was all that was necessary. Drum, 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 drum. The eyes alternated between the bees and the back porch. There she came. The basket, full to overflowing, one hand circling it full of matches, the other hand full of the papers that it was most essential to destroy. Keeping under cover of the trees and the flowers and the pergola, stooping on silent feet, the little scout slipped back to the hydrant, made sure that it was wide open, dropped the drum, and picked up the nozzle of the hose that operated with the pressure of water, carried at such force as a running current flowing through pipes large enough to motor on with a small automobile, and carried many places straight down mountainsides, would attain. The hose twisted as if it were a living thing, and the little scout eased off the hydrant a trifle in the fear that the hose might burst. The interloper hurried down the back walk as fast as her feet would carry her over its winding and precipitous way, and dumped the contents of the basket into the incinerator. On top of it the precious papers were thrown, and then the match was scratched and held a second to make sure that it was blazing before the papers were touched off at the top. As the hand holding the match reached toward the papers, a stream of water that shook the incinerator on its base struck it, and began speedily soaking its entire contents, and a shrill voice, keyed to the top note of wild excitement, shouted, "Look you careful there! You got swarming bees on each side of you. You'll be stung to death in just about 1 minute, 'cause God knows your scent ain't right." How much Miss Worthington knew about bees was debatable. One thing the little scout recognized: she knew enough about them to be afraid. She looked to the right and then to the left, and decided she would risk it, though the bees were coming closer. "Turn off that hose!" she shouted. "Turn off that hose!" "Not on your life," retorted the little scout. "You ain't a-going to burn up those papers. They don't belong to you. Don't touch 'em. Don't you touch one of 'em. If you do, I'll hit you with this hose until I knock you sprung into the nearest of the bees behind you. You don't know mountain water pressure, but I can do it." "Turn off that hose!" cried the young woman, clinging to the side of the incinerator and looking with bulging eyes at the two swarms of bees milling so alarmingly near, looking up at the air above her, gradually filling with the roaring wings of bees, scenting something they did not like, bees already nervous with the strain of leaving the hive in which they had been reared and following their queen to a new location. "What are you trying to do?" cried Miss Worthington. "I'm not trying," shouted the scoutmaster. "I'm doing. I'm going to have the truth out of you, or I'm going to set two swarms of bees on you, and they will sting you until you are the deadest of anybody that ever went dead, just the horrid way you ought to go to pay for little Mary. I know you. I've seen your picture. You've got it there in that incinerator. You ain't the bee-master's daughter any more than you're mine. Your mother had you when she vamped him into marrying her. You are trying to play, you are, Mary. You're trying to cheat to get this yet. See 'em closing in on you? See 'em coming closer? Hear 'em roar?" The terrified girl looked on every side of her. Escape was cut off to the rear. The roaring hose was menacing her in front. If she left the incinerator with the papers she had consigned to it unburned, there was no hope for her claim, no chance for any proof she had brought with her to be effective. She must get the papers or be defeated. But the little fiend at the end of that roaring hose! Resolutely she bent over the incinerator and began with shaking hands to gather up the papers. In that instant the little scout trained the hose, running full force, squarely in the back of the hives of black Germans, trained it and so held it that they rocked on their foundations, and there came pouring from them in distracted hosts the vilest tempered bees that the history of beekeeping ever has known. The object most prominently in front of them was the smoking incinerator, and the taint that was carried on the air, the most maddening taint that their experience knew, was the taint of the human being exhaling from every pore the odor of formic acid, the odor of fear. The black Germans began to rise with a roar. The little scout set the water tap wide open and manipulated the hose nozzle to its full strength, and watched it beat a hole into a bed of marigolds, tearing them out of the earth. And above the roar of the bees and above the rush of the water, the voice that matched the face that Jamie had seen the night before, the voice of a small pagan intent on wreaking justice, carried high and shrill. "Now you are surrounded. Now you got 'em on 3 sides. Now you got 'em all around you. Now you'll get it. I'll give you just one chance. Drop those papers." The girl looked up. Within a few yards of her roared the Italians on one hand. At her back another swarm was even closer, and down on her from the front came the black Germans. "Turn that hose on me!" she shrieked. "Cover me with water! Beat 'em off with it!" Then the little scout stepped out in full view on tiptoes and kept the hose precisely where it was. "Turn that hose on our bees! Nice innocent bees, tending to their own business, making sweets to feed the world. Them bees is friends of mine. I'm the bee-master's partner. Half of this place he gave to me. You think you're going to steal it? You think you're going to burn his papers? Come clean now, or the bees will get you, and it will not be 5 minutes until you'll be deader than any liar or anything ever was before. Look out! They're in front of you. Come clean! Say you ain't the bee-master's daughter." Clinging to the incinerator, the girl cast a terrified glance around her. She was in a circle of bees, and she had heard of black Germans. She knew them when she saw them. There had been bee gardens in her childhood when she had been an inmate of the home of the bee-master. She screamed at the top of her voice. "Stop your noise," said the scoutmaster. "Come clean, I say. Come clean. Say Michael Worthington was not my father." At that instant the first black German hit its victim on the head, not far from the right ear, and went into execution. "No, no," shrieked the girl. "He wasn't my father." "Say you're trying to steal this place, and you've got no right to it," said the little scout. The girl righted herself and tried to take a step forward. Another black German hit her squarely on the forehead. Yes, she cried, "I am trying to steal it. I have got no right to it." "Mm-hmm," said the little scout. "Now, say you're trying to burn those papers to get rid of all the evidence that would keep you from being the thief you're trying to be. Say it, and say it damn quick." "Yes, yes," panted the tortured girl. "I'll say anything. For God's sake, turn that hose on me. Clear a way through. Quick, quick, or you'll be too late." "You will tell the truth about one thing more first," said the little scout. At that minute the boiling hose was beating a hole big enough to have drowned a calf right in the marigold bed. The little scout danced from one foot to the other, hanging to it with all the strength of a pair of unbelievably tough young arms. "Tell the truth about little Mary yet. Say you pushed her. I know you did. The bee-master knew you did, but he couldn't prove it. I'll let him sting the everlasting liver out of you if you don't tell the truth about that yet." The third German got in its work in the tender muscles close to an eye. "Yes, yes," panted the shrieking creature. "Yes, the hose, for God's sake, turn the hose on me." "Drop flat on the ground," shouted the scoutmaster. "Get on your belly and crawl. Crawl like the worm you are. I won't turn the hose on our bees. Get down, Nebuchadnezzar. Get on your belly and eat grass. Eat dirt for all I care. Then you can start inchin'. You can start inchin' along like a poor inchworm. Head for me and I'll juice you up enough that they'll not get you. Turn the hose on my friends? I guess not. Hold your nose, it's going to snow." Full force the hose struck the miserable object grovelling on the ground, struck her, played over her, and knocked a few bees that were flying low out of the way. A pitiful creature came crawling up the mountain, gasping for breath, one eye slowly closing, the pain of 3 stings on the head almost unbearable torture, bees by the thousand roaring above her. Slowly the little scout backed up the mountain, dragging the twisting hose, pausing every few seconds to play it again on the victim. By and by sufficient distance was reached to permit an armistice. "Now you stop right where you are," commanded the scoutmaster, with a deft twirl cutting down the water. "Stop right where you are." "No," cried the girl, struggling to her knees. "I'll not stop where I am. I'll get you, and I'll wring the head right off of your neck. You little devil! You vile little devil!" Flip went the hose. Sprang came the water, squarely on the girl's head and shoulders. Down she went. "So that's how you feel about it? That's the way you thank me for saving you, all lying and stealing like you are? You didn't know I could magic bees, did you? You didn't know I could run around on the other side of them and spray 'em gentle until I'd drive 'em on you, did you? You didn't know I got a better trick than that up my sleeve yet, did you?" Once more the girl raised halfway to her knees, and once more the hose came roaring threateningly near. "Now you pause," said the little scout. "Pause in your mad career exactly where you are until you get me right." From the soiled string round the neck of the little scout the police whistle came into play. In reply to its shrill note there burst from behind the lilac bush, from behind the poinsettias, from behind the plumbago, 3 wild-eyed, wildly dancing young fiends, tuned by what they had seen to the spirit of battle. The scoutmaster stuck the police whistle in the front of a soiled blouse. "Scout 1," came the terse order, and fat old Bill drew up, saluted. "Scout 2," a nice child bounded into place. "Scout 3," angel face, ranged in line. "Scout 3," said the scoutmaster, "get a hold of this hose. It's about wiggled the wind out of me. Help me train it close to the head of the young lady doing her devotions in our presence. My neck's going to be wrung. I shall holler for assistance. I shall meet her with resistance." "Yes, your neck's going to be wrung," puffed fat old Bill. "Yes, your neck's going to be wrung. Let her try it. Let her try it. What will she get, fellers?" In unison the scouts shouted, "The limit!" It was at that instant that the police whistle and the commotion awakened Jamie, and it was an instant later, as he came around Margaret Cameron's house from the back, that he met John Carey coming around it from the front. He said to him, "There's something going on over in the bee garden. I think maybe the scouts are having a sham battle. Keep behind the bushes and follow me. You might be interested in what you see and hear. Sometimes it gets good." So the 2 men slipped through the gate, and under cover of the shrubs and bushes came down very close to the flower wall behind the jacaranda, where they paused. "Scout 1," commanded the scoutmaster, "tell it to the probate judge. Did you hear the witness before you say that she was a liar? I'll tell the world I did. And she said she stole the papers and she was trying to burn them so she could steal this garden. You bet I'll tell the judge. Scout 2, said the scoutmaster, and Jamie and John Carey, with eyes as wide as the eyes of the youngsters, leaned forward and peered through the bushes. Sure, I heard her, said Angel Face. Sure, I heard her say she lied and she was trying to steal this place and she pushed little Mary. Sure, I heard her. Sure, we saw you sick the bees on her. Sure, we saw 'em ping her on the dome. Sure, we know she got what was coming to her. Sure, we'll tell the judge. Scout 3, said the scoutmaster, what are you good for? Put it in Mamma's hand. In the excitement, the hose was yielded to the manipulations of Scout 3, and he had all he could do to manage it. The little scout reached over and lowered the pressure. Same as the rest. Everything from start to finish. I heard it all. Sure I can. All about the lies, all about the stealing, all about the little girl she pushed. Sure I can tell any old judge. The scoutmaster rocked from heel to toe and bent up and down and cupped a hand over each bony knee and emitted a war cry that would have reached fairly well round the circle of the globe had it been properly delivered into a rightly tuned radio transmitter. And I'll tell the world what the bee-master told me, and the stuff in the incinerator is safe with 3 swarms of bees standing guard, and if 4 of us can't handle you, I know where to get somebody that can. Get up, worm. Get up, liar. Get up, thief. Get up, you nasty thing. Get on your feet. Scout 1, go to the telephone and call 0075. Call the taxi the bee-master and I always take to come here quick. Scout 2, stay with Scout 3. Scout 3, you keep the hose right where you got it. If she moves, let her have all of it. Don't be skimpy. The lady doesn't like California. It's too rough. So she wants me to pack her trunk. Excuse me. And the scoutmaster disappeared into the home of the bee-master. When the telephoning was finished between Scout 1 and the scoutmaster, the steamer trunk was dragged to the middle of the living room and the clothing of the interloper was thrown into it. Off Jamie's dresser the toilet articles were swept into the toilet case. A hat and coat were snatched from the closet and the travelling paraphernalia was dragged on to the front porch, and with wide eyes behind a wall of honeysuckle, Jamie McFarlane and John Carey stood half paralysed and watched the proceedings. Sooner than they would have believed, the taxi drew up at the gate, and the scoutmaster, stepping like a half-drunken dandy doing an Irish reel, with a swagger and a sweep from side to side, and arms set akimbo when the hands were not busy distributing elaborate gestures on the atmosphere, gave the command, "Put that trunk up on the seat beside you. Put that suitcase and that dressing bag in back. I'll direct this picture just like my dad directs in the big studio. Mr. Taxi Man, take this coat and put it on the lady, and take this hat and put it on her, and put your arm around her, and if she can't walk, carry her out and put her in the taxi. Take your taxi right down to the Santa Fe station, and if she needs help, help her get a ticket to any place in Pennsylvania she says she's going, and be darned quick about it into the bargain." The scoutmaster stood still until the taxi disappeared, then turned and said, "Scouts, I thank you. I'm off for today. I got business, but I'll not forget that it's my treat, and I'll make it a double-header. I'll tell the world I'll make it a humdinger. $1 won't touch it. And not a one of you forget a word of what you've heard or what you've seen. There's a slim chance that this may be the real thing. There's just a chance that you go to court and tell it to the probate judge like I said. But just for this minute I'm through with you, and I want you to disband and speed. I'll settle your score tomorrow, and you can all step mighty high, 'cause this day there ain't been no make-believe. You been scouts, and you been real scouts what's done a real job and done it up brown. There's just one thing. Remember your sacred oaths. Remember your victuals and all that. Remember, if you tell, you can be cut and cast. Take my blessing and disband. And Scout 3, if you would run down and turn off the hydrant before you go, I'd be glad, 'cause I don't care if I tell you fellows that this has been some skirmish, and I'm all in. Now furnish your own music and march to it." The scoutmaster stood straight, watching the gate and down the road until Scout 3 and Scout 2 and Fat Old Bill, bringing up the rear, all gesticulating, all talking at once, disappeared. Then headlong the little scout fell face down in the dirt and began to cry right out loud, sobbing and shuddering, shrill little screaming, terrified cries that broke Jamie's heart, and he tore through the honeysuckles and gathered the little scout up in his arms and sat down on the bench under the jacaranda and held his small burden tight and rained uncounted kisses all over the little face and head. The tongue of a Scotsman is usually rather stiff, but in that tense instant Jamie's ran away with him. "You little thing," he said. "You brave little thing. You've done it. You've saved the bee-master's gift for us. John Carey was with me back there, and both of us saw and heard enough to send that woman to the penitentiary. So don't you cry any more. Let me hold you tight and rest a minute. It was a big strain. It was too much for you, you poor little darling." Just for an instant Jamie thought the burden in his arms was going to spring entirely from him, the stiffening and the straightening were so abrupt. "Little darlin'," scoffed the scoutmaster. "Little darlin'! Next thing I reckon you'll be calling me kiddo. That's what she called me. If anybody ever calls me kiddo in all this world again, I'll kick their teeth in. That's that." The scoutmaster hunted for something that would be good to dry eyes on, and failing to find it, sat very still while Jamie used his handkerchief. "I don't know what you're going to do with me," gulped the little scout. "I reckon I've just about wrecked the marigold bed, and it was your side of the line." "Well, never mind the marigolds," said Jamie. "We can make up the bed and sow some more seed. Never mind the marigolds. Tell me what happened." "It was just all I could do," said the scoutmaster, "to handle that hose when I had it turned on full, and I was scared of my life it would bust. I just wriggled and twisted like a snake, and I had to keep it close to her, because if they really began to close in I had to beat 'em off. But I wasn't going to do it for pinging on the bean only 2 or 3 times, 'cause she had to be hurt some, or she wouldn't have come clean. I wouldn't have minded if it had been on my own side, but I hated awfully to tear up yours. You can take the hose right now and go over to my side and beat up a hole just as big as I tore up on yours." "You surprise me," said Jamie. "A head as level as yours usually is. How would it help me in getting back my marigold bed to tear up a hole as big as that on your land? It wouldn't be sensible." The little scout thought it over, then looked up at Jamie with wide, tired eyes. "Well, I can see how it would be just," came the reply. "Possibly," said Jamie, "but justice and good hard common sense don't always agree." Suddenly the little scout brightened. "Well, anyway, you aren't the only one that got some ruination worked on you. Look what she went and did to the Queen's chest. Just go in and look what she went and did to my property." "To the Queen's chest?" said Jamie. "What do you mean?" "What do I mean?" cried the little scout. "I mean she had been to the shed before you locked it up and got the axe, and she had hid it in the house. She broke open the Queen's chest, prying it with the axe." "Oh boy," said Jamie, "that's rough. But don't you feel bad. I'll have it repaired so you will never know the difference if I have to have the whole front reproduced." "She busted the top around the lock and where the secret spring went," said the little scout. "The thing about it is that I don't like things smashed and patched up. I like 'em when they're whole and the way you got 'em give to you by one you love." "Well, don't you mind," said Jamie. "There couldn't have been anything new about that chest. I think it must have been about 500 years old to begin with, and anyway people can do things so wonderfully these days in such repair work. If it's only around the lock, I'm sure we can get it fixed so nobody will ever know it." The little scout used Jamie's handkerchief on a pair of red eyes. "All right, then," the assent came with one of the youngster's lightning changes. "All right, then, we'll get it fixed. But we didn't need a patched chest to remember her by. We got the whole garden for a souvenir of that lady." Suddenly the little scout began to laugh. "My! Didn't she look wonderful when the taxi man put her hat and coat on her? Wasn't she a spiffy lady? I wonder if Nanette had seen her, if she would have said she looked keen." Jamie roared. "No," he said, "I don't think Nanette's favourite adjective would have worked. I don't think even she would have thought the lady on her departure looked keen." "She'll have to make a straight shot for the dressing-room," said the little scout, "and put on her war paint and feathers best she can." "Do you really think she will go?" asked Jamie. The little scout heaved a deep sigh. I don't give two Apache war whoops whether she goes or whether she stays. The pony I'm betting my money on in this race is one that tells me that lady ain't ever coming back to the Sierra Madre apiary. She's had her dose of treat 'em rough, and I bet she ain't weeping for more, not a mountain pressure hose, nor black Germans in the eye, nor nothing. She got her share, if I did have to tear up your marigolds to give it to her. For goodness sake, don't worry about a hole as big as a washtub when you've just got through saving me an acre." "All right, then," said the scoutmaster. "If that's the way you feel about it, it suits me. Do you mind if I just fool around a little while?" Jamie knew what that meant. It meant that his little partner would go and creep up on the foot of his bed and fall sound asleep, and he thought that would be the best thing that could possibly happen. So he said he did not mind in the least, because he and John Carey were going back to hive the bees. The scoutmaster slid to the ground. Suddenly Jamie felt a pair of small wiry arms around his neck that hugged him up so tight that he did not know but that his head was going to be amputated. Then, for the third time, squarely on his mouth, he got another little hard, hot kiss of a brand and delivery that he knew he was never going to forget. The little scout started toward the house, but only a few yards had been covered before there was a halt, and the small person whirled. "Quick! How goofy! We forgot the incinerator. There's Highland Mary and Little Mary and all the valuable papers soaking in the ashes, and maybe some fire under them. You got to get 'em quick, if I have to turn the hose on you while you're doing it. Whatever it was she wanted to burn up so bad, why, that's exactly what we must have to prove that what's give us is ours. You can't tell it to the probate judge very good without the papers in the incinerator, and it doesn't seem as if you'd be placid enough to tackle the incinerator right now without risking a mixture of black Germans and Italians, and Germans can shoot straight." "You go on to your fooling around," said Jamie. "I'll jump into the bee clothes. Maybe I'll put the old raincoat over them, and I may take the bee mask, since things are so stirred up. But don't you worry. I'll reach the incinerator, and I'll get everything in it. I'll not stop to hive the bees until everything is on the kitchen table and spread out to dry." Jamie raced to the back porch to prepare himself, and as he rounded the corner of the house, John Carey came walking up the back steps, trailing ashes in his wake, and set the incinerator on the back porch. "I thought I'd better get this and start the stuff to drying out. I didn't want the job of taking anything out for fear something might be lost or missing. I want you to do that yourself." So Jamie stepped to the living room door and called in, "John Carey's got the incinerator for us. He's a right real bee immune." "I'll tell the world he is," came the voice of the little scout, but it sounded muffled, as if it were coming from fairly deep in a pillow. The two men gathered up some soft towels, and working swiftly, dried the documents, the bank books, the valuable papers, letters, and the pictures that they found, and spread them on the kitchen table. Then they hurried to the shed to arrange new hives for the swarming bees. By the time they reached them, the two swarms that had gone out were waiting down the branches around their queens, and only needed a slight smoking to numb them, so that their transference to the hives could be easily managed. As for the black Germans, they were still nervous, but they were a distance away. The hot sun was rapidly drying the water around their hives. The roar of the hose had ceased. The scent they disliked had been removed, and so they were calming down as speedily as might have been expected of bees in their irritable temperament. As they worked, the two men talked to each other, breathless exchanges, exclamations mostly. What a listener would have heard ran like this: "Can you beat it? That little scout tackled her single-handed and made her come clean. I'd give a $50 bill to have seen the whole show." This from John Carey. "Wager it would have been worth more," from Jamie. "Chances are you'd been saved a lawsuit that might have dragged for months and cost a lot of money and made a lot of rotten publicity. When we get these bees up, I'll go over to Margaret Cameron's and straighten everything up and bring home my stuff. I was going to camp there until Margaret got back." "You were a fool ever to have allowed that creature inside the house, to have walked out and turned things over to her." Jamie smiled, a slow Scot smile. "You know," he said, "we are no so very well acquainted with ourselves in this world. I thought I had not earned this property. I thought I had no right to it. I thought it belonged to someone of blood kin. I thought I'd not set my heart on it. and when I had walked out and started trying to give it up, I found it was almost going to kill me to do it. You can trust me, there'll not be any more walking out for anybody, and that's that." So they hived the bees that had swarmed, and went over to the other hives to clip old queens and destroy queen cells, and to search for moth webs on the comb. And when everything was in proper shape, John Carey went home, and Jamie took a shovel and commenced repairing the damage to the marigold bed. After that he went over and cleaned up Margaret Cameron's house and brought home his belongings, with a heart so full of thankfulness that he remembered to go on his knees and thank God. When the little scout awoke in mid-afternoon, Jamie was waiting to return his possessions to the chiffonier and closet. They went into the kitchen and gathered up the bee-master's effects which the crisp, dry air had done its work upon, carefully returned them to the chest, pushed the splintered wood into place, and took stock of the damages. Jamie thought he could find a man who could make the repairs skilfully, so that no one ever would know that the beautiful thing had been broken. Then he went to his room to hang up his clothing and replace his things in the chiffonier. No one had ever known the little scoutmaster to waste very much time. There were no lazy bones in the small body. Jamie had assistance in folding the papers and putting them in the chest. He was now being assisted in returning his shirts, underclothing, and socks to their proper places. When they came to a small package, carefully pinned, the scoutmaster ran a pair of small hands under it and lifted it, then looked at Jamie with speculative eyes. "Feels like woman's stuff." Jamie smiled at that comment. "It is woman's stuff. It's things that belong to wee Jamie's mother." The little scout stood very still, holding the package toward Jamie, and Jamie saw the lips open, and he knew that the question was going to be, "May I see?" And some way he did not feel that he could stand to touch those things, so he reached his hand and said quickly, "Some day I'll let you see what's in that package." It did not occur to the little scout that Jamie did not know what was in it himself. So they put the package back in the drawer and covered it with clothing, and then they went down to the corner grocery and bought what the little scout called a party. After they had finished the party, and Jamie had been told every detail of what had occurred in the morning, the little scout arose from the table and helped to put away the food and wipe the dishes. "Now, what shall we do?" inquired Jamie. "Well, I don't know what you're going to do," said the small person, "but I know what I'm going to do. I'm going home to Mum and Jamie. I've been taking care of him so much the last few days that he knows me better than he does anybody else, and he likes me better. I know how to fix his bottle now and get his milk just right with a thermometer and everything. The rest of the way I could take care of him myself if I had to. I'm pretty near doing it anyway." "But that's girls' work," suggested Jamie. "Yes, I know," said the little scout, "and if it's what a girl really ought to do, it's kind of funny that I'd want to do it, but I do want to take care of Jamie. I want to take care of him so bad I can't hardly bear to see Mother touch him. It's the funniest thing. I thought I liked a horse better than anything else in the world, but I don't. I like our Jimmy better than any horse, and I like your Jamie about as well as I do ours. I don't know, but just as well, and I don't care a bit who sees me taking care of him, and that's strange too. Girls don't interest me. I have nothing in common with them. I never can think of anything to say to them. I don't know how to play with them, and I don't like the things they do anyway. They're so sissy. They got no pep to 'em. They got no kick and bang. They won't play Indians or robbers or policemen or scouts." "Now, back up there," said Jamie. "You're mistaken. Girls do play scouts. They not only play scouts, but they are scouts, and being is better than pretending any day. There are girl scout camps, and there are girls that can ride hard and shoot straight and fish and do everything that a boy does, and do some things even better than a boy does, and are all the prouder because they are girls." The little scout did not seem deeply impressed. "Ugh, girls! I ain't got any use for girls. But I'm going home and take a girl's job, because I'm going to see for myself that Jamie's all right. He's so little and sweet. My, you're going to love him. My, you're going to be glad you got him." "Am I?" asked Jamie. "Sure you are. You ought to see my dad with our Jimmy. He's just crazy about him. He says that our Jimmy's got all the rest of the babies on the map lashed to the mast. "And you think my Jamie stands a chance of being as fine a baby as that?" asked Jamie. "I don't think anything about it," said the little scout. "I'm well acquainted with both of 'em. There ain't a thing the matter with your Jamie. He don't cry, and he's no fusser. He just takes his food and goes to sleep, and lies there so little and so still it almost breaks your heart, 'cause he can't help himself any, and no mother to coddle him. He's got some service due him, and I'm going to see that he gets it." "Yes, I thought about that, too," said Jamie. "He's certainly a helpless little duffer." "Yes, he is," agreed the scoutmaster heartily. "He's a helpless little duffer, and that's where we come in, and so we got to get on the job and take care of him." "All right," said Jamie. "We'll get on the job and take care of him. Do the best you can for a few days more until Margaret Cameron comes." At the mention of Margaret Cameron they both looked her way, and at the same time they both saw her going in her back door and moving through the back part of the house. "Why, there she is now!" cried the little scout. "Shall I go over and tell her about Jamie, and ask her if she will take him?" "No," said Jamie. "Let's give her time to take her hat off and set her house in order, and maybe what I consider straight, she wouldn't think was straight. Sometime this evening I'll talk with her, and then I'll telephone you what she says." "All right," said the little scout. Possibly in those two words lay the secret of the thing that made the little scout so many friends. Such an adorable little scout. In the small person's cosmos there was no time to argue. In training the scouts, the same teaching had been applied to personal experience. The scoutmaster had learned how to obey. So Jamie watched the receding figure on the way to the car line, willing in one instance to take a girl's job because the little duffer was so helpless. Jamie smiled whimsically and started to interview Margaret Cameron. End of chapter 18, read by Czandra. Chapter 19 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Keeper of the Bees by Jean Stratton-Porter. The Province of a Friend. Jamie stood in Margaret Cameron's back door and called cheerfully, "Oh, neighbour, where have you been for the past 50 years?" Margaret Cameron stepped to the living-room door and braced herself with a hand on each side of the casing, and Jamie was shocked to the depths. He found himself crossing the room in a sweep and catching her in his arms. "Oh, Margaret!" he cried. "Margaret!" He held her from him and looked at her, and her face was the face of a stricken woman. She was there. She seemed all right herself. There was only one thing to think. "Lolly?" he questioned. "What happened to your girl?" Margaret Cameron opened her mouth, but no words came. Jamie helped her to a chair and rushed to the kitchen for a glass of water. Then he knelt on one knee beside her and took both her hands and stared at her with questioning eyes. "Tell me, friend of mine," he urged. "Tell me what I can do for you. Where can I go? Whom can I get?" Slowly the woman shook her head, and at last her voice came, a hoarse, rasping voice with which he was not familiar. "She went on that hiking trip up in the northern part of the state. She fell over a bluff and hurt herself terribly. Nobody knew how bad it was. They were where they couldn't get anything. It must have been appendicitis or peritonitis. Her body was all bandaged. Anyway, Lolly's beside her father out in Pinehurst Cemetery." "Oh!" cried Jamie. "Oh!" He dropped back on his heels and possessed himself of both Margaret Cameron's hands and sat staring at her. "I had a phone call," she said presently, "from my niece, Molly, to come to her place in town quick, that she was worried about Lolly. She just said that to make it easier for me to get there. They must have sent her word from the start that Lolly was gone. Molly had written her a letter, and they got the address off it and sent Lolly to her. They were always, not like sisters, more than sisters. If they had been sisters, they'd not have gotten along half so well as they did. I've been kind of sore at Molly for a good while. I thought she had a good deal to do with Lolly going away, but maybe she didn't. Maybe I was so hurt at her going that I just imagined it. You know, a mother has got a lot of time to think, and her children are so bone of her bone and flesh of her flesh that to save her she can't help worrying over them. But I needn't worry over Lolly any more. There's nothing more I am ever going to do for her." She sat still in dry-eyed resignation. Jamie gripped her hands. "Go on and cry. Cry your heart out about it," he said. "Put your head over here on my shoulder and let me hold you tight. If it tears you to pieces, you had better cry than to sit dry-eyed like that." Margaret Cameron shook her head. "I think I'm cut too deep for tears," she said. "I am just about killed. I wish to God I had something to do besides the routine of the house, something different, somebody who needed me. I wanted Molly to come home with me, but she seemed to have things keeping her in town, and she wanted me to come with her, and awful as it seems here now that Lolly's never going to come again, I don't seem able even to think about leaving. I'm hit pretty hard, losing my neighbor and all the light of love and laughter that there was in my life and in my home. I don't mind telling you, Jamie, that the bee-master did not care anything about me. His heart had been broken on the question of women. I don't know all the details, but I know this much. He had had a first wife that he idolized, and after her death he had let another woman fool him into the idea that she would take care of his child and make a home for him and comfort him. But she wasn't the right kind of a woman, and she had a child of her own, and there was a tragedy about the bee-master's little girl. I don't think he could prove it, but I think he knew in his heart that the other child had pushed her, and when they got to her, her spine was injured and she could never walk again. Her agony was fearful, and she couldn't stand it long. When she died, he turned everything over to the woman, but enough to buy this place, and asked the courts for his freedom and came here. He was free, and he could have married me, but he did not want me. He did not want any woman in that way. He'd had his punishment. He was worn out with sorrow and disappointment. He didn't love me, but oh, Jamie, I did love him. I couldn't help loving him. Whenever I look at his chair beside the fireplace, I see his white silken hair, his noble forehead, his lean, slender face, fine as parchment, always gentle, always patient. I would have given my life to have comforted him. And just when I knew this couldn't ever be, Lolly went, so suddenly and so needlessly. Jamie, I can't understand it. There was no reason why she should have left home. Her grades were always good. Her school work was fine. She was offered positions here at the close of the war, when teachers were so scarce, when so many girls preferred the freedom of the shops and offices to the confinement of teaching. I can't get away from the fact that she went because she didn't want to stay at home. She didn't want to be around me, and I can't see why. I spent my days and I lay awake at night trying to think of things that would please her, but I couldn't keep up with the procession. I can't think that a lot of things the youngsters are doing are right. I can't think that they won't end in humiliation and pain and maybe death, and now death's come to her just from a little foolish accident. She must have slipped on the mountains, and I can't understand that. She was sure-footed as a goat. She'd been in the mountains all her life. Oh, Jamie, it's all so useless. What am I going to do?" Jamie hesitated. "Margaret," he said, "I came over here to tell you a tale of woe, but what I have to say seems feeble compared to what you are enduring." Margaret Cameron straightened in her chair. She drew her hands from Jamie's and laid one of them on his head. "Oh, my boy, my poor boy," she cried. "Has that awful thing gone and broken open again? Have we got it all to do over?" "No, no," Jamie hastened to assure her. "No, it isn't that. My side is fine. I'm fairly sure I won't have to wear either the pads or bandages more than 2 or 3 months more. I haven't been able to stick to diet so well since you've been gone, because I'm not much of a cook, and I haven't been places where I could get what I needed." Margaret Cameron went on smoothing his hair. "I guess you're about all that's left to me, Jamie," she said. "I guess you are my job. It's fair hell to stay at home, and it's blacker hell to try to leave it. I doubt if I can go to Molly. If she wants to be with me, I guess she will have to come here. And as for you, lad, if it isn't your side, what is it that's hurting you?" With Scott brevity, Jamie told her. "About the time I came here, I married a girl. A few days ago her baby was born at the Star of Mercy Hospital, and she was not strong enough to make it. All I have to show for her is the baby." Margaret Cameron pushed him back and looked at him quietly. "Why, Jamie," she said. "Jamie, I can't understand that. Why didn't you bring her here to the garden? Why didn't you let me take care of her too? Maybe if her diet had been right, and she'd been cared for as a woman can care for a girl, maybe it wouldn't have happened." "Maybes don't do any good now," said Jamie. "The circumstances were such that I couldn't bring her here. The point is that she is gone, and there is a splendid boy baby, and his name is James Lewis McFarlane, Jr." "At the hospital? He's at the hospital?" "No," said Jamie. "She told them before I got there that she wanted me to have him, that she wanted him named for me. They had him all ready, and they put him in my arms, and without knowing what I was going to do, I walked out with him. I am the same kind of a dog that you are, Margaret. I came home to the only place I've got, to the only place on earth that knows me or wants me. It hasn't been long, but as long as I live this spot right here is home to me. So I came home with a little, raw, newborn baby." Margaret Cameron rose. "You have him over at the house?" she asked. "You're trying to take care of him yourself?" Jamie shook his head. "No, I couldn't do that," he said. "I'm too big and clumsy. I don't know enough. The little scout was there, and went to the telephone and had a conversation, and half an hour later Mrs. Meredith came. She has a small person of her own, and it seems that one more didn't bother her." Margaret Cameron made a curious sound, a dry intake of breath which might have been a short laugh if she had not been too unhappy to laugh. "No," she said tersely, "one more doesn't bother that woman. I've heard about her. At the birth of her first child there was a charity baby and a little millionaire baby at the same hospital, and both of them were starving, and for the length of time she was there along with her own baby she nursed the others, and she saved both of them. She got them past a critical period where they could take proper nourishment and retain it, and then they could go on feeding them. And when her next baby came there were a couple more starving babies, and she took them under her wing and shared the nourishment for her own baby with them. And when her third one came, there had been a cesarean operation a few days before, and the baby lived, and there was no milk for it, and she nursed it as well as her own. Mrs. Meredith doesn't stick at doing anything for any baby, that you can depend on. It isn't hard to see where the little scout gets a large bunch of lovable qualities, but if she's got a little person of her own, she doesn't need yours. Maybe that's the job that I was looking for. Maybe something alive that will put in a demand will be the thing that will tide me over. Go and get your baby, Jamie, and bring him to me." Jamie arose and went to the telephone. He called Mrs. Meredith and asked to have the baby brought home. Margaret Cameron had returned and was willing to undertake his care. In only a short time a small brown car appeared down the street. Jamie stood at the gate and watched it coming. The car was the color of the hair of the woman who drove it. Her eyes, wide and bright, shone out smilingly. On the front seat beside her sat the little scout, carefully holding the bundle. Jamie looked at it curiously and wondered what he would think and what he would feel if that child were truly his. In an effort to spare Margaret Cameron, he stretched his arms for the baby, but Mrs. Meredith was a genial person. She had to deliver the baby herself. She had to spread out his wardrobe and explain how she had used things. She was dubious as to whether Margaret Cameron, who had not had a baby in more than 20 years, was going to know enough to oil a baby and put the right kind of clothing on it and handle it properly in the present year of our Lord. 20 years is a long stretch, and science figures out numerous things in that length of time. She was so full of good nature, so full of high spirits, so pleased with herself for having taken care of the baby until Margaret Cameron came, that she did not notice the white, drawn face of the woman, a woman whom she scarcely knew to begin with. She shocked Margaret's old-fashioned soul by putting into her arms a baby that was wearing no flannel, whose feet were bare and kicking, whose dress was no longer than the feet. It seemed to Margaret Cameron the only thing Mrs. Meredith did that had been done to old-fashioned babies was to watch that the little eyes were screened, that strong lights did not penetrate. Margaret lifted her voice in protest. "Where are his flannels?" she said, and Mrs. Meredith spread a pair of expressive hands in a gesture that both Margaret and Jamie recognized immediately. "There ain't going to be no flannels," she laughingly quoted. "California babies have graduated from flannel. It's too hot for them, and chafes their delicate skins and makes them fret and cry." Then she sat down on the davenport and opened up the baby basket she'd brought, and displayed the implements she used in the morning toilet of James Lewis McFarlane, Jr. Margaret sat and stared. She listened to what was said. She watched what was done. She looked the baby over and then slowly shook her head. "Jamie," she said, "if I take this child and try to take care of him in this way, and he dies, are you going to hold it against me?" Jamie and Mrs. Meredith laughed unrestrainedly. "No," promised Jamie, "I won't lay it up against you. And since Mrs. Meredith seems to have had fine success with a baby of her own that isn't so many months older than our Jamie, let's try what she says. The things she has here are the things the baby's mother made for him. You see they are short. She intended to use the little dresses and clothing she had made." "Why, yes," said Mrs. Meredith. "All these things are what Mr. McFarlane brought from the hospital." She turned to him. "Are there any more?" "Yes," said Jamie, "there were. But the nurse said the small package was personal belongings of the baby's mother. It is in the middle drawer of my highboy, Margaret. Any time you need anything you haven't got, maybe it's there. I haven't reached the point of trying to go through it myself, but I don't mind your looking enough to see if there are any other things that the baby might need." "Well," said Margaret, "I must say, frankly, that this beats me. I'm sure he'll be killed. I'm sure he'll take cold and die of the croup. I thought babies in flannel were inseparable." "Just cut off the 'in'," laughed Mrs. Meredith. "Cut off the 'in' and make it separable. My baby is the best baby you ever saw. He isn't roaring with the colic and keeping us awake at night. He's getting so fat his face is round like a full moon. We never know he's in the house unless he's hungry or needs attention, and he is the kind of a little gentleman that lets me know instanter when he does need attention. Aside from that, I haven't got a baby for all I know. You try the new way on this other little Jamie. Try it on him, and if he isn't a better baby and an easier baby to take care of, less trouble in every way, and happier, why, then you can call in a doctor and figure out what you think would serve better." She turned to Jamie. "You must fix up some kind of a bed for him. It wouldn't be a bad idea to get a clothes basket. Put a couple of pillows in it and fold something over for a padding. Our little scout will bring you out a real softy pillow for his head. Our Jimmy has 2 or 3. He can always divide with another baby, and I think he has enough little covers that we can spare a couple, and there is a world of clothes in that suitcase. He won't be needing anything for months unless he grows so fast that he walks out of them." She arose and went to the telephone, picked up a pencil attached to a string, and on the margin of a list hanging there wrote a number. "That's my number, and a ring will find me at 8 o'clock in the morning, or 12 at noon, or 6 in the evening. If anything goes wrong, call me, and I'll come right out and see what I can do to help you." Then she picked up the baby and held it tight to her and kissed its little face and its hands and finished with its feet and handed it to Margaret Cameron. Jamie escorted Mrs. Meredith and the little scout back to the car. As he closed the door, the scoutmaster leaned forward and laid a hand on Jamie's and lifted a pair of lips that had something to say. Jamie brought his ear in range. "May I tell Mother about that girl off the Santa Fe butting in on our garden?" came the whisper. Jamie drew back and looked at the small person in surprise. "Haven't you told her?" he inquired. The little scout shook a vigorous head. "No, you said it might worry her, not to tell until Dad came. But he's coming tonight." "Since it's all over," said Jamie, "there's nothing to worry about. You didn't leave the lady a leg to stand on. You got her confession before 3 good witnesses, and it just happened that there were 2 more in the background that you did not know about. We have the papers in our possession, and that reminds me that while the lock of the chest is broken, I'd better go over that stuff and select what really is important, and put it in a safe somewhere. I think likely I'd better turn it over to Mr. Meredith." "What are you 2 talking about?" inquired Mrs. Meredith. "Since I wasn't in on the whole performance," said Jamie, "the little scout had better tell you from start to finish exactly how things were, and then, if there are any details I can add as to what I saw and heard personally, I'll be glad to furnish all the corroborative evidence that I can." As the car started, Jamie heard the voice of the little scout saying, "A long time ago, one day when he was blue, the bee-master told me." And that was all he heard of the story. What he had seen of it was sufficient for him. He went back to the house laughing, and without realizing that Margaret Cameron would expect him to be in mourning. He saw the surprise in her eyes and straightened his face immediately. His Scotch honesty instantly asserted itself. "Margaret," he said, "I'm not sailing under any false colors with you. There are some things that I don't want to talk about because I don't understand them well enough to make them plain to anybody else. But there is this I am going to tell you. I saw the girl I married only once, and very little of her before we were married, and I did not see her afterward until she was at the point of making her crossing. This baby bears my name and has been left to me, and I'm going to do the best job I can in rearing him properly. But I am not in mourning for his mother, and you needn't expect me to exhibit any deep symptoms of grief, because I can't when I don't feel them." Margaret Cameron stood still, looking at the baby. "That kind of a tale doesn't sound like you, Jamie," she said. "But if I understand the province of a friend at all, it consists largely in keeping one's mouth shut and doing the things that will be of most benefit. Naturally, I would like to know what this baby's mother looked like, and what kind of a girl she was, but I suppose, after all, she looked like the baby, since a boy generally resembles his mother, and I can't tell what any baby 3 or 4 days old looks like. If she were to be judged by this suitcase of baby clothing, she was pretty fine. These are dainty little things, carefully and exquisitely made. That tells a big story about any mother." As the days went by, it seemed to Jamie that there never had been a greater blessing afforded a woman than the storm baby was to Margaret Cameron. He had the feeling very largely that that tiny bit of humanity had the same pull for Margaret Cameron that it had for Mrs. Meredith and the little scout. Its appeal to him was strong. Half a dozen times a day he made some excuse to slip into the living room and look in the basket in which tiny Jamie lay. If the little fellow were sleeping, he covered him up and went quietly away. If he were awake, he leaned over and talked to him and examined his hands and his feet. They were hands that had been fashioned to play music, to paint pictures, to hold rare books, possibly to write them. Sometimes when he went, he found Margaret Cameron busy bathing the small person, or dressing him, or washing little garments, or carefully ironing them. One day he realized suddenly that exactly the thing that Margaret had asked for had been given to her. Something alive, something that she could work for, something different, something that would appreciate what she did. So he ceased to feel guilty over the physical strength he was asking her to spend on the tiny baby, and felt instead that the child might be the greatest boon that could come into her life. He had a difficult time the day he tried to talk finances with Margaret concerning the baby. After a few words, she flatly refused to listen to him. At last she said to him, "Jamie, this baby's been such a blessing to me. Loving him and caring for him has so eased the tension in my brain that I have no way in which to tell you what he's done for me. I could not take money for him. Really, I couldn't. As time goes by, when he needs more clothing, or things come up like a little bathtub shaped right for a baby, things that he has to have, I'll tell you, and it's your right and your privilege to get them. But as for taking money for what I am doing for him, I can't do it. We won't talk about it again." "All right," said Jamie, and he walked out of the house and began the process of going over Margaret's grounds minutely to discover what there was that he could do in the garden she was neglecting, among flowers she was hurriedly watering, that he thought would be equivalent to the care of the baby. Presently Margaret realized that this was what was happening, and the arrangement suited her admirably. For a few days she had not cared whether her flowers lived or died. She had not cared whether her house were neat and orderly, or the food in place for the mocking birds and rosy finches. Today she cared immeasurably about all these things, because very soon little Jamie would be big enough to notice a pretty flower, to throw crumbs to a bird, and always his health must be safeguarded by perfect cleanliness and sanitary conditions around him. So Margaret Cameron became more of a housekeeper and less of an outdoors person, and Jamie found on arising every morning that he had gained enough more strength to add to the labours of his day what was necessary to be done at the house across the white fence. Religiously he stuck to the tomato juice in the morning, the orange juice in the afternoon, milk as a beverage at mealtime, the diet that Margaret Cameron always insisted she had worlds of time to prepare for him. He was beginning to feel so much of a man, so secure in his strength, so proud of the skin coating that was deepening in colour, deepening in thickness, stretching securely across his left side, so proud of the free, pure blood coursing his veins, so thankful to God for release, for his chance. He found his lips puckering in a little whistled rendition of every tune he knew as he went about his work. Some of them were army songs, things that the boys had sung in camps, but most of them were songs that he had sung in Sabbath school, or things that he'd heard his mother sing when he was a child. Sometimes he picked up airs that he heard on the streets, or as he lay sunning on the beach. Jamie's repertoire ran all the way from "Jesus, Gentle Saviour, Hear Me" to "It Ain't Gonna Rain No More." And as he used the hose to help produce the most prolific growth of fruit and flowers that he'd ever known, as he thought of his healing side and the rare miracle that had been wrought in his cure, it seemed to him that it did not make much difference whether it rained or not. California seemed to be getting along without rain. But all this was superficial. All these were things that were going on as a result of the exigencies of life. The deep thought, the thing at the bottom of Jamie's heart, the thing that had sent him reeling on his feet and had made him reel mentally ever since, the thing he did not understand and that he could not excuse, was the thing that he had been led into by the Storm Girl. He had thought from what she'd said that she needed his help for herself, and he had given it immediately, freely. But he did not like being lied to. He did not like being deceived. He had married one girl. He had been invited to assume the responsibility of bringing up a child that belonged to an entirely different girl. It was not fair. It was not honest. If his ring and if the certificate of marriage that had been issued to him for the Storm Girl had been turned over to another girl in distress, that she might have them to make her peace with doctors and nurses, he could see how they could have been so used. But if the name under which the marriage had been performed were not the true name of the girl he had married, then the marriage was not legal, and investigation would leave the tiny baby to be a shame baby after all. The thing had been clumsily done. In the condition in which he had been at the time, feeling as he had felt, Jamie would have given his name to any woman anywhere who needed it. He had taken the letter that he had treasured from his pocket and laid it away. It was no longer a personal possession. The whole thing had not been fair. Then, when his indignation waxed hottest, when anger surged up the strongest, in his heart came a great throbbing, gushing, overwhelming sense of relief. However she had lied, with whatever motive she had deceived him, one big fact remained on Jamie's horizon. The Storm Girl had fulfilled his thought of her. He had not felt that a woman with sage in her hair and sand verbena and primroses rising like an incense around her knees, her midnight garments trailing in them. He had not thought that the hair of silk binding across his face, that the physical strength, the quick assurance of speech, he had not thought that these things possibly could be coupled with a shame woman. He had been ready to accept any excuse, to believe anything. Now there was nothing to believe except that there had been a lie. But after all, there had been lies in the world that were rather magnificent. There was just a bare possibility that this lie, that this thing that had been done, had a reason backing it that he might be willing to countenance. So Jamie spent largely of his days and somewhat of his nights torn by conflicting emotions. End of section 19. Read by Czandra, 2022.
Chapter 20 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Keeper of the Bees by Jean Stratton-Porter. The Scout Mutiny. It was midsummer in the garden, long golden vacation days. The bees were happy. Innumerable swarms had stretched the rows of hives not only down the sides of the garden, but well across the foot, and Jamie was beginning to feel that by the coming season some of them must be disposed of, or he would have more than he could manage. The flowers were blooming in a mad riot of color. The trees were laden with fruit. He was so nearly a well man that he was beginning to use his left arm almost without realizing that he was using it. Carefully he was oiling the soft skin. It was still protected with a light pad. The bandages were so nearly negligible he did not even notice them or the soft strap across his shoulders that held them in place. Every day was a day of work that he loved, in a location that he loved. Every evening he found refuge in the books that taught him the things that he needed to know to master his new profession. And now he was beginning to branch out to those other books, the emanations of the brightest minds of ages, reaching back to the earliest collected beginnings of literature. With the advent of an income, with the assurance that he would not be again at the mercy of the government or the public, Jamie had ventured to subscribe to half a dozen of the leading magazines in which he was most interested, and they carried to him wonderful tales of a world with which he had lost touch for a long period. Some of the things he learned from them were interesting, highly educative, and some of them were alarming, and he was set to wondering where our country was heading, exactly what was to be expected as an ending for peculiar beginnings that were being made. Some of the things that he found, which seemed to be casually accepted and written of and to be bandied about in the world in print and conversation, set his cheeks flaming, and the reserves of his Scots soul felt outraged. There began to be born in his breast the feeling that it was time for him to go out in the world, to break his bands of security and of peace in the garden, and hunt up the men who were forming the legion to which he should belong. He began to listen on slow, sleepy Sabbath mornings for the tolling of the church bells, and to wonder if there might be such a thing anywhere within a reasonable distance as a Presbyterian church with a minister just near enough to Scotland to have a little bit of a loved burr in his voice. He began to feel that the time was coming very shortly when he was going to fare forth in search of these things. He was thinking of it very strongly one morning when the hose he was handling had brought him to a petunia bed just across from the jacaranda tree, and he stooped to flood the roots of the brilliant flowers. His scouting ears caught a rush of feet, a slam of the gate, and there flashed into view the little scout forging toward him with both arms extended, a distorted face, and clothing fairly torn to ribbons. Jamie dropped the hose and whirled with arms outstretched. He caught on his breast the little quivering figure and eased himself down to the seat under the jacaranda and held the child tight. A twisting, shaking figure, physically nauseated, tears so big that they gushed and rolled in a torrent. All he could do was to gather up the little bundle and hold it together and wait. He began rubbing his cheeks over the small head, whispering as best he could words of consolation. "Little Scout, dear little Scout," he panted, "tell Jamie what has hurt you so. Oh, what has hurt you so, little Scout, little partner." Then suddenly Jamie gathered the little figure tighter in his arms and thrust his lips down through the hair to a grimy cheek, and with all the intensity in his body he repeatedly kissed the little Scout. "Sweetheart," he whispered, "darling little sweetheart, tell Jamie what's the matter." And by, from the huddled bunch on his breast, there came a panted whisper. "Who told you?" "Nobody told me anything," said Jamie. "You tell me. What is it? What has happened to you? Where have you been? If anybody's hurt you." War rose in Jamie's breast. Red war flamed in his eyes. "Did any boy lay a finger on you?" he panted. The little Scout moved in negation. "Who then? What?" urged Jamie. "I'm ripe for murder. Tell me where I'm to go, what I'm to do." The bleached little head buried deeper in his breast. The grimy hands gripped him tighter. Something was being whispered. Jamie almost broke his neck to drop his ear to hearing distance. There came in wheezing gusts, "My scouts!" Another world of tears and another panted gasp. "Mutinied on me. They wanted to go off down the beach, away, alone, and strip bare naked and swim. And I..." Jamie held tight and spread his big hands over as much of the little body as he could cover. He leaned low to catch the whisper. "I couldn't. And they mutinied on me. And they nearly tore me to pieces." "Do you mean," asked Jamie, "that those little brutes pitched onto you and beat you?" The little Scout wormed in his arms. "I reckon I had it coming," panted the child. I reckon I've beat them up often enough. But I was tired this morning. I couldn't get the old grip on 'em. I couldn't handle 'em, and they got me." "What happened?" asked Jamie breathlessly. "A man came along, a man on horseback. He reached down and picked me up on his horse and brought me along out of their reach until I said, 'Let me off here.' Oh, Jamie, I'm killed. I'm going up the rock, and I'm going in the undertow where I can't get myself out if I want to." Jamie held on tight. "Why, you little idiot, you can't do that," he said. "Think of your father. Think of your mother. Think of Nanette and little Jimmy. Think of me. You can't do that." "I ain't got anything left," sobbed the little Scout. "There ain't anything I want to do. If I can't lead my scouts, I don't want to play anywhere." "Look here," said Jamie harshly, his voice roughened with emotion. "Look here, darling. You got a wrong start because you didn't like what girls do, and you've been running with the boys until you have about unsexed yourself. And what have you got out of it? Embarrassment and disappointment and a beaten body. You needn't think you are the only girl in the world of your kind. You needn't think that there aren't a lot of others who don't like to stay in the house and do the things that girls are supposed to do. You needn't think that to be a scout master, you have got to be the master of a pack of boys. Damn them. Jamie arose. You come on in the house with me, he said. I'm going to clean you up and take you to your mother, and she's going to put some decent clothes on you, and we are going off by ourselves for today. We are going off someplace you will like. We are going to do something you will want worse than anything in the world. I'll tell you right here and now what we are going to do. We are going to get you the finest little horse that ever stepped. I've been looking for him and advertising in the papers for him, and I've found him. I've got him all ready for you. I was just waiting a few days because I had lumber ordered. I was going to build a stable over on your side next to nobody. John Carey was coming tomorrow to help me, and when I got it done I was going to have the little horse there to surprise you. But he can wait for a stable. We will go and buy him today. The little scout slid from Jamie's arm and stepped in front of him. An outstretched hand was a mute invitation for the partnership handkerchief. Jamie supplied it, and the little scout used it. A real horse? A nice horse? My very own horse that nobody rides but me? Yes, said Jamie, ready to promise anything in the world. Yes. We can buy him? We can buy him today? Yes, said Jamie, still ready to go the limit. That's the berries, said the little scout. Then I won't go in the undertow. Then I won't care any more what fat old Bill and the nice child and Angel Face say. If any of them wants to have the sword and all the emblems of office, they can. They can have the robber's cave and the bandit's den. They can have the Indian fighting. I'll go with you, and I'll have my horse. Sure you'll have your horse, said Jamie. I'll hike with you, and we'll see what's in the canyons, and what we can find that you will be interested in outdoors. And you know, if you would go and investigate, you would find that there are girls' camps where they do all the things in scouting stunts that the boys are doing. And I haven't a doubt either that they do some of them better. The ex-scout master straightened up and drew a deep breath. Do you think, Jamie, do you think honestly that they do 'em better? Bet you 2 bits they can, said Jamie. I'll find out where headquarters are, and I'll go with you, and we'll see. But I bet you 2 bits that those girls can lay a fire right and make the sparks fly quicker. I bet they can set a tent, do anything they want to do, and do it quicker than those scouts you have been training with anyway. I wouldn't have anything to do with freelance scouts. They're outlaws. I'd let those boys go hang. Then the keeper of the bees ventured further. I'd let 'em go hang, Jean. If I were in your place, I'd find out where there were some girls of my kind, and I'd stick to my own kind. And with the training you've had, and with the stunts you've been doing, there isn't a doubt in my mind but that you can work up so that in maybe 6 months you can be the leader. You can do something that isn't play, but is real, constructive scouting work, something that gets you somewhere. You can train yourself so you might be able to help stop a mountain fire, or find a lost child, or do something wonderful and worthwhile, something that isn't just play. And then there is your own horse you can have and you can ride. I can ride a bit myself. There are none of the tricks of riding that I can't teach you. The handkerchief was restored to its owner. Jean Meredith began to feel over her body to see if she had sufficient clothes remaining to cover her. Is it a bargain? Asked Jamie. Are you going to take the car and go down the beach to the stables where this particular horse I am talking about is waiting for you? There are 3 bully ones. You can take your choice. Shall we go?" "Oh, boy!" the cry came in almost breathless wonder. "Shall we go? Shall we paint the petunias? Shall we put the scent in the roses? Shall we march past the black Germans? Shall we flip the dirt off our shoulders onto the eyes of the first Boy Scout we meet? I'll tell the world we shall. And fat old Bill and the nice child and Angel Face can just plumb go right straight to perdition. I wouldn't ever play with them again, not if they came and got on their knees, not if they begged me with tears in their eyes. I wouldn't ever play with them again." "Yes," interrupted Jamie, "and I'll wager you another 2 bits. I'll wager you 2 bits that inside of a week they'll come and ask you to play with them again." Jean Meredith stuffed the tail of her shirt inside the band of her breeches. The simper that she marshaled on her smeary, teary face was something exquisite. Her body bent in a curve. The index finger of her left hand lightly touched her lower lip. With the right hand she flicked a chunk of adobe that was not in the least imaginary from the left shoulder. "Aw, thanks," she said, with the most flapperish of flapper accents. "Aw, thanks, my dear boys. You are charming, simply charming, but I have outgrown you. I have graduated from small folks to a higher class. Kindly amuse yourselves by eating my dust while I ride by on my own horse." Suddenly the exquisite flapper became the little scout again. "Jamie, is my horse a he horse or a she horse?" "There are 2 or 3, said Jamie. "I haven't settled definitely. There are 2 or 3 I'm going to lead you to. I'd like to see if you like the one best that I like best. In any event, you may have the one you want." "All right," said Jean. "All right. What I was thinking about was that if my horse is a he, I'm going to name him Chief. And if she's she, I'm going to name her Swallow. And whichever one it is, I am going to get there on it, no matter if it's straight up a mountainside or right into the ocean. My horse and me are going to swim same as we are going to ride." "All right," said Jamie, reaching a hand that was instantly accepted. "Let's go." When Jean was properly dressed and they were settled on their car headed toward the corral, where Jamie had learned there were riding horses being sold several miles further down the beach, Jamie again broached the subject of horse. "Jean," he said, "have you any very definite idea in your head as to exactly what kind of horse you want?" Obliquely, Jamie was watching. He saw a slightly sullen look, a slight stiffening of the figure, and he knew what it meant. There was a minute or 2 of silence, and then, instead of an answer to his question, there came a question on a different subject. "Ain't you ever going to call me Little Scout any more?" Jamie thought hard and fast. "No," he said, "I'm not. Not ever again. I'm going to call you by your name after this. It's a perfectly good name and one that I like very much. It's Scott, and so am I at heart. So as far as I am concerned, you are done masquerading. The rest of the way, when you are with me, you are going to be what you are. You lay pretty stiff stress on people playing the game square in this world. You've gotten away with it in a good many instances all right so far. But from now on you're getting big enough that you'll strike some pretty unpleasant things if you undertake to keep on masquerading. Do you mean that you don't want me to wear breeches any more around you?" "Why, no, foolish," said Jamie. "I think breeches are the thing for you to wear when you work in the garden and ride and during play hours and when you're exercising. What I want you to do is stop playing with the boys and learn how fine your own sex can be. You needn't think you are the only girl in the world that likes to ride a horse, or to climb, or to be outdoors, or to command a scout company. I want you to get on your own side of the line, where you belong." Jean thought that over carefully, as was her custom. Then she said slowly, but in more cheerful tones, "Well, maybe you're right about it, but you'll have to show me." "All right," said Jamie, "I'll show you. The first thing we're going to do is head right straight for a number I have here in my pocket. We are going to join you up to a Girl Scout camp, and I am going to be your escort to a meeting once a week. If they won't let me inside, I'll hang around outside until you get through. But you needn't tell me that any girl joins a Girl Scout camp without being the kind of girl who likes to swim and paddle a canoe and ride a horse and be out of doors. And you needn't tell me that among the number of girls it would take to form a camp, there aren't going to be at least 2 or 3 that are going to be nice-looking girls and nicely behaved girls, girls of good families, girls with whom your mother would be glad to have you associate." "All right," said Jean. "We'll play follow my leader. You set the pace and I'll be right after you." They had no difficulty whatever in finding the number of a secretary who gladly registered Jean Meredith, furnished the necessary cards and equipment, and Jamie paid the bills. When they were once more on the car and headed for the corral, Jean looked at him. "Jamie," she said, "that was a good deal of money you paid there. I didn't see how much, but it was more than you must pay for me. You must take it out of my share of the next sale of honey. I'll tell Dad that you did." "Never you mind about that," said Jamie. "Your father and I will attend to the finances. You needn't fret about my spending a little money on you, because I haven't started to spend money yet. There are 2 more things I'm going to do before this day is over. Both of them are going to cost me some money, and it will be the easiest money that I ever spent, because if you hadn't gotten my inheritance back for me, I wouldn't have had any money to spend on anything, with the exception of what I've saved out of my earnings this summer. If it hadn't been for you, it wouldn't have taken me very long to be down to bedrock financially, and with little Jamie on my hands in the bargain. So if I can accept my East Acre with all there is on it from you, you can take what I want to give you today, without making any objections concerning it. Can't you?" "I sure can," said Jean, and the twinkle that Jamie knew crept into her eyes. "You said 2 things. What other thing besides a horse?" "We'll stop right here, and you will see," said Jamie. Again they left the streetcar, and this time Jean was led into a tailor shop, where she was measured for a proper pair of girls' riding breeches and 2 coats, one having sleeves and one having none, both of them having fitted bodies and skirts with a bit of flair and nifty pockets. The garments were to be made from a lovely, soft blue-gray cloth, very nearly the color of the eyes of the youngster who was to wear them. Then, from displayed accessories, Jamie selected 2 silk shirts and a blue and gray tie, and handkerchiefs with borders to match the shirts. Little squeals of delight greeted the fitting of a pair of gray boots with soft folds around the ankles, and stiff tops, and gloves with cuffs to match them. Jean looked dubiously at the gloves, She wiggled her fingers and told the truth. "It seems a pity for you to spend money on them. I bet $1 I lose 'em the first time I start out with 'em." "I don't think that would be showing me much consideration," said Jamie, "to value the first gift I ever made you so lightly that you would lose it. I could do better than that with them if you made me a present of a pair of gloves." "Well, you've got a lot of pockets," said Jean. "You're going to have pockets too," answered Jamie, and turning to the smiling tailor, he ordered, "You're to put inside pockets on those coats, and left breast pockets on the outside, and plenty of pockets in the breeches. We don't want to give this young lady any chance to lose her handkerchiefs and gloves." As they left the store, Jamie said, "Now, we've done a fair job of getting the cart before the horse. We've bought the accessories. Now we'll buy the horse, and after we select the horse, we'll go to a leather shop and buy a saddle and a sporty riding crop." Jean shook her head. "Don't spend money on a whip," she said. "I don't use 'em. I guide my horse with my hands." "Nevertheless, young lady," said Jamie, "there are times when the life of any rider is in danger who is not armed with a good sharp whip. If a horse becomes terrified on the mountains and starts to back over a cliff that would land you in Kingdom Come, and you had in your hand a good stout whip and could lay on a few cuts that would sting sharply, you might succeed in making that horse forget its fright and carry you forward." "That's so, too," agreed Jean instantly. "I didn't think about that because I haven't ever ridden much where there was real danger. Queen and I have climbed the mountains some, but Queen has too much sense to back on a body." "I never bank on how much sense a horse has," said Jamie, "because if something comes rolling out unexpectedly and terrifies it so it jumps for self-protection, the damage is done before a horse really knows what has happened. You are never safe on the back of a real horse without a good stout whip. It is a part of the necessary equipment, and whatever your theory of loving kindness may be, there are some creatures in this world that you cannot manage except by force when they are frightened." "Just like Miss Worthington," commented Jean. "And I tell you it got my goat to call her Worthington, 'cause I happen to know that her name was Young. Just plain, red-haired, snub-nosed, freckle-faced Young. I never did see anybody I couldn't bear quite so hard as that kiddo person. It wasn't so easy to do, but I'll tell the world she got what was coming to her, and I might strike another case just like her. You get the whip." When they arrived at the corral, Jamie went around to the gate. He knew so well where the gate was that Jean realized that he had been there before, and she realized, too, that the men who came to meet them were acquainted with him. Jamie spoke to them and said, "I want you to become acquainted with Miss Jean Meredith, and I'd like to have you show her the 3 horses that I looked at the other day." Jean stood entranced as 3 horses were led before her. They were really ponies, animals the right proportion for her to ride and look well on, and that she would have strength to make obey her will. "Now, one at a time, we will saddle these," said Jamie, "and you may put in 2 or 3 hours riding them. You can try them over and over until you discover which one has the gait that suits you. I've looked them over very carefully. They are all of reasonable age. They are all in good condition. There is very little difference in the price." Then Jamie realized that he was talking to the air. Jean was not hearing a word he was saying. She was standing before the 3 horses, staring at them. Slowly she went up to the first one and pulled down its head. She ran her hand over its forehead. She looked deep into its eyes. She drew its ear through her hands. Then she slipped her left hand under the chin and with the right parted the lips and looked at the teeth. Then she went down the side and down the neck and over the chest and down the forelegs. She got the spine line in perspective and looked at the sides and the flanks and the tail, around and over. As a surgeon searches for a hidden disease, the youngster examined those horses, and Jamie realized suddenly that she knew more about horses than he did. She was looking for points that he had not thought about. He stood back in amusement and watched her examine the 3 horses minutely. When she had finished, she stepped out in front of them. She pointed to one and said, "That one has the best temper, but it is easy and slow. That one has a good disposition. It will go steady and it will go all day. I believe it has good wind." Then she looked at the last one. "And this one has got a fine large dose of the devil in him. You won't know when he's going to kick and when he's going to rear, but he won't know when you're going to want to turn a quick curve or slide down a mountainside instead of walking. So maybe that will be even. He'll go the furthest and he'll keep it up the longest, but it would be a good long while before anyone that owned him could really trust him." "All right," said Jamie. "So far as I know, that's probably the way it is. Now put the saddle on, and I'll give you 2 hours to test them. I'm going to go down to the sand and stretch out in the sun for an hour. I've gotten so accustomed to it at this time of day that I miss it if I don't get my sun bath. The salt water I'll pass up for the day." "Wait a minute," said Jean. "Stay here for a minute." Her nimble feet went flying over in the direction of a corner stand. On her return, she came up to Jamie and handed him a paper bag. "Thank you very much," said Jamie gravely, as he accepted the bag. Then he turned to the attendant. "Let this young lady," he said, "ride each one of these 3 horses around the track as often as she wants. By the time she has her selection made, I'll be back to escort her home. Anything she wants, will you kindly see to it for her?" The attendant said that he would, and went to bring a saddle. Jean dug the toe of her shoe in the dust of the corral and then looked obliquely at Jamie. "What's the use to rub it in?" she asked. And Jamie did not resort to the subterfuge of asking, "Rub what in?" He happened to know, and he was too much of a Scot to pretend that he didn't know when he did. "You die hard, don't you?" said Jamie. "But if you have been at this subterfuge all your life, I suppose you can't get over it all in a minute. At any rate, I'll explain to you exactly why I rub in the fact that you are a girl, good and hard. I am conceding that you look enough like a boy so that anyone might mistake you for a boy when you are doing your utmost to prove that you are one. The reason I seem to hammer in the fact that you are a girl is because men, among themselves, sometimes grow pretty coarse, and they say things and they do things that they would neither say nor do if they understood that a child of your size among them was a girl. What I am trying to do, Jean, is to give you the same kind of loving care and protection that I'd give you if you were my little sister." Jean looked at Jamie and studied him intently. Then she almost bowled him over. "I wouldn't ever be old enough or big enough to be your sweetheart, would I?" she asked, as casually as she would have asked for a drink of water. Only for a minute there rushed in a tumult through Jamie's brain a picture of the kind of a sweetheart that the child before him might make 10 or 12 years hence, and his head went a little wild. But Scotsmen are noted for saneness and sobriety and integrity, and he held himself and answered steadily, "I cannot imagine any sweetheart in the whole world I'd rather have than you, Jean. But it wouldn't be fair to you. I am too much older than you are. Youth demands youth. Nothing else is fair. I have noticed in my experience that things always go wrong when a man is much older than a woman. It isn't fair to a girl to tie her up to a man very nearly old enough to be her father. If I ever marry again, I'm going to marry a woman very near my own age." "Was Jamie's mother very near your own age?" inquired Jean calmly. "Well, considerably nearer than you are," said Jamie. "Now you go and ride your horses, and I'll go and take my sun bath. And when you have your horse selected, I'll match it up with the saddle. And I'm not right sure that we didn't make a mistake in ordering the clothes first. Perhaps they should match the horse, too." Jean thought that over. "Well, I don't suppose that suit is going to be cut out and made right this minute. Maybe we could change the colors of the things this afternoon by telephone. There was the same cloth in tans and browns, as well as blues and grays." "So there was," said Jamie. "Maybe we'll want to change it. Now, think about your horse, and be sure you get the right one. We don't want to find out later that you have a biting brute of a thing that's going to tax your strength every time you go out. You want a horse that will be your friend, that will be some comfort to you, that will love you." "Yes," said Jean, "that's exactly the kind of horse I do want. I want a horse that will love me like Dad's dog loves him." "Well, I doubt," said Jamie, "if you will find a horse with the capacity for love that a dog has. A dog has been around man so many centuries and has had so much attention that he has come to be almost human. There are times when I've seen a dog think. There are times when I've almost heard a dog talk. There are times when they have managed sounds that told what they wanted." "I'll tell the world," said Jean. "Dad's dog can every time, and so could Mother's dog, Chum." Then she turned to the horses, and Jamie turned toward the beach. End of Chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Keeper of the Bees by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 21. Then Comes a Vision. When Jamie reached the road, he crossed it and started down a steep embankment leading to the hot sands of the sea and the breaking waves. As he was going down, to his right he noticed a stone projecting in such a manner as to make a particularly attractive seat. From the feel of the package he thought he knew what he had. So Jamie went over and sat on the stone screened on one side by an unusually large toluache, its lilied white trumpets blaring widely from blue edgings. Next to it a rose mallow towered, 10 feet tall, a flaunting cloud of rosy pink accentuated by maple-like leaves of silvery green. He reached in his pocket, drew out his knife, and opening it, opened the bag also, and found what he had expected, 2 very large, very red tomatoes. It was the time for his morning tomato juice. Jean had been thoughtful of him. She had decided that if he would not have the juice, he could eat the tomatoes and get his vitamins in slightly different form. So Jamie laid one tomato on the paper beside him, and with his knife cut the stem end and the core from the other, and began peeling back the thin skin in small pieces and cutting out the tomato in chunks. He found that he was enjoying it thoroughly. He had formed the tomato habit. He'd gotten to the place where if he did not have tomato juice at 10:30, his stomach arose and shouted for it. While he was sitting there enjoying his fruit and watching the hundreds flocking back and forth on the beach, family parties here and there sheltered by beach umbrellas, people in bathing suits lying on the sands, children playing in the breakers, swimmers floating far out, the everyday life of a beach in summertime. There broke on his ears from behind him a clamour that, to say the least, was startling, and then there came pouring down the embankment at his left the most surprising aggregation of humanity he had ever seen collected in one crowd. Little Mexico, with straight black hair and black eyes, with rosy cheeks and red lips and shining teeth; sober little Yaqui, with blue-black hair, with square, narrow face, with wide mouth and shining eyes and red lips; little Italy, the prettiest sight, with tumbling curls and olive cheeks, and always the lips of red and the white teeth; little Spain was there, wide-eyed and lovely, and China and Japan and Greece, and shiny little copper-coloured Indian faces with the straight hair, deep-set, watchful eyes, the high cheekbones and sober faces with lean, flat bodies, and the prideful lift of head of the proudest race that ever walked the earth. As this amazing combination poured over the embankment around him, Jamie noticed that each youngster either carried a small basket or clasped a small package. Some were boys, some were girls. All of them were shining-eyed, all of them were young, all of them were beautiful, each in its own way, beautiful with the beauty of a perfect thing in the flower of youth. Those who reached the sand first paused and looked back, and beside Jamie, so near that he could have reached out and laid a hand upon it, there came down the embankment a narrow arched foot and a slender leg clad in hiking boots. Then came khaki breeches, and in an instant more there stood out back toward him a tall, slender girl. The figure never could have been a boy. There were decided calves to the booted legs, there were rounded hips and arms and the profile of a shapely breast. There was a gracefully lifted neck, and it was topped with a shorn head of hair so thick that it stood out at the sides and on the top and turned over in big soft curls, and sloped down to the neck at the back like the hair of a boy. When the foot lifted and took one step forward, Jamie looked down into the track that remained in the sand, and drew in a deep breath, in which he recognized sage and beach primrose and sand verbena, albeit heavily laden with garlic and mangoes and tamales. Jamie's heart stopped right where it was, and stood still so long that he did not know whether it was ever going to begin beating again or not. He shut his eyes tight, and a strand of wet hair whipped across his face and drew him. Then he opened his eyes to make sure, and saw the shorn head, and in his heart he cried, "Oh, what a pity! What a terrible pity! How could she sacrifice her crowning glory, a mane of silk like that?" He watched the graceful movements of the slender girl as she went down the beach and seated herself a few rods in front of him. The little flock gathered round her. He heard a voice that he'd heard before, that he knew perfectly, saying, "Now, children, before we have our lunch and before we begin to play, we must have our lesson, just to see if you're going to remember when school is not in session. What is this before you?" In concert the children shouted, "Pacific Ocean." "And what is back of you?" "Sierra Madre Mountains." "And what is above you?" "Sky." "And what is it you are sitting on?" "Sand." "And whose country is this?" Each little individual shouted for him or herself, "My country." "And who of you can recite 'My country'?" The air was waving with little hands. The teacher pointed in the direction of a little Yaqui Indian boy. "Isadora, you try." The little fellow stood up, brought his heels together, removed the little straw hat he was wearing, and because he knew what the child was going to say before he began, Jamie could distinguish. "My country, 'tis of sweet land of liberty." The teacher of Americanism smiled on the little fellow and said, "Right, Isadora. That's fine. Now who can tell us what liberty is?" Again the air was full of hands. The teacher indicated a little girl of Mexico. "Maria, you try." Maria answered promptly, waving her arms like a windmill over the sands and toward the mountains and the sea and the sky. All this with no fights. The teacher applauded. Then she asked, "And who was the father of your country?" Little Japan knew. "George Washington." "And who is our president?" Little Greece and Spain and China shouted in unison, "Alvin Ulrich." And the teacher laughed and applauded again. By this time quite a crowd had collected. Children with fairer faces had gathered and were listening and looking on. Grown people were passing before and behind the group of 21, according to Jamie's count. They went on with their affairs without paying the slightest attention. The teacher opened a book the size of a school atlas, and taking a pencil began to draw. Mechanically Jamie finished the tomatoes, wiped his knife through the sand, and then on his trouser leg snapped it shut and restored it to his pocket. Then he arose and walked down the beach until he stood within 3 feet of the back of the girl he knew, and looked over her shoulder in company with several other people. The girl had drawn up one knee, and the big book rested on it. The other leg stretched out along the sand in lithe comfort. The head was bent, and with the right hand in quick, precise movements, Jamie saw there was being crudely sketched the figure of a man. When the work was sufficiently completed that the component parts stood out plainly, the pencil rested on the round head, and instantly most of the youngsters touched their own craniums and shouted, "Head!" Then they proceeded down the anatomy, naming neck, shoulders, arms, hands, body, knees, feet. Then the pencil went back to the cranium and began making upstanding strokes on it, and each youngster lifted his or her hands to his or her head and shouted, "Hair!" Then came forehead and brow and eyes and eyelids and eyelashes, and by this time, as each part of the face was named, the teacher ran a line out to the margin of the paper and whirled it into a circle, and inside that circle printed very plainly, nose, eye, ear. Every feature of the face was being reproduced and named. Jamie noticed as this proceeding advanced from the ears downward that the space that had been left for the mouth was large. He stood almost breathlessly watching while gums were placed in the mouth, and then teeth and a tooth. The mellow voice of the teacher was talking almost constantly. She opened her mouth and exposed firm milk-white teeth. She ran the eraser of the pencil across them to indicate that all of them were teeth, and all the children showed their teeth and ran a finger across them and shouted, "Teeth." Then she touched one of her front teeth and said, "Tooth," and held up one finger and indicated one tooth. Then all the little brown children found a tooth. She stuck her tongue out, laughing all the while, a very pink tongue, glowing with health, not a sign of a bilious coat on the extent of it. And all the little brown people stuck out their tongues and shouted with laughter, and immediately fell to making faces at each other. Isadora made such an ugly face at little Mexico that Mexico threw a handful of sand, and a scuffle began on the outskirts. The teacher sat laughingly watching. Then her voice was raised to call them to order. Very distinctly she pronounced the word tongue, and all the little folks kept showing their tongues and telling each other that they were tongues. Then she drew the tongue in the mouth of the figure she was working with, and from the tip of it she swept the pencil over to the margin and rounded the circle in which she meant to write the word. At that instant there was the slightest movement behind her. Someone knelt at her back. A big brown hand flashed over her shoulder and firmly imprisoned her hand in the pencil it was holding, held it in a grip from which there was no release, and with extreme plainness in the circle she had made, one little ugly word comprised of 4 letters was printed. She was forced to print it 3 different times, and under the first writing there was 1 underscoring, under the second 2, under the third there were 3 very broad and black. The words that were written were, "Lies, lies, lies." Then her hand was released. She was free to go on with her lesson in Americanism. As Jamie arose from his knees, he kept his eyes on the back of the girl, and what he saw was that aside from the slight tensing of her figure that he had felt as he leaned against her back, there was not the least indication that she recognized the presence of anyone behind her. There had been no resistance in the hand he had held. It had yielded to his use, and he had used it to write the ugly word as forcefully as he could write it. After he had released the hand, he saw the surge of red that flamed up in the cheek next him. He saw the pencil whipped over and the erasure of the words he had written begun. He was on his feet, heading down the beach. He was dying to look back, and he would not. The question that was hammering in his heart and brain was whether she would follow him, whether she would speak to him, if there were only a rock. If he could only stub his toe, if he could only pretend that he'd fallen, that he might look back and see whether she were coming. But there was no rock. There was no slightest excuse for looking back, unless he did it deliberately, and he was too Scot stubborn to let the girl see, if she happened to be looking his way, that he would turn his head for her. The whole thing had been so unexpected and so bewildering that his brain was only functioning as far as proceedings had gone. He had not reached the place where he could think progressively, consecutively, conjecturally. He was simply putting distance between himself and a girl who had lied to him, lied outrageously. He had experienced the satisfaction of letting her know that he knew her, and that he had called her a liar about as definitely and emphatically as a man well could, but he had not gone farther in thought than he had in action. Right there he reached a rocky projection that ran down until the waves were breaking at its base, each wave creeping higher. Jamie was in no mood to stop for water. He went through, and as he rounded the rocks it seemed to him that there was an opportunity for a backward glance without being discovered. So he took the backward glance, and what he saw stopped his heart again. Away back on the beach in a sedate circle, mute and wide-eyed, with their lunches gripped tight, waiting the command from their beloved teacher, were the little brown and red and chocolate and copper-colored children born in the United States, products of our soil, entitled by our laws and our government to be educated with our children and to live with them, to love with them, to fight with them, to die with them, all free, all equal before the law. They were huddled there waiting, while their teacher was coming down the beach in flying strides. Jamie thought in all his life he never had seen anything quite so beautiful. The Storm Girl was running as an Indian runs, perhaps her body a bit straighter, her chin thrown a trifle higher. The ocean breeze was catching her thick red-brown hair and blowing it back. He could see the broad white forehead. He could see the flash of the brown-grey eyes. He could see the surge of red staining the cheeks and the lips and even the throat. He could see the heavy sprinkling of freckles that the sun had drawn out, not only crossing the bridge of the nose, but scattered over the entire face. In a minute, with the sweep at which she was coming, she would reach him. All Jamie could think of was that he must not be caught peering around a rock. To preserve his dignity, he should be striding down the beach with his head up, with his shoulders square, his back toward her. Let the little liar run after him. Let her catch him if she thought she had anything to say to him. At that moment, with anger flaming hot in his heart against her, Jamie whirled on his heel and looked behind him. He saw that he was standing before a crevice in the overhanging rock that led back to what looked as if it might be some kind of a subterranean passage. Before he realized what he was doing, he'd gone plunging into the black depths until he brought up precipitately against walls which would afford him no further retreat. He turned in time to see the shadow of the Storm Girl's figure as she splashed through the waves in passing the opening. Immediately he was back at the entrance. She was still racing down the beach in absorbed pursuit. Jamie darted into the water around the point and did some sprinting on his own behalf. By the time the Storm Girl could have retraced her steps, he was across the road and hidden by the live oak, the madrono, the manzanita, and the sage of the mountainside. Hurriedly he made his way back to the corral. He found Jean exactly where he had expected to find her, on the back of a horse, circling the riding course that surrounded the corral where the horses were being sold. When she saw him, she rode up to the railing and asked, "How do you like this one?" This one was, to Jamie's way of thinking, the poorest horse of the three. "What are his points?" asked Jamie, and laughed outright at the femininity of the first response. "Well, he matches my suit, for one thing. You wouldn't have to telephone. And for another, he's got the wind, and he rides easy, and he likes me. He seems as if he kind of needed to be loved and petted up a good deal. He seems like he could be better looking than he is if he was rubbed up a lot, and fed right, and ridden with some sense. Most of the kids that get on these horses think they're on a piece of machinery, and they don't care whether they break it or whether they don't, so long as it doesn't belong to them. This horse could stand quite a bit of being treated decent." Jean stood in one stirrup, drew the other leg across the horse, and deftly dropped to the ground. "I haven't put any of 'em to the final test," she said. "Let's try it." She called to the attendant and said to him, "Bring my horses and stand them along in a row headed toward me. Right along there." Right along there was an imaginary line perhaps 4 feet in front of her. When the horses were so disposed, Jean stood in front of them. She looked them over carefully. She walked up to each horse, and one at a time she laid the length of its head against her body. She cupped her hands around their ears, pressed in at the bases, and drew them through her hands 2 or 3 times, and then slid her hands down under each cheek and under the throat and hugged the head tight. Precisely what she did to the throat and muzzle, Jamie could not tell. This performance she repeated with each of them, with the horse she'd been riding last, and it seemed to Jamie that her touch was lingering, that she hugged it slightly closer. She certainly finished by laying her cheek against its nose. Then she backed away 8 or 10 feet and uttered a funny little whinnying call, and of the 3 horses the one she'd ridden last stepped forward and immediately went to her and again dropped its head to her touch. Jean laid her hand on it and said to Jamie, "If this is the horse I think he is, if he's my horse, he will follow me." She gave one more light stroke around the ears and across the nose and said to the horse, "Come on, Chief," and started down the corral. The horse followed her as she might have been followed by a dog that she'd trained for a considerable period. That settled the horse question. All that remained for Jamie to do was to make the reservation, to set a date when Chief should be delivered, and where, to stop on the way home and purchase the saddle and the crop upon which he insisted, and then to make as straight a journey as possible to the Garden of the Bees, because there was lumber to arrive for the stable, and John Carey was coming next day to help him, and the carpenter he had engaged to build a shelter for Chief. When they left the car line and started up the road toward the bee garden, Jamie, from an impulse whose origin he could not have guessed, faced Jean. "Everything all satisfactory?" he asked. Jean stood very still, and finally she raised her eyes, and in them Jamie saw precisely what he had seen in the face of the Storm Girl, when she had left him without a word and written a letter to say it afterward. So he understood. He kissed her again and said, "You run along home now, and I'll telephone you when I have the stable finished and the horses here. Then you can come out in the car and bring your dad and mother and Nanette and let them see Chief and show them how you can ride him. I'll tell them that the horse and fixtures are my gifts to you for saving me a lawsuit or any disagreeable complications in keeping my property. Will that be all right?" And Jean the versatile, Jean the ever ready to talk, Jean of the school playground, of the diving raft, of the beaches and mountains, of the picture studio, of city and country alike, turned a small quivering back, and silent, wordless, walked away. Jamie went up to his door alone to find out what the premonition had been that had kept him from bringing the child with him. End of chapter 21. Read by Sandra. Chapter 22 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Keeper of the Bees by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 22. The Magnificent Lie. As he unlatched the gate and went inside, Jamie noticed that the front door was standing open. That meant that Margaret Cameron, who had a key, was in the house putting things to rights. As he opened the screen and passed through the door, he was fairly sure that he heard a low moaning. Swiftly he crossed the living room and stood in his bedroom door. The first thing he saw was the bed, and spread over it was a queer assortment of beads and pins and rings and bracelets and combs, the little vanities of a girl of the day, and lying open beside them was the marriage certificate he had not yet examined closely himself. A little bundle showing life lay very near to it, and on her knees beside the bed, her arms extended, her hands gripped full of the beads and bracelets, crouched Margaret Cameron, so still that she seemed to be breathing only in faint moans. The drawers of the highboy were open, and in a heap on top of it lay Jamie's rolled socks and his shirts and underclothing, so he knew that Margaret Cameron had been examining his wearing apparel, hunting out the pieces that needed to be mended. Under his shirts she had found the package that had been given to him at the hospital. The story of what had happened to her, and to him, lay spread before him, and it read like the plainest print. He could see it all, with that certificate before him reading Alice Louise Cameron. Lolly. Before he moved, before Margaret became aware of his presence, there was one thing Jamie had to do. He must make up his mind whether he would tell her that he was legally married to the girl she had idolized, with the double devotion of a widowed mother. He must tell her the truth, or he must live a lie. He must stick to it that the child was his, and its name James Lewis McFarlane. He resolved that this was what he would be forced to do. But if he made Margaret Cameron think that he had been married to Lolly, that he'd cared for her in any slight degree, that the child was his, she would expect him to observe at least a period of mourning. And he had already told her that he could not pretend to be in mourning for the mother of the child, that he had scarcely known her. That constituted the first difficulty he thought of. Jamie had to be decent no matter at what price of mental suffering or physical endurance, or to his purse. So he made his decision. He took one step forward and reached out his arms. "Mother," he said. "Mother Cameron," but he got no further. Margaret Cameron, still gripping the beads and the bracelets, pressed her hands against the bed to brace her and rose. She turned toward him, but her face was no longer the set, hard face of a woman in danger of losing her reason. It was a face broken, lined, and creased with sorrow, but a face down which the blessed tears of relief had rolled until the sources of grief were nearly dried. Jamie was so surprised that he did not know what to say. It was Margaret Cameron who spoke. "Jamie," she said, "you needn't fix up any magnificent lie. You needn't try to make me believe that you are the father of this baby. You needn't try to make me believe that you ever went through a marriage ceremony in person with my Alice Louise. You couldn't have. You didn't know her. I am sure you never saw her. I don't know where you ran into Molly. Down on the sands taking your sunbaths, most likely. And I don't know what you two fixed up between you to try to save the situation. But I do know this. I know as well as I'm standing before you that Don was the boy Lolly loved. If she ever was in trouble, it was Don. There wasn't anyone else she was accustomed to being with. There wasn't anyone else she loved with a self-effacing love. I can see now that all their lives together they had cared for each other, and as I think about it, I think there must have been some mistake in some way. I just don't understand this clearly." Jamie's arms closed around her. "Margaret," he said, "it is true that I never saw your girl until they sent for me to come to the hospital, where that certificate made them expect me to take the baby. I gave Molly the right to use my name. She used it for Alice Louise. I think that will help you to understand." Margaret Cameron stood still, clutching the pitiful little strands of cheap beads and bracelets, the tears rolling down her cheeks, her eyes fast on Jamie. "Since Don is the father of the boy, I'd be glad to think the best I can of him," she said, "and I'm glad to have the sore feeling wiped out that I've carried in my heart against Molly for months. I knew that she was at the bottom of helping Alice Louise to go away, but of course I didn't know that she was doing it to spare me, that she was trying frantically to fix some way that I might be kept from knowledge that would hurt me so. I didn't know that, but I know it now. There's only one thing that you can do for me. There will be some legal complication, maybe. Maybe Louise's doctor can engineer it for you. Anyway, this baby isn't going to bear your name. He should not be James Lewis McFarlane. He's going to be Donald Cameron, and I have surely got that much to say about it. He's going on the records with his father's name, and of course he is mine. Will you have his record changed for me?" "Certainly I will, if it's legally possible," said Jamie. "I'll talk to the doctor and find out. I think very likely that he can arrange matters as you wish without any great difficulty." He went to Margaret Cameron and took the pitiful little relics of her girl from her fingers and made them into a heap. The marriage certificate he laid back in the drawer. "I might need this," he explained, "in accomplishing what you want done. The certificate and these things, I give you my word of honor, I have not seen. I did not know, when I left the house this morning, that it would make any difference if you did run on to that package. I didn't know that I gave my name to help your girl until I saw that certificate there on the bed when I came in." Jamie picked up the baby and the bundle and put his arm around Margaret Cameron and helped her back to her home. As they went, he tried to say to her everything he could think of that might be of comfort, that might be of consolation. When they reached her living room, she freed herself, took the little package he carried, laid it on the table, and gently tucked the baby in his basket. "Jamie," she said, "I'm thankful to you for your kindness of heart and for your good intentions. I know you're trying to comfort me, but at the present minute I happen to be a woman for whom there is no comfort. It may be that in years to come I can arrive at some sort of peace of mind concerning Lolly. It may be that in years to come I can love her baby, can take him to my heart and try to get some sort of comfort from him against old age. But I'll tell you right now that it looks to me rather like a hopeless proposition. It seems to me as if in taking the bit between their teeth and running, the youngsters of the present day had, at least in my case, met sickening disaster. Don was a fine chap, and under the pressure of necessity to get out and earn money, and earn it quickly that he might marry Lolly, he went to a job that dealt him his death, and she spent her maternity period in torture. How she was tortured is attested by the fact that her health was undermined until a function that should not have hurt her permanently killed her. That's 2 dead. Here's a baby without a clear and legal right to a name, a brand of shame to hang over it for the rest of its life in the knowledge of several people. Here's Molly being tortured almost beyond endurance for months. And here am I, who have lived my life and done the best I could, left to bow my head to a blow that by no interpretation can be made into anything except a shameful blow. All the rest of my days there's nothing left for me but to go softly, to know that there is something that I must hide, that I must keep secret, that never again can I lift my head with the pride of the Camerons or the pride of my own people. There's no use, Jamie. Go home, and if it turns out that you and Molly learn to care for each other, don't get the cart before the horse. Keep yourselves right before God and before the law. Stand by the ancient pride of your race and your clan. Stand by the laws of your country and the laws of your church and the laws of God. It may sound like preaching, but who has better right to preach than I, who've had 2 funerals on my hands, both children I've reared in my own home, and by whom I can swear before the living God I did the very best I knew. And it was not enough. The youngsters thought they knew a better way, and they disregarded me and left me, and I wish that the good God would in some way make thousands of youngsters all over the land who are thinking about trying the same way. Oh, I wish that the good God could show them the 2 dead faces that I've seen so lately, dead in their youth, dead in their beauty, gone out of life, gone out of love. Those children cannot face the Master and answer anything but guilty, and all the rest of life for me I must bear the burden of their sin. I'm right when I say that with bowed head for the rest of my days I must walk softly. Go home and leave me, Jamie. This is a thing I have to fight out alone. Jamie took the stricken woman in his arms and kissed her and left her. There was nothing else he could do. What she had said was true. There was no controverting it. There was no way to get around it. There were no consoling words that he could speak. But he made up his mind that with the young folks with whom he came in contact, he would try to use all the influence he might have on the side of God's laws, of man's laws, of the natural laws of physical cleanliness and decency. End of chapter 22. Read by Sandra.
Chapter 23 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Keeper of the Bees by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 23. Still Adventuring. Through the rapidly falling darkness, Jamie stumbled home. He stumbled because there was a vision that filled his eyes to the exclusion of everything else, even the walk upon which he trod. All he could see was the lean, slender form of a girl with rounded curves, with flushed cheeks, with wind-swept hair, with the fires of indignation streaming from the brown-gray eyes as she rushed down the beach in search of him. He reflected that possibly it was well for him that she had not found him, that he might stand a better chance with her if she had more time to reflect before he tried to talk to her. When he reached the bench under the jacaranda, he dropped on it and sat there, a bewildered and a broken man. He reflected that he had run true to the well-known characteristic of the Scots. He had bridled his anger, and bided his time, and waited long to strike. Then, when he struck, he had struck too cruelly, too hard. There was no use to try to imagine anything else, to think any other way. The whole situation was open before him now. There was no one his storm girl could be, save Molly Cameron, the niece of his neighbor and friend. There was no one she could be save the little scout's idolized teacher of Americanism, and he had witnessed what probably was a picnic following the close of school with a group of the young disciples. Vivid before him came the flock of little black faces, the brown faces, the chocolate faces, the copper faces, the red faces, of these children born in America to all the rights of the American citizen. Then there came the absorbed face of the girl who was accepting the situation as it was, and making her contribution toward the betterment and the safety of our land by trying to mold and to utilize this strange material into forces that in time would be called on to do their part to help sustain and protect our government. It seemed to Jamie in that hour that the men who had gone abroad had done nothing nobler, nothing braver, nothing more worthwhile than this girl was doing, this girl who was getting her fingers on the very pulse of the situation, who was preparing these children to carry to their homes the seeds that might flourish and grow into mighty trees. There would be no difficulty in finding his Storm Girl now. He knew her name. All he had to do to locate her stopping place was to ask Margaret Cameron. He realized, too, as he sat there in the perfumed darkness, with the glinting stars peeping through the lace of the jacaranda, sheeted for months at a stretch with bloom as blue as the night sky, he realized for the first time precisely the depth of agony that had filled the heart of the Storm Girl the night she had come to him as he sat alone, fighting his own battle on the throne beside the sea. He had thought that he was dealing with a wounded heart, broken over her own troubles. Now he realized that what a girl such as he knew Molly Cameron must be, would feel for herself, was as nothing compared with what she must have felt when she awakened to the galling realization that her twin brother, the only near relative she had in the world, was responsible for the anguish that was beating Alice Louise Cameron to the dust. The certainty that Lolly in trouble would cost the reason, if not the life, of the dear Aunt Margaret, who had opened her home to them when they were homeless, friendless, penniless, must have weighed heavily on Molly's soul. Jamie could see how, in a vision of the years, the Storm Girl would sense her obligation to a woman as fine as Margaret Cameron, and he could see why she was frantic to the point where she had resolved to throw herself into the undertow, because she could plan no escape. She could figure no way in which to right the wrong that had been done, since a power that no law can sway or divert had reached out and struck Donald down before he had any chance to make the reparation that, if he were ever so little of a man, he certainly would have made. Margaret had said that he was not a bad boy, and it was her desire that his child should bear his name. Far into the night, Jamie sat under the jacaranda, and when at last he began to be tortured by the aching of his bones from the cold, he got up and went into the house. He lighted the fire and sat down before it in a chair opposite the bee-master's, and stretched his long legs to the comfort of the flames. With his heart in turmoil, and his brain whirling so that he could scarcely think consecutively, with all his might he wished for the bee-master. He wished that Michael Worthington, who for so many years had been the spirit and the life of that small house, could come back to it, that he could sit for an hour in his accustomed chair beside his hearthstone and counsel with him, help him to see the light, tell him what he must do to make his peace with a girl so unspeakably fine that Jamie had no way in which to say what he thought of her. That day, with brutal force, he had compelled her own hand to write before the astonished eyes of her group of little people one of the hatefulest words that could be found in any language, not only to write it, but to rewrite it and to underscore it. He had struck it home as hard as he knew how to strike, and then he had disappeared and left her to be seared with a brand that probably was as repugnant to her soul as any form of torture that could have been invented for her. Jamie stared across at the vacant chair questioningly. He found himself praying that the bee-master would come, but he did not come. The chair stood vacant. It was only in imagination that Jamie could see the white head, the slender face, the big dark eyes, the silken beard, and the slender, probing, delicate hands that accompany sensitive and artistic natures. He did not come. Jamie felt in his heart that he knew why he did not come. The bee-master would have been so much of a gentleman. He would have been so refined by the crucial fires of his own suffering. He would have been so tender. He never would have hurled that awful word at a woman. He never would have forced her to brand her own heart with it. What the bee-master would have done would have been to say, "Molly girl, things seem to make it appear that you haven't told the truth, that you haven't played the game square. But since I know you as I do, I know this cannot be true. So won't you explain to me how things really were, what truly occurred?" No, it was not necessary for Jamie to be told anything. He had learned all there was to know when he looked across the bowed head of Margaret Cameron and the pitiful baubles her hands clutched, to the open marriage certificate lying on the bed before her, with his name and that of her only child written upon it. The gray of morning was beginning to creep in the windows when the keeper of the bees threw himself on his bed without undressing, and fell into troubled sleep. He did not awaken until he heard Margaret Cameron in the kitchen with his breakfast. Then he arose and went out to her. She took one look at him, and then she said, "Jamie, you haven't been undressed, and I doubt if you've been asleep all night." Jamie replied, "Neither have you, Margaret, so you haven't any grounds upon which to base your right to scold me." "Yes, I have," said Margaret. "I've almost never been sick a day in my life with real illness. I've no scar over my heart that must be nursed with extreme care for months yet. I carry my scars where the world can't probe into them." "Don't," cried Jamie. "Don't be bitter, Margaret. We don't know why. We never can know why things happen in this world exactly as they do. But this we know. We know that God is in his heaven, that he is merciful to the extent of ordaining mercy. We know that if we disobey and take our own way and run contrary to his commandments, we are bitterly punished. And it is the most pitiful of laws that no man or woman can take their punishment alone in this world. It is the law that none of us can suffer without making someone else suffer, but in some way it must be that everything works out for the best, even if we can't possibly see how that could be when things are happening that hurt us so. I thought when I arose and walked out of the hospital that I was embarking on a great adventure all of my own. I got a great thrill out of standing on my feet and doing what I pleased for a few days, out of taking my own orders. Before we get through with what has happened to me, it may prove that God told me to get up and walk out and test the mercy of the road in order that I might be truly thankful when shelter came to me. And it may be that he needed me here to offer what comfort I could to a stricken girl heart in the days when things were going so pitifully wrong for her. Margaret Cameron was setting the breakfast things on the table, and the big tears were running down her cheeks, tears for which Jamie was unspeakably thankful. Reason may be depended upon to keep its balance when God gives the surcease of tears in time of trouble. "Now," said Jamie, "I'm going to eat my breakfast and take a bath here at the house. Then I'm going to dress myself the best I can and go in search of Molly Cameron. You could do a very great deal to make that search easier for me if you would give me her address, if you would tell me where I might find her." "How long is it," asked Margaret Cameron, "since you have known Molly?" "Almost ever since I've been here," said Jamie. "Only please understand that I didn't know that she was my next-door neighbor, that she was your niece, until yesterday." "There is this I can do," said Margaret Cameron. "I can call her on the phone and ask her if she will be at home today, and if you may come to see her, and at what hour you should see her." "Would you be so kind as to do that?" asked Jamie. Margaret sat down until Jamie finished his breakfast. Then he walked over with her to carry back the things, ostensibly to see little Donald, in reality to suggest the telephoning again, and to learn what the answer would be. When he did suggest it, Margaret Cameron called 2 or 3 times and had no reply. The telephone could be ringing distinctly at the other end of the line, so they knew that Molly was not at home. Margaret said there was nothing to do but to wait until she returned. So in disappointment, Jamie went home. Instead of bathing in the tub as he had intended, he went down to the sea, and in its cold saline waters he drew some of the soreness and the tiredness from his body. Then he lay on the hot sands and almost instantly fell asleep. He slept until nearly noon. Then he went back by way of Margaret Cameron's, and this time he copied the telephone number and carried it with him. He meant to keep the wires busy until he had a response. After his first failure, he laid out the most attractive clothing he could find among his own things, and those he had been given by the bee-master. With more care than he ever before had used, He selected the finest silk shirt of a delicate lavender with a deeper colored tie to match. He put on the gray trousers and black shoes and laid out the black coat. He had the feeling that he wished to appear at his level best. There was enough on the record against him that it behooved him to enhance his personal appearance to the extent of his ability. He was standing in his shirt sleeves before the highboy, carefully laboring with the tie he meant to wear, when he heard the screen of the front door open and close. And then a clear voice, faintly burred with accents that he loved, called, "Keeper of the Bees, are you here?" Jamie stepped to the bedroom door, and across the living room faced Molly Cameron. He was so taken aback he could not even say, "Oh," to indicate that he was surprised. He felt that he was crazy for thinking that he detected a twinkle in the gray-brown eyes, half a laugh twisting the red lips of the wide mouth. Molly Cameron, in boots and breeches as she went to field, the bobbed hair tumbling in the wind, her cheeks flushed with exercise, or was it anger, stood before him. But it could not have been anger, because so surely as he had ever seen anything, Jamie McFarland saw laughter on Molly's face as she demanded, "Jamie McFarland, are you still firm in the conviction that I am a liar?" Jamie reached out a pair of supplicating arms. "Storm girl," he said, "I am firm in the conviction that you're most adorable. I've thought so all the time. I haven't been able to believe, ever, not for a minute, that you could possibly have needed me for yourself. And now that I know you didn't, now that I know your courage and your bravery, I haven't words for the cowardly thing I did yesterday. Can you forgive me? Molly girl, can you ever forgive me?" It did not seem quite possible that Molly Cameron was standing in the doorway looking at him with an amused face, almost laughing. "In consideration of what has happened," she said, "in consideration of how I used you to serve my own purposes, and I will have to admit that I intended to deceive you, I meant you to believe that I wanted help for myself when all the time I wanted it for Lolly, and I wanted it so desperately because of the debt Don and I owed her mother." She stopped abruptly, and the laughter had vanished. "I've been over talking to Aunt Margaret," she continued, "and I know that you know all there is to be told about the situation save one. There's one other thing that you must know. Through some loss or delay in the mail, more than a month after Don lost his life, I had a letter from him that was the only comfort Lolly and I had during the bitter days when I had her hidden in my rooms in the city, and was managing letters for her to her mother, supposed to be written in Sacramento. Of course you will guess that I made the arrangements at the hospital, and with our combined earnings we paid the bills. I never thought she would not endure giving birth to her baby. I did not dream that she would have to go, but I think she did because she insisted on having arrangements made that provided for that contingency. We shaped her letters so that Aunt Margaret would not be too much surprised, and I thought we had everything fixed. And then Lolly would take that certificate to the hospital with her. She was so eaten up with shame. She just would have that where the doctors and the nurses could see it. She was forced to offer proof because her self-respect had been so endangered. She was so bitterly hurt. And that's how it came that Aunt Margaret found it yesterday when she went to look over your things to see what needed mending." "You will believe," said Jamie, "that I had not opened that packet. I did not know to whom you had turned over the certificate and the ring. I did not know in whose name you had taken out the license. I only knew when I reached the hospital that if I opened my mouth to say that I had never seen the girl they led me to, I might put her openly to the shame she had lost her life in enduring alone. So I kept still even when the doctor rated me scorchingly." Molly Cameron extended her hands and advanced to the middle of the room. "Oh," she cried, "oh, that's a shame. But Lolly told her nurse. I heard her tell her that you were wonderful, that you had been fine, that no other man would have done one thing so fine as you did. I heard that." "The nurse stood up for me," said Jamie. "She told the doctor things that made him apologize." "Never mind that. It hasn't anything to do, or rather, It has everything to do with what I did yesterday." Then Jamie advanced and opened his arms. "Is there any hope at all, Storm Girl? Is there any hope at all, Molly Cameron, that you can forgive me? And will you believe that the wound that I carried that night on the rock, the wound that I thought, as surely as I think that God lives, would end me in a few months at the extreme limit? Will you believe that we have healed it, your Aunt Margaret and I, with salt water and sunshine and a careful diet? Will you believe that I am a whole man again, even if my body is scarred? Will you?" "Oh, Jamie," said Molly, "I never knew any Scotsman that could talk so much. America has done something awful to you. You aren't a real Scotsman at all. A real Scotsman would close up the few steps between us and ask, 'Will ye?' and then take it for granted that I would and get down to business." Jamie drew up his shoulders. He took one breath that went to the depth of his lungs, and acted accordingly. By and by, when she could find breath for anything, Molly Cameron twisted her head free and turned her face to the ceiling and said, "I will. Whenever you want me, I will." And Jamie said, "I want you right now, today if you say so, the very first minute we can get to the License Bureau and get the legal documents. I'm tired of adventuring. I want to settle down and spend the rest of my life loving you and keeping bees." "What's that License Bureau going to think?" inquired Molly Cameron. "If the same girl goes to it for another license under another name in such a short time." With his arms tight around her, Jamie laughed down into her eyes. "You leave that bureau to me. It's got to be in charge of someone that's human. I'll go and interview them, and I'll guarantee that there won't be anything unpleasant occur when you arrive. There have been times in my life when I've been able to do quite a canny job of persuading people." "Yes," admitted Molly Cameron, "I have to vouch for that statement. I'll back you up as the greatest persuader I've ever known. If you hadn't been such a persuader, it never would have occurred to me to let you in for all the annoyance that you have suffered at my hands ever since the great storm." "Don't you mind about annoyance or about my suffering at your hands," said Jamie. "There's only one thing I want to know. Do you understand right down in the depths of your heart that I never could believe that you wanted that certificate and that ring in my name for yourself?" Molly Cameron looked him straight in the eye. "Sure you couldn't," she said. "Of course you couldn't. You're enough of an outdoor man yourself to know the outdoor kind of girl when you meet her. Sure you wouldn't think a thing like that about me." Then she put both arms around Jamie's neck. She had only a short distance to draw his head before it was level with hers. "What I think about you, Jamie McFarland," she said, "couldn't be written in many books. But there is this I want to know before you see that License Bureau. Are you going to let me go on 2 or 3 days a week teaching Americanism? I'm just crazy about my work. I think it's one of the most interesting jobs that any woman in this country has today." "Of course," said Jamie. "Of course I'm going to let you. I'm going to let you do exactly what you please, and I'm going to go with you and see how much assistance I can give in teaching Americanism. I've had some fairly stiff training to fit me to teach Americanism. There are a few things I know about the war end of the game, about as well as any man could know them. And there is one question I want to ask you before we go to the License Bureau. I want to know if we may have a Scotch Presbyterian minister to marry us, right here in this house that belongs to us. I want to know if afterward you will go to church and to the Sabbath school with me. I want to know if we may have God and the atmosphere of religion in our home. I want to know if our children may be born to an inheritance that is like that bequeathed to me, and no doubt to you, by your own parents." "Of course," said Molly Cameron, "of course. I wouldn't want things any other way, and I would dearly love to be married here in this little house that is a shining monument to a man who was a friend to both of us. I knew and loved the bee-master, too. I've read almost every book in his library. I've dusted his pictures and his precious furniture. If he hadn't been stricken, you would have met me here long ago." "It strikes me," said Jamie, "that there are times when you have been here anyway." "Very few," said Molly. "I just couldn't keep away all the time, Jamie lad. Ever since that night on the rock, I've been unable to make my heart behave at all whenever I thought of you. To tell the plain truth, I love you. I love you, Jamie McFarland. I loved you in the storm, and I love you here in the garden, and I even loved you down on the beach yesterday when you had the nerve to let me know exactly what you really thought of me. I was pretty mad when I ran after you, but just the same, when I got through speaking my piece, if I had found you, I probably would have told you that I loved you. Dear keeper of the bees. Well, how come? Said a voice behind them, and Jamie and Molly turned to see the little scout standing in the doorway with wide eyes. Hello, Jean Meredith, said Jamie suavely. Come and see what's happened in this family next. Jean Meredith walked in and set her hands at her waistline, and with elbows akimbo and her head on one side, peered up at the pair. Well, if anybody asked me, she said, I'd say you are a fast worker. I don't think it's a week yet since your wife died, and here you got Molly all cottoning up to you, just like Dad and Mother. Can you beat it? Not very well, said Jamie. You will have to take it for granted that there are some things in the world that such little people as you don't understand. Well, don't take too much for granted, said Jean. Maybe I understand more than you think I do. Anyway, you needn't think I ever thought that little Jamie had a mother and she died and you took him and walked away and left her. That ain't the way men act when their wives die. That made a good story, but you can tell it to the world. I ain't a-going to. It's a good deal more sensible that you got Molly in your arms. I'll believe that all right. If I was you, that's what I'd do. Say, is this stack of lumber out here for Chief's stable? It is, said Jamie. Well, then, hadn't we better get busy? Jamie smiled. Can't you give a man a day off, he asked. Don't you see that when I get my coat on, I'm all dressed up in my Sunday clothes? Yes, I see, said Jean, but Molly ain't all dressed up in her Sunday clothes, and I ain't all dressed up in my Sunday clothes. The sensiblest thing you can do is to go and take them things off and get into your working clothes and come on and get to work on my stable. And besides that, if yours wasn't all gummed up, you'd hear that that's about 3 swarms of bees on the rampage, and one of them's mine, and 2 of them's yours. I heard 'em way down the street. Jamie hesitated, his mouth open, and looked at Molly Cameron. Molly was Scotch only 1 remove herself. You must save the bees, of course, she said. Change to your bee clothes and capture the swarms. If you want to celebrate, I will go where I can dress, and we'll celebrate this evening. All right, said Jamie, and went to his room. It was while he was making a lightning change that he heard a shrill whistle, and looked out his window in the direction from which it came. He was in time to see the faces of fat old Bill and the nice child and Angel Face peering over the fence from the vantage ground of the lumber pile, a row of faces forlorn past description. It seemed that Jean Meredith's ears had been awake to other sounds as well as the bees. Jamie watched her as she came down the side of the house and started in the direction of the call, looking precisely the same little scout that he had known from the beginning. He opened the door and called softly to Molly, Come see this. The scouts mutinied the other day and beat up the scoutmaster and almost broke her heart. Now they are calling her. Together they stood at the window watching to see what would happen. Within a few yards of the fence, Jean paused, hooked her thumbs in her trousers belt, and with an immobile face surveyed her scouts. Well, she said tersely, what do you want? Fat old Bill evidently had been elected spokesman. He stood up and said, Oh, come on, let's go down on the beach and play. We'll play Indians or pirates or bandits or whatever you say. Yes, you will, said the former scoutmaster with fine sarcasm. Yes, you will, after the way you served me the other day, after the way you broke your sacred oath. You're nice scouts, you are, taking a sacred oath and then going back on it. Yes, I'll ever come with you again. Then the nice child brought the battery of black eyes into full play. Aw, come on, he pleaded. Ain't nothing no fun without you. We didn't know you thought up everything. Honest, we didn't. We didn't know we did what you told us to. We just stand around and look at each other like 3 fat-headed fools. We ain't had no fun since we acted so mean. Oh, come on. We won't do it any more. We're awful sorry, ain't we, old Bill? Ain't we, Angel Face? Ain't we awful sorry? "Yes," said Angel Face, "we are awful sorry. We apologize. It's like both of 'em says. We ain't having any fun. Won't you please come on? You can be the limit again. Won't none of us say a word." Jamie's shoulders lifted. His chest drew in. He leaned forward and rested his hands on the window-sill and brought his face level with the child's head. He opened his lips and then waited a second to be sure. But there was no hesitation whatever on the part of Jean Meredith. She slowly shook her head. "You might as well go on and think up something you can do. Do all the things that we used to do over, and do them better," she said. "I'm through. I ain't risking no more of what you give me the other day. This morning when I was brushing my teeth, I saw the calendar, and it's the 31st. I ain't going back to risk a licking from 3 boys after this only on the 32nd of the month. You get me? You can just go on. I'm not afraid of you. I can lick any of you yet, or I can lick all of you. I'm not afraid of you. I'm just done with you. Anyway, them boards you are standing on are to make Chief a stable, and I'm going to do the stunts that Scout Camp Number 2 is doing. I'm through with make-believe. I'm going to be a real scout after this, and I'm going to ride a horse. And I'm going to carry a crop and hit him a crack if he goes to back over too steep a place. But I ain't a-going to hit him any other time. And I ain't going to hit anything else that ain't big and strong as I am. Laugh that off. I'm through." Jean Meredith turned on her heel, hitched up her trousers, and marched in the direction of the back porch. The keeper of the bees, leaning on the window-sill, tightened his arm around the Storm Girl and studied the face of Jean as she came toward him. The lines of it were unalterably set. "She means it. She'll stick," said Molly Cameron. And Jamie hugged her tight and said, "Amen." The end. End of chapter 23. End of The Keeper of the Bees by Jean Stratton-Porter.